Chapter 2562. Ling Xiao floated in the air. He issued his most powerful statement to the people of the Eight Immortals City and the warriors of the three factions. It was the most domineering declaration. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. As for that stupid prince, he can go wherever he wants. Does he really think that the Arcana Academy is his own? There are 14 princes in the Chen Kingdom's royal family. This guy is the most useless one, and yet he dares to come to the Eight Immortals City to show off. He's courting death. After saying that, he waved his hand. The little devil girl suddenly jumped out from behind him and raised her hands. A black light shone on the 13th prince. The 13th prince was terrified. He wanted to dodge, but he couldn't. One of his arms was melted off. Bullshit, prince, listen up. This arm is the price for your nonsense. I won't kill you today, but you'd better not talk nonsense in 5 days. After saying that, Ling Xiao turned and left. He destroyed the Eight Immortals Palace and cut off the 13th prince's arm. Then he left after saying that the three factions would give up 3 spots in the Arcana Academy in 5 days. This could no longer be described as domineering. It was simply lawless and arrogant. However, no one dared to laugh at him. No one thought that it was impossible. They saw with their own eyes that the little girl behind Ling Xiao, who was only 7 or 8 years old, cut off the 13th prince's arm. This was not an illusion. They also saw Ling Xiao destroy the entire Eight Immortals Palace with one punch. Without great strength, this was absolutely impossible. They believed that this news would soon spread throughout the Eight Immortals City, and even the nearby towns, the provincial capital, and even the royal capital. Therefore, the battle between Ling Xiao and the three factions would be decisive on the 5th day from now. If Ling Xiao won, the 13th prince would have no way out. If the three factions won, Ling Xiao would definitely die. This was such a thrilling battle. Those who were not involved were excited. They were looking forward to this battle. As for the people from the three great powers, they were deeply worried and incomparably furious. Eliminate this thief and defend the royal power. Defend the orthodoxy. Defend the dignity of the three great forces. The martial artists of the three major factions suddenly erupted with towering fury. It roared crazily. The fact that Ling Xiao dared to humiliate them in such a manner was truly intolerable. I give you the authority to kill Ling Xiao by all means. The 13th prince endured the pain and humiliation and issued the most furious order. He came to the Eight Immortals County to show his royal power, to show both power and kindness. But now, his face was completely ruined by Ling Xiao. He had become a joke. If he returned to the imperial city like this, he would definitely be laughed to death by his brothers and sisters. He couldn't tolerate it. He could tolerate anything, but not this. The royal family is not something you can provoke. Ling Xiao, the frog at the bottom of the well, you will pay the heaviest price in this world. The 13th prince gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with madness. And Po, return to the imperial city. I don't want anything else. I just want Ling Xiao to die. You can find anyone. As long as they can kill Ling Xiao, I will make you the ruler of the Eight Immortals County. He looked behind him and said in the coldest voice, "Yes, your majesty." And Po turned and left. He also wanted Ling Xiao to die. But he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do it alone, so he waited for the 13th prince's order. The 13th prince had taken in some heroes of the underworld. Any one of these people would be a giant in the Eight Immortals County. As long as these people helped, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to live. Ling Xiao didn't care about the outside world. After his outburst in the Eight Immortals Palace, he returned to the secret room of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company and continued to cultivate. In terms of cultivation, he didn't need to continue to improve. If he improved too quickly, it would easily cause his foundation to be unstable. What he needed now was stability. In terms of martial skills, he urgently needed to continue cultivating the Thunder Light Shield, Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard and Dark Shadow martial arts. He had already cultivated the top-tier Jade-grade Dark Shadow martial arts, Yin-Yang Destruction, to the Transformation realm. Next, he began to cultivate the top-tier Jade-grade Dark Shadow martial arts, Ghost Destroying King. What surprised Ling Xiao was that when the Black Demon Sword and Black Immortal Sword recognized him as their master, they became his weapons. Not only did the two weapons level up, they reached the level of common grade Emperor weapons. Above treasure weapons were spiritual weapons. Above spiritual weapons were Emperor weapons. A common grade Emperor artifact was much more valuable than a divine grade spirit artifact. Moreover, as the two weapons leveled up, Ling Xiao discovered that there were more moves in the Dark Shadow martial arts. These moves had reached the first heaven of immortal grade. The strongest move had reached the second heaven of immortal grade. This simply made him overjoyed. In order to hone his martial skills, the little devil girl became Ling Xiao's best opponent. Ling Xiao was ruthless to himself. The little devil girl had injured him several times. Fortunately, Ling Xiao spent a day to refine the blood spirit fruit into 100 blood spirit pills. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. It was this kind of desperate training. On the last day, he had completely mastered the 9 forms of the wolf galloping 1,000 miles. The wolf galloping 1,000 miles was obviously a top-tier Jade grade martial arts. But the last 2 forms were top-tier Jade grade martial arts. This also explained why these 2 forms were harder to cultivate than the others. As for the Dark Shadow martial arts, Ling Xiao had completely mastered all the Jade grade martial arts and below. Moreover, the inferior, ordinary, good, and outstanding moves had all been cultivated to the transformation realm. Only the supreme grade martial arts was still at the great perfection realm. However, Ling Xiao believed that with his current mastery of these moves, he would not be at the bottom even if he went to the royal city, not to mention the 8 immortal city. The tempering of his martial skills also allowed Ling Xiao's cultivation to make subtle breakthroughs. He had reached the middle stage of the 7th level of the yin-yang realm. Perhaps this was what they meant by a well-intentioned flower does not bloom, but a well-intentioned willow grows. As for the Thunder Light Shield and Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard, they were still at the entry level and could not be improved. It seemed that his cultivation was still too low. The level of the martial arts was too high, and he could not cultivate it in a short time. Ling Xiao was not in a hurry. Anyway, he did not need these 2 moves to deal with the enemy for the time being. After coming out of the secret room, Ling Xiao washed up a little. Then, he met Lin Fengyuan, Lin Ruoxian, Moon Death, Lin Yang, and the others who came to visit him and had a meal. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death had also broken through. They were now martial artists of the 7th level of the yin-yang realm. After all, the 2 of them had obtained powerful inheritances in the Ox God's maze. It was normal for their breakthroughs to be faster. In the future, they might not be able to compare to the madman Ling Xiao. But at the current stage, with this kind of cultivation, they would be of great help to Ling Xiao. Chapter 2563. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were given to them by Ling Xiao. Even their lives were saved by Ling Xiao. They could not abandon Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao thought about it and decided that it did not matter. After today's battle, either he would die or the 8 immortal city would become Ling Xiao's territory. From now on, he would have the final say here. Those who supported him would not be bullied anymore. Every dog has its day. Perhaps even Ling Xiao himself did not expect this. A few months ago, when he came to the 8 immortal city, he was still an unknown pawn. But now, he had become a big boss feared by many people. The 3 great forces had joined forces just to deal with him. Under Ling Xiao's instructions, the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company had publicized this matter. Therefore, on this day, not only the warriors of the 8 immortal city, but also the warriors of the nearby counties, provincial cities, and even the royal capital came to the 8 immortal city. The location of the battle was chosen outside the 8 immortal city. Ling Xiao did not want to destroy the city. After all, he would need it in the future. There was a huge open space outside the city. This was the location of the battle. At this moment, the nearby trees were filled with warriors from all over the place. Now, even the lowest level of the people in the 8 immortal city knew of Ling Xiao's name. He was both good and evil. He had destroyed the Devil Shadow sect and injured the 13th prince. Although they did not know whether Ling Xiao was a good person or a bad person, They were certain that Ling Xiao was now so powerful that the three great forces had to join forces to deal with him. Of course, martial artists who came from other places were not very familiar with the name Ling Xiao. Who is this Ling Xiao? What ability does he have? He dared to cut off the 13th prince's arm? And he wants to be an enemy of the three great forces? Is he an old monster who has lived for thousands of years? But I have never heard of such a person. I only know that the strongest person in the 8 Immortal City is the leader of the Heavenly Wind Group, Chen Changsheng. What is Ling Xiao? What thousand-year-old monster? Ling Xiao is just a warrior who has reincarnated once. He is not even 20 years old this year. In the Black Tortoise continent, reincarnating once is not rare. If this Ling Xiao can really defeat the three great forces at such a young age, then I'm afraid that even the royal family of the Chen Kingdom will do their best to recruit this monster into their family. Can he really defeat them? Why do I feel like this is a hype? Hype? Are you kidding me? How dare he destroy the royal palace? How dare he cut off the 13th prince's arm? There was an endless stream of the Immortals City. The Immortals City was not to the Immortals City was not to Immortals City. In the sky, a huge flying sword ship finally appeared. The 13th prince sat at the bow of the ship, and there were dozens of attendants standing behind him. It was obvious that they had been transferred from the royal city. The 13th prince was attacked. This was a big matter. He did not want to give Ling Xiao a second chance. And Po, is everything ready? The 13th prince did not turn his head. He just looked coldly at the battlefield below and asked, "Don't worry, Your Highness. We have already set up an inescapable net. Even if Ling Xiao can really defeat the leaders of the three great forces, he will not be able to escape death. Your revenge will be avenged." And Po said confidently, "Well, that's good. Anyone who dares to go against me will not have a good ending," the 13th prince muttered, and his face turned gloomy. "I'm afraid that kid will not dare to come." And Po frowned and said, "Don't worry, he will definitely come. Although we have only met a few times, I know that kid's temper very well." The 13th prince gritted his teeth. Ling Xiao had to come. If he did not come, wouldn't the inescapable net he had set up be in vain? At this moment, the leaders of the three great forces had already arrived, and the higher-ups had also arrived. For this battle, the three great forces had almost turned out in full force. Only a few warriors were left to guard the gate, and they were not very strong. However, he believed that no one would dare to take advantage of this situation. After all, not everyone was crazy enough to not give face to the 13th prince. "Father, everything you asked for is ready. But is it really necessary to deal with that kid?" Chen Xianfeng could not help but ask from the Heavenly Wind Group. "You still dare to underestimate your opponent at this time? Don't forget that I fought him to a draw at Sky Thunder Mountain, although I did not use my full strength at that time. But that kid's growth is really terrifying. It has been 6 days since that day, and this is the 7th day. I'm afraid that his strength has still increased. At this time, we can't hide anything. Otherwise, we will be courting death." Chen Changsheng would not underestimate Ling Xiao. He would not underestimate any enemy. The Duke of Yu and Lin Quan were the same. They were prepared to fight to the death with Ling Xiao. Naturally, they would use all their strength. This included some pills, magical treasures, and so on. Anyway, there were no rules about what could not be used in this battle. As long as they could kill Ling Xiao, they would be considered the winner. "Leader, that kid knows that we have a trump card. Will he really come to die?" The Dark Tribe elder sat behind Lin Quan and asked. "He will come. Listen up, if the three of us cannot kill him, there is no need to care about the rules of Jianghu. Just attack him together. Kill him, and we will be the winner." Right now, Lin Quan only wanted to avenge his son. Therefore, he did not care about the rules at all. Yes. The Dark Tribe elder and the Sand Tribe elder hated Ling Xiao to the core. They could not wait to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. Therefore, they would naturally listen to Lin Quan. In other words, even if Ling Xiao won today, he would die. If he lost, he would die. Today, this place would be Ling Xiao's death. I hate that I did not use all means to kill him back then. Otherwise, today would not have happened. Lin Kuan was most annoyed that he did not take Ling Xiao seriously back then. He always thought that his son, Lin Yutian, would be able to solve everything. All he needed to do was to focus on seclusion. But he never expected that Ling Xiao would grow so quickly. They are here. All of a sudden, someone shouted. In the sky, two figures flew over. It was Ling Xiao and the little devil girl, who were also Ling Xiao's avatars. As for the Lin Ruoxian, Moon Death, and the people of the Moon Clan, they were arranged to be on the periphery. Ling Xiao was not stupid. He knew that many people wanted him dead today. But he did not want to die. He wanted to anger these bastards to death. Not only that, but before he came here, he had already rescued Elder Shui and subdued the prisoners in the ghost prison through force. At this time, the 8 Immortal Mountain was already occupied by his people. The Tianfeng Group and Duke Yu's residence were also under attack. Chapter 2564. He's here. That great devil is really here. Seeing Ling Xiao and the little devil appear in the distant sky, countless people exclaimed. Perhaps in their opinion, a person who dared to go against the 3 great factions must be a great devil. It didn't sound like much, but thinking carefully, this guy was going against the 3 most powerful factions of the 8 Immortals County. And this enemy even included the 13th Prince. The heads of the 3 great factions were the strongest in the 8 Immortals County. Could this young man, who was not even 20 years old, really do it? Countless people stared at this person with countless eyes. This person might become a joke. Or a young man who might become a legend. To be able to make the 3 great factions pay so much attention to him, he must have something special. Even if he dies here, he will become a legend. If he can win, he will really become a legend. Among the onlookers, there were actually many people who supported Ling Xiao. Perhaps because they had been suppressed by the 3 great factions for too long, they really needed someone who dared to challenge their authority. When the people of the 3 great factions saw Ling Xiao, their eyes were filled with indifference and anger. Of course, there were also some who supported Ling Xiao, but at this time, they were not present. They were helping Ling Xiao to change the world. Only 2 people came. Is he going to fight 2 against 3? Lin Kuan stood up. At this time, he was unable to calm down. In the past few days, there was not a day when he didn't think about how to kill Ling Xiao. Today, the opportunity had finally arrived. If he really only brought 1 person, how should we split the spoils? Chen Changsheng asked. I will deal with Ling Xiao, you 2 kill that little girl. That little girl's strength is probably much stronger than Ling Xiao, it's better to be careful. Don't forget, she is not an ordinary little girl, she is the one who cut off the 13th Prince's arm with 1 move. Lin Kuan said. Well, we will do as you say, quickly kill Ling Xiao, then the 3 of us will join hands to kill that little girl. Although Chen Changsheng also wanted to kill Ling Xiao with his own hands, now was definitely not the time to fight over this. I also agree. The Duke of Yu also nodded. The 3 of them concluded their discussion. He stood proudly in the void. Ling Xiao looked down at the land. The gazes of tens of thousands of people were all focused on him. Although he was already used to this kind of thing, he didn't feel too surprised. However, when he thought about it carefully, he realized that for this day, for the day when he could completely surpass everyone in the 8 Immortals County, he had experienced many life and death situations. There were a few times when he almost died. And now, he had finally reached the final step. With this step, he would completely defeat the 3 forces and brand the 8 Immortals County with his name, Ling Xiao. The reason why he made such a big deal out of it was to let the Arcana Academy, which was far away in the capital, know about it. How powerful was Ling Xiao? If he was recruited as a disciple, it would only benefit the Arcana Academy. He believed that people were greedy, especially those princes who wanted to fight for the throne. Among the crowd, in an inconspicuous carriage, a man and a woman sat in the carriage, looking at Ling Xiao in the sky. The man was gentle and elegant, while the woman was beautiful and generous. Both of them radiated the light of alertness and wisdom. Minotaur, what do you think? The man suddenly asked. Your Highness, originally, Minotaur didn't quite understand why you came all the way to this remote place. However, after seeing Ling Xiao today, Minotaur understands. The woman smiled and said. Her name was Hong Minotaur. She wasn't this prince's woman, but his strategist. A female strategist who was sharp-witted and vicious. Don't call me your highness outside. Just call me Kanglan. The one who spoke was the second prince of the Chen nation, Chen Kanglan. The sage king, who was known for his wisdom, had a good reputation in the Chen nation. Minotaur doesn't dare. I'll just call you young master. Hong Minotaur smiled and said. Fine, then why don't you tell this young master why I came here? The second prince, Chen Kanglan, asked with a smile. This Ling Xiao is definitely not an ordinary martial artist. If you can recruit him, he will definitely be of great help to you. The 13th prince is too reckless. He wanted to show Ling Xiao who he is the moment he arrived at the 8 Immortals city. However, he ended up becoming his enemy instead. Young master, you are wise. Hong Minotaur replied. However, this Ling Xiao is definitely not an ordinary person. Normal recruitment methods won't be able to subdue him. Chen Kanglan said with a smile. You can't subdue him. You can only befriend him. Hong Minotaur shook her head and said, Young master, that's probably your plan too. For someone like him, no matter how much you give him, he won't be willing to live under someone else's roof. Therefore, the best method is to befriend him. Rather than befriend him, if you have any difficulties, he will definitely help you. Ha 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 ha, great minds think alike. The 13th prince is an idiot. He messed up this time. With his cultivation and strategy, he dares to try and compete with me and the 14th prince. He's really courting death. Chen Kanglan laughed and had already decided on a plan. Ling Xiao might be in trouble today. When it's time to strike, let's do it. Let him owe us a favor first. Minotaur understands. I've already made the arrangements. Hong Minotaur smiled. The two of them stopped talking and continued to look out of the window. They were also very interested in how Ling Xiao would fight against the 3 sect leaders. Ling Xiao looked at the 3 sect leaders and said with a smile, the 3 of you aren't afraid at all. However, before the battle, I have something to ask. Are you guys still not planning to hand over the 3 spots to become disciples of the Arcana Academy? Cut the crap. Kill the 3 of us if you can, and the 3 spots will naturally belong to you. Lin Quan said angrily. Good. You have guts. Unfortunately, guts are worthless at this time. Since the 3 of you are so stubborn, don't blame me, Ling Xiao, for being ruthless. Ling Xiao sneered, his eyes intentionally or unintentionally glancing at the carriage in the crowd. What a strong aura. Although it's obviously hidden, it still can't escape my Tai Kai eye. Is it a friend or a foe? It doesn't seem like it's hostile. Ling Xiao frowned and then relaxed. It didn't matter if it was a friend or a foe in the carriage. Since he dared to come here today, he wasn't afraid that the other party would call for help. Good lad. He seems to have noticed us. Chen Kanglan was also surprised. He had cultivated a special martial art that could almost completely hide his aura. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to notice something. However, he believed that Ling Xiao didn't see everything. This means that he is a talent. If you befriend him, he will definitely become a sharp weapon for you. Hong Minotaur smiled. Okay. Chen Kanglan nodded and had more expectations for Ling Xiao. The 13th brother offended Ling Xiao. The 14th brother disdained Ling Xiao. Chapter 2565. Today's battle is between the 2 of us and the 3 of you. Let's begin. Ling Xiao and the little demoness landed on the ground and gestured towards their opponents. His actions were meant to humiliate him. Who would dare to act like this in front of the 3 great sect leaders? Those who had done so would probably have their bones turned into ashes. HMPH, sharp tongue. The 3 great sect leaders were indeed worthy of being the 3 great sect leaders. They didn't care about Ling Xiao's provocation. The 3 of them walked out from their seats and stood opposite of Ling Xiao and the little demoness. I suddenly feel that Lin Quan's proposal is a bit problematic. Chen Changsheng looked at Ling Xiao and revealed a cold killing intent. Why don't I and Lin Quan join hands to deal with Ling Xiao, Duke of Yu? You delay the little girl, there's no need to fight, just delay her. Wait for Lin Quan and I to kill Ling Xiao, then we'll help you. Ling Xiao's strength is definitely not as good as that little girl. If we join hands, killing him will be very easy. Good idea. Lin Quan and Duke of Yu heard this and felt that this idea was very good. If Lin Quan and Chen Changsheng joined hands to deal with Ling Xiao, then they might be able to kill Ling Xiao in one move. The following battle would be much easier. Thus, the original plan was changed slightly, and the main target to kill was Ling Xiao. Brat, if you have any last words, it's best to say it now, otherwise you won't have the chance later. Lin Quan looked at Ling Xiao sinisterly and said, Last words. The ones who should say last words are you. I don't need to, because I can't lose. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Arrogant. Facing the three great sect leaders, he was still so arrogant. This made many people feel that Ling Xiao was a bit too arrogant. Whether I'm arrogant or not, we'll know after fighting. Little Demonis, don't make a move first, fight to the side and watch, I'll deal with the three of them alone. Ling Xiao laughed and took a step forward. The little Demonis flew into the sky, she really wanted to watch the battle. You're looking down on me. Ling Xiao's actions didn't seem like a problem to him, but to the three sect leaders, it was a big problem. It was simply an extreme disdain for them. Their original plan was ruined in an instant. What should we do? Do the three of us really have to join hands to deal with this brat? The Duke of Yu frowned. He's the one courting death, so he can't blame us. Duke of Yu, don't forget that this isn't a spar, but a matter that concerns the survival of our three factions. If he wins, our three major forces will definitely be finished. At this time, don't be soft-hearted. Lin Quan said. That's right. Duke of Yu, you have to think carefully. Your daughter is still lying on the sickbed. Chen Changsheng also said coldly. Forget it, let's work together. The Duke of Yu no longer hesitated. The three of them stood apart. He stared at Ling Xiao. Make your move. Today, let me see the true strength of the three sect leaders. After saying that, Ling Xiao's body began to transform. It was not easy to fight one against three, so Ling Xiao immediately entered the beast soul transformation state. At first, he chose the beast soul transformation of the Tyrant blood demonic dragon. This beast soul had little effect on him now, it could be said that it was almost non-existent. However, the special skill of the Tyrant blood demonic dragon was a killing move. It would still be very useful. The aura of the three sect leaders instantly soared. The aura of the peak of the 7th level of hell of the yin-yang realm made countless spectators cheer. They had never seen such powerful martial artists fighting in the 8 Immortals city. Today, they could finally broaden their horizons. Facing these three powerful martial artists, would Ling Xiao really have a chance? Beast martial artists are indeed very special. However, you're courting death by fighting one against three. You can't blame us. Go. The three sect leaders suddenly made their moves. Each of them used their ultimate skills and surrounded Ling Xiao from different directions. It's over. The 13th prince sneered and said, if that demonist doesn't help, Ling Xiao is dead meat. Even you, and Po, wouldn't dare to fight the three sect leaders together. Your Highness is right. This brat Ling Xiao is purely seeking his own death. And Po replied. They were not the only ones who thought so. Most of the spectators also thought so. They felt that Ling Xiao was too arrogant and had underestimated his opponent, which was why he had made such a stupid mistake. He'll probably ask that demoness for help. The second prince, Chen Kanglan, also came to the same conclusion. Yes. Otherwise, Minute can't see how Ling Xiao can win. Hong Minute was also puzzled. Ling Xiao's sudden move stunned everyone. Demonic dragon, blood curse. At that moment, the three sect leaders were less than a foot away from Ling Xiao. A strange red light suddenly burst out from Ling Xiao's body. The three sect leaders suddenly felt their breath stagnate and their qi and blood churn. Even the qi and blood in their blood vessels seemed to want to leave their bodies and flow toward Ling Xiao. Because it happened so suddenly, the three of them did not have time to react. The move that they had formed collapsed instantly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Xiao suddenly attacked. Because the opportunity was fleeting, Ling Xiao did not have time to use any other moves. He only used a normal attack and clawed at each of them. Then, the spectators were shocked to see that the three sect leaders were sent flying by Ling Xiao. However, no one noticed that an undetectable electric current had entered the bodies of the three sect leaders. No matter what Ling Xiao did, he would not do it for no reason. The reason why he had used the Tyrannosaurus blood demonic dragon was that he wanted to implant some immortal thunder into the three of them. On the other hand, he wanted to use the terrifying pressure from the three experts to stimulate the potential in his body so that he could break through again. To be honest, in terms of absolute strength, Ling Xiao was not afraid of any of the three in a one-on-one. However, if the three of them worked together, it would be very troublesome. Therefore, in order to win, he had to do something. Ha ha ha, the three of you, is this your ultimate move? It's really not bad. But facing backward, wild goose landing style? Ling Xiao did not chase after them because he knew that it would be useless. The three of them would definitely not be seriously injured after being hit by him. After all, the three of them had all kinds of Dharma treasures on them. Defensive Dharma treasures, offensive Dharma treasures, support Dharma treasures, they had everything. In order to deal with Ling Xiao, the three of them had put in a lot of effort. Good boy, no wonder you could cripple Waning Moon and Beixian. With your strength, you really can't hold it in anymore. Chen Changsheng looked at Ling Xiao, his eyes almost narrowed into slits. He also did not expect such a start. Ling Xiao, this brat, was too strange and too difficult to deal with. This guy's moves were really hard to guard against. Looking at Ling Xiao, the three sect leaders suddenly had the illusion that the person standing there was not a young man less than 20 years old. Instead, he was a real demon. A demon who played tricks on people. Chapter 2566. Did you notice that this guy has the aura of a beast god? Lin Quan asked with a frown. Impossible. The 12 beast gods died in battle tens of thousands of years ago. How can he have the aura of a beast god? Are you hallucinating? Chen Changsheng said. Perhaps, but the three of us have to be careful. It's fine if we lose face, but it's not fun if we lose our lives. Lin Quan reminded. Use your martial souls. The three sect masters didn't use their martial souls in their previous attacks, so they weren't strong enough. It was also because they looked down on Ling Xiao and thought that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to take a single hit from them. But now, their mentality had changed. They really treated Ling Xiao as a demon, a boss. Although they didn't want to admit it, it was the truth. They had no choice but to admit it. Okay. Moon Howling Heavenly Wolf King, Demonic Dragon, Gold Armored God. The three sect masters released their martial souls at the same time. The huge and ferocious Heavenly Wolf King, the roaring demonic dragon, and the mighty gold-armored god. They immediately attracted everyone's attention. But Ling Xiao's eyes were fixed on Lin Quan's demonic dragon. His Tyrant blood demonic dragon's level was too low, but if it could devour a stronger demonic dragon, it could level up. In that case, the might of the demon dragon blood curse would definitely become even stronger. He really had to thank Lin Quan for giving him such a powerful martial soul. To be able to force the three sect masters to release their martial souls, this Ling Xiao should be proud even if he dies. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, Ling Xiao changed his form again. Black-striped flying tiger beast soul transformation. The black-striped flying tiger was currently the most suitable beast soul for Ling Xiao. It could unleash its full power. But unfortunately, this deity position didn't have a beast god beast soul, so its power couldn't compare to the purple lightning ball deity position of the ox god. Ling Xiao used the black-striped flying tiger beast soul transformation to weaken his opponents and take advantage of its powerful special skill. Kill. The three sect masters attacked at the same time again. This time, they were very careful to guard against Ling Xiao's strange move. They paid attention to the changes in their qi and blood, as well as the changes in their inner strength. The only thing he forgot was that he didn't shield his ears. Black-striped flying tiger, tiger's roar. Ling Xiao suddenly transformed into a huge black-striped flying tiger. He opened his bloody mouth and let out a loud roar. The moment this roar rang out, the three sect leaders were simultaneously thwarted. He hurriedly covered his ears. The move that he had prepared was once again disintegrated. The terrifying sound waves blasted them away, and they were once again pushed back to their original position. Hehe, it's the second time. You three sect leaders really know how to show respect to the three great forces. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Damn it, where did this guy get so many strange moves? Lin Quan, Chen Changsheng, and the Duke of Yu were all depressed. However, the damage of this move is limited. Including the previous move, it doesn't seem to have done much damage to us. The Duke of Yu frowned. No. Magic treasure. This guy is weakening our defensive magic treasure, Lin Quan suddenly exclaimed. Generally, defensive magic treasures have a limit to the number of times they can defend. Ling Xiao's 2 consecutive attacks clearly had this purpose. Otherwise, if he let these guys wear such magic treasures to deal with him, he would really have a headache. Damn it, we clearly know this is his purpose, but we can't do anything about it. Chen Changsheng was depressed. Their defensive magic treasures can be considered good, but in a battle, being able to block 6 attacks is already not bad. If they want to use it again, they have to recharge it. This has already been wasted twice. Take off our defensive magic treasure? No, isn't that kid's purpose? Forget it, I don't believe that he has a similar move. Lin Quan shook his head. Forget it, let's continue attacking. Since there is no other way, they can only continue. For the third time, Ling Xiao used the Black Wolf General's Black Wolf Pack attack. Combined with his ingenious movement, Ling Xiao made the 3 sect leaders suffer again. For the 4th time, Ling Xiao transformed into the 9-snake general and used the 9-snake poison domain. This move was even more terrifying. It directly used up 2 defensive chances of the 3 sect leaders' defensive magic treasures. After all, the poison fog is different from other attacks, the continuous damage is still very scary. For the 5th time, Ling Xiao finally transformed into the strongest purple lightning ball and used the move shaking the earth. Not only did it make the 3 sect leaders dizzy, it also took the opportunity to completely destroy the 3 sect leaders' defensive magic treasures. Okay, now we can fight without worry. Ling Xiao coldly smiled and suddenly pounced towards Lin Quan. He wants Lin Quan's demon dragon martial spirit. Moreover, in a 1 versus many situation, the biggest taboo is to be led by the nose. He wants to lead the opponent by the nose. In mid-air, Ling Xiao took out the white jade flying dragon sword. Eastern purple chi sword, 1 sword to the west, 1 sword to destroy. 2 consecutive moves attacked Lin Quan at the same time. After the breakthrough in cultivation, the power of Ling Xiao's martial skills naturally increased. The white jade flying dragon sword in his hand transformed into a huge purple sword and attacked Lin Quan. The Duke of Yu and Chen Changsheng naturally wouldn't just watch Ling Xiao attack Lin Quan, so they attacked Ling Xiao from the side. The wolf travels 1,000 miles, wolf pack attack. Ling Xiao had long been prepared for this. His figure suddenly turned into dozens of figures. In a short period of time, it was impossible to determine which one was real. Seeing such an exciting scene, everyone cheered. Originally, they thought that Ling Xiao was just a guy who was bluffing. But in the previous 5 times, he had made the 3 sect leaders suffer losses. Next, he actually took the initiative to attack. With such courage, such terrifying strength, who would dare to look down on him? Damn it, do you really think I, Lin Quan, am a soft persimmon? Lin Quan was furious. This Ling Xiao actually rushed towards him. Didn't that mean that he was weaker than the other 2? A sharp sword appeared in his hand. This was the sect leader's sword of the 8 Immortals Mountain 8 Immortals sword. The quality was exactly the same as the 8 magic weapons, divine grade spirit artifact. If it wasn't to eliminate Ling Xiao, Lin Quan wouldn't have taken this thing out. The 8 Immortals sword, full name of the 8 Immortals Ancestors sword, was the first treasure sword refined by the 8 Immortals Ancestor. It was also the sword that the 8 Immortals Ancestor carried throughout his life. Originally, this thing existed as a symbol of the sect. Now that Lin Quan took it out to fight, it was enough to show that Lin Quan valued Ling Xiao. Or perhaps it was fear. Once the divine grade spirit artifact was taken out. In addition, Lin Quan's terrifying strength was not weak. For a moment, sword chi surged and dozens of wolf shadows were destroyed in an instant. This guy has a lot of good things on him. It just so happens that my black immortal sword and black demon sword have advanced and can't be used for the time being. Your 8 immortals sword is mine. Seeing Lin Kuan's move, Ling Xiao not only was not afraid, but also did not retreat. Instead, he revealed a surprised expression. Chapter 2567. Demonic Dragon Martial Art, Demon Crystal Shatter, Kill. Lin Kuan's move was finally unleashed. The terrifying sword aura pierced through the 8 immortal swords and pierced toward Ling Xiao. In the void, it was as though a demonic dragon had appeared. It roared ferociously. Die. Kaboom! Ling Xiao and Lin Kuan's weapons clashed in the air, and an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Many warriors in the vicinity were sent flying by the blast. The scene was chaotic. Many people who were standing on the trees to watch the show lost their footing because the trees were uprooted. They were in a sorry state. How is it? How is it? Is Sect Master Lin dead or Ling Xiao dead? Even though they were in a sorry state, someone still couldn't help but ask with a mouthful of sand. The weirdest thing was that someone actually understood what he was asking. Who knows? Don't you see how messy the scene is? Dead. Who's dead? Sect Master Lin Kuan is dead. Finally, someone managed to see the situation on the battlefield. Lin Kuan was lying on the ground, motionless. There was no part of his body that was intact. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao was fighting Chen Changsheng and the Duke of Yu. The three of them were locked in a fierce battle. Although he had taken advantage of Lin Kuan's carelessness to launch a sneak attack, he was forced back into the battle by Chen Changsheng and the Duke of Yu before he could confirm whether Lin Kuan was dead or not. Chen Changsheng had already used his beast soul transformation. His heavenly wolf transformation was much stronger than Chen Beishuan's. There was a strange king character on the wolf's head. It meant that the Howling Moon Wolf Beast Soul was the Heavenly Wolf King's beast soul and was different from ordinary heavenly wolves. The Duke of Yu had also transformed into the Golden Armor God. Not only did he look younger and taller, but he also wielded a 3-point double-edged sword. He wielded it with great vigor, which made Ling Xiao very uncomfortable. The most troublesome thing was that both Chen Changsheng and the Duke of Yu's weapons were divine-grade spirit artifacts. On the other hand, Ling Xiao's white jade flying dragon sword was only an immortal-grade spirit weapon. Naturally, it was inferior in terms of weapons. Because the black immortal sword and black demon sword had been upgraded to emperor weapons, Ling Xiao's cultivation had to be at least at the first revolution 10 levels of hell before he could use them. At this stage, the most suitable weapon was a divine-tier spiritual artifact. Thinking of this, he glanced at Lin Kuan who was lying on the ground. I can't care about that anymore. Whether that old bastard is dead or alive, I must obtain that 8 immortals sword. Otherwise, it will be troublesome to deal with Chen Changsheng and the Duke of Yu who are serious. With just a thought, the little demoness had already landed. That speed was much faster than Ling Xiao's. In an instant, he was already in front of Lin Kuan. Right at this moment, Lin Kuan's body suddenly erupted with an astonishing amount of death chi. It was as if the souls of tens of thousands of people had rushed out of his body and attacked the little demoness. Ling Xiao was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. If Lin Kuan had attacked him instead of the little demoness, he would have been dead. This old thing was really cunning. He even learned how to play dead. But what the hell were these souls that filled the sky? How many people did he kill? The little demoness wasn't injured. Her strength was much higher than Lin Kuan's. Even if she was ambushed, she was still safe and sound. Not only that, she easily snatched the 8 immortals sword from Lin Kuan and gave it to Ling Xiao. Brat, you're really shameless. Didn't you say it was 1 against 3? Chen Changsheng scolded. Damn, you really have the face to call me shameless. You're the dignified sect leader of the Heavenly Wind Group, the #1 expert of the 8 immortals county. Don't you feel shameless for joining forces with 2 other sect leaders to deal with me? What's more, look carefully. My little demoness didn't attack. She only snatched a piece of equipment. Ling Xiao was really impressed by Chen Changsheng. This old thing could actually say such words. He was really shameless. Ling Xiao, you deserve to die, you deserve to die. Lin Kuan's body flew up, and the countless vengeful spirits poured into his body. His body began to transform into a true demonic dragon. His body grew bigger and bigger. Finally, he grew to a height of more than 10 meters. The huge body stepped on the ground, causing the surrounding martial artists to be terrified. The demon dragon's mouth burst out with a hateful voice. Originally, Lin Kuan didn't plan to use this move. Because once he used this move, his relationship with the dragon cult would be impossible to sever. As long as one had a brain, they would know that he had been cultivating the evil arts of the dragon cult all along. And the most frightening thing was that he was using the souls of 8 Immortals Mountain's disciples. TSK, this is the sect leader of 8 Immortals Mountain, the Dark Tribe's elder. The Sand Tribe's elder. Open your dog eyes and see what kind of dog you're serving. Ling Xiao, facing the joint attack of Chen Changsheng and Juqiu, was still able to divert his attention to ridicule the higher-ups of 8 Immortals Mountain. This could only mean one thing: Chen Changsheng and Juqiu's attacks were still not strong enough. I'm sorry, I don't have the time to waste with you two. Lose. With the 8 Immortals sword in hand, Ling Xiao's battle prowess increased explosively. Under the beast soul transformation of the purple lightning ball, he suddenly used his most powerful secret technique, Berserk Thunder Art. Lightning Battle Physique Enhancement, Undying Lightning Enhancement, Purple Lightning Ball Beast Soul Enhancement. Ling Xiao had even used the 108 Thunder Fire Mangoes to create a formation, using them to support his powerful move. The terrifying lightning engulfed the moon-howling heavenly wolf and the golden-armored god. The power of this attack caused even the second prince, who was in the carriage, to frown. Ling Xiao gave him too much of a surprise. Rumble. The divine lightning struck Chen Changsheng and Juqiu, causing them to lie on the ground. The little demoness hands suddenly released 2 balls of pitch-black light, covering the two's heavily injured bodies. This caused them to be unable to break free, and their inner strength was constantly being consumed. Actually, Ling Xiao was being too careful. He was afraid that the 2 fellows would play dead, so he had his avatar do this. One must know that his Berserk Thunder Art was too powerful. The 2 of them immediately fainted, and it was estimated that they would not wake up for a while. Even if they woke up, they would be heavily injured. It would be impossible for them to attack again. However, Ling Xiao didn't want any accidents to happen. He needed to focus on dealing with Lin Kuan. Lin Kuan was an absolute surprise. No wonder this guy always felt that he could kill him. It turned out that he still had such a terrifying trump card. Roar. The demonic dragon roared and spat out a terrifying dragon's extinguishment. The entire battlefield became a world of dragon's extinguishment. If it wasn't for the little demoness black light, Chen Changsheng and Juqiu would have been killed by the demonic dragon. Perhaps stimulated by this terrifying power, the 2 of them slowly opened their eyes. Although they were still unable to move, they didn't know what to say when they saw this shocking scene. The person they thought was their enemy saved them. The person they thought they could ally with wanted to kill them. Chapter 2568. At this moment, Chen Changsheng had already lost his will to fight. The Duke of Yu didn't need to be mentioned. He didn't approve of the 3 of them dealing with Ling Xiao, but he also didn't want to hand over the Arcana Academy's quota. But after this incident, he was ready to give up. If he wasn't strong enough, then he would admit defeat. There was nothing he could do about it. Although Xiaofeng Kang Yu was crippled, with the Duke of Yu's ability, he could still recover. He had to thank Ling Xiao for not killing him. Chen Changsheng wasn't as free and easy as he was, but at this moment, after seeing Ling Xiao's powerful fighting strength and the terror of the little demoness, his will to fight had been weakened to the extreme. Even if he wasn't injured, he probably wouldn't be able to continue fighting. At this moment, Ling Xiao didn't have time to guess their thoughts. He had to admit. After the demon dragon transformation, Lin Kuan had become stronger than the 3 original heads combined. And the most troublesome thing was that this guy seemed to have an immortal body. No matter how Ling Xiao's moves hurt him, he could instantly recover. This was a situation that made people feel helpless. However, Ling Xiao wouldn't give up. He believed that there was no such thing as an immortal body in this world. Lin Kuan's immortal body must have some weakness. I think Ling Xiao is finished. Although Lin Kuan's actions are hard to accept, I have to admit that in the entire 8 Immortals city, he should be the strongest existence. I'm afraid that even the 13th prince isn't his opponent. That's right, I want to support Ling Xiao now. Although Ling Xiao is called the Great Demon, he hasn't done anything to harm the innocent. But Lin Kuan, as the head of the 8 Immortals Mountain, what has he done? That's right. Discussions rose and fell one after another. However, it still couldn't change the situation on the battlefield. The 13th prince was very happy. He didn't care about Lin Kuan, even if Lin Kuan was a lackey of the dragon cult. As long as Ling Xiao died, he would be satisfied. Ling Xiao would not let the 13th prince have his way. He used wolf traversing 1,000 miles under his feet, and his figure drifted around the battlefield like a ghost. Although Devil Dragon Ling Xiao was powerful, it was difficult for his powerful attacks to hit Ling Xiao. To him, Ling Xiao was like a nimble fish that he could not catch. What puzzled Lin Kuan the most was that Ling Xiao's 1,000-mile wolf could not only dodge but also attack. Lightning wolf. It was like a wolf-shaped bolt of lightning. Lava wolf. It was like a battle wolf condensed from magma. Sword wolf. That was the wolf-shaped sword energy. It was incomparably powerful. Every time he dodged, he would leave a terrifying wound on demon dragon Lin Kuan's body. Although the wound quickly healed, the demonic dragon's screams continued to ring out. Wolf traversing 1,000 li is said to be the most difficult jade-grade martial skill to cultivate in the 8 Immortal Mountain. No one has ever been able to cultivate it completely. I wonder if Ling Xiao has successfully mastered the last 2 moves. The higher-ups of the 8 Immortal Mountain were feeling extremely complicated. On one hand, they wanted Ling Xiao to die because of the death of their juniors. But on the other hand, what Lin Kuan had done was absolutely unforgivable. It's best if they perish together. However, unless Ling Xiao cultivates the last 2 moves of wolf traversing 1,000 miles, it will be difficult for him to escape death. The Dark Tribe elder clenched his teeth. Perhaps for the first time, he hoped that Ling Xiao would not be defeated so quickly. Even if he died, he would drag Lin Kuan to hell. Wolf traversing 1,000 miles 8th move, Earth Wolf. Finally, Ling Xiao used the second move of wolf traversing 1,000 miles. At that moment, his body turned into a huge earth wolf. The power of earth in his body was released crazily. The power of the earth was also constantly gathering. His body was not big, even smaller than an ordinary wolf, but his speed was extremely fast. No, it should not be said that it was speed. Because on the ground, Earth Wolf could teleport in an instant. He suddenly appeared behind the demonic dragon, and his sharp claws clawed at the demonic dragon's body. Kaboom! The ferocious power of Earth exploded instantly, and the huge demonic dragon's body was sent flying and fell to the ground. A large part of the place where it was attacked was also destroyed. The demonic dragon's body was in imminent danger. No, you can't kill me. Under such circumstances, the demonic dragon Lin Kuan stood up again. He suddenly swung his huge tail and almost hit Earth Wolf. Fortunately, Ling Xiao transformed again at this time and soared into the sky. Wolf traversing 1,000 miles final move, Emperor Sky Wolf. The Emperor Sky power began to be released crazily. Ling Xiao's body seemed to have turned into a green wolf shadow, and green wings were released from his back like the wind. His speed was extremely fast. Almost using the same method, he directly cut off the demonic dragon's huge tail. The demonic dragon roared miserably and kept wailing. You can't kill me. The final victory will still be mine. The demonic dragon Lin Kuan recovered again and started to attack Ling Xiao again. For a moment, the two of them were in a stalemate. Seeing this scene, the crowd couldn't help but sigh. They thought that if the 3 sect masters joined forces, even if they couldn't finish off Ling Xiao in one move, it wouldn't take long. But now, it seemed that they were wrong. And ridiculously wrong. Ling Xiao used the amazing Thunder Blast art to knock out Chen Changsheng and the Duke of Yu. After that, he was in a stalemate with the demonic dragon. This kind of strength was really too shocking. One had to know that the three sect masters were all first transformation martial artists, and all of them had higher cultivation and were older than him. In front of Ling Xiao, the so-called geniuses of the 8 Immortals County were nothing. Lin Yutian and Chen Beixian were not even worthy of carrying his shoes. This was what most people thought in their hearts. Even if Ling Xiao was thrown into the imperial city now, he would definitely not be underestimated. This guy's rise is too fast. I believe the imperial city has already heard of his name. I'm guessing that even the 13th prince would have to give him a spot in the Mystic Realm Academy after watching this battle. Even the Arcana Academy would make an exception and admit him. Sigh. I wonder if he can survive the demonic dragon Lin Kuan's attack. After all, that demonic dragon is immortal. They had looked down on Ling Xiao and thought that Ling Xiao was too arrogant. Now, they felt that Ling Xiao was worthy of his name. It had only been less than 30 minutes. Ling Xiao had used his true strength to prove himself. Shadow martial art, dark slaying. During the 1,000-mile wolf traverse, Ling Xiao gained more control of the situation and started to use his martial art. However, this time, he used a top-tier jade martial art. Although it was of the lowest tier, its power was still much greater than a top-tier jade martial art. Moreover, Ling Xiao's sword was no longer the white jade flying dragon sword, but the 8 Immortals sword. Chapter 2569. What a joke. You think you can kill me with a low-quality top-tier jade grade martial skill? The demon dragon Lin Kuan sneered. He waved his huge claws and clawed at Ling Xiao. Although he was only using a normal attack, its power was comparable to a low-quality top-tier jade grade martial skill. Bang! Dong! Ling Xiao's attack landed on the demon dragon Lin Kuan's body. Lin Kuan had no intention of dodging. He wanted to fight Ling Xiao to the death. When Ling Xiao's attack landed on him, his claws also landed on Ling Xiao's body. Although the demon dragon's body had another large wound, it healed in a very short time. Ling Xiao was slammed into the ground by the demon dragon's claws. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His body felt like it was going to fall apart. Damn it. What a terrifying attack. But it feels good. Ling Xiao cursed as he stood up. That attack just now had actually caused the potential in his body to explode. It increased his power from the mid-stage of the 7th level of hell by 90%. He was only one step away from the late stage of the yin-yang stage. It was enough to show how powerful the attack was. It's over. Ling Xiao is really finished. The demon dragon has an immortal body. Even if they were to attack each other, the demon dragon would definitely have the upper hand. Ling Xiao is in trouble. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that. Lin Kuan seemed to feel that he could not block Ling Xiao's attack. Instead, he took advantage of the moment when Ling Xiao attacked to counterattack. In this way, when Ling Xiao hit him, he could also hit Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao's attack was very powerful. But so what? If he could not hurt him, he could not hurt him. Unless Ling Xiao could use an outstanding top-tier jade-grade martial skill, he could not really hurt him. Otherwise, it would be a waste of internal energy. Ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao, it's time for you to die. Let's see what other tricks you can come up with. The demon dragon Lin Kuan was already thinking about how to escape after the battle. The royal family would definitely not let go of the dragon cult's people. He believed that the 13th prince would definitely be the Oriole behind the mantis. It seems that our previous arrangements won't be needed, Your Highness. And Po said with a smile on the ship. No. Although we might not use it on Ling Xiao, we can't let Lin Kuan go. Even if it's just for show. We have to capture him. He is very strong. The 13th prince was thinking of a good thing. After capturing Lin Kuan, he would raise him into a suicide soldier. Lin Kuan decided. The enormous body of the demonic dragon began to gradually shrink. However, its aura did not decrease. It was as if everything had been condensed into one place. At this moment, Lin Kuan gradually returned to his human form. Of course, it was only his human form. His head, torso, tail, and wings all looked like the demon dragon. Only his hands were free. They were the hands used to wield the sword. Another divine-grade spiritual artifact. Ling Xiao looked at the sword in Lin Kuan's hand in surprise. The sword looked very similar to the 8 immortal swords, but the color was different. Hihi, you probably don't know that the 8 immortal swords are divided into male and female. The male and female swords are the true appearance of the 8 immortal swords. Since you took one, I will take it back. Lin Kuan smiled coldly. His terrifying internal energy began to flow into the 8 immortal swords. No matter how strong you are, the time you have the dark shadow gourd is limited. How would you know that the martial arts of the 8 great families are not as good as the sect master's martial arts? With your martial arts, you can at most cultivate an ordinary top-grade jade grade martial skill. As for my martial arts, I can cultivate one good move and one outstanding move to become a top-grade jade grade martial art. This is the difference. A huge difference. Lin Kuan said proudly. The power of the 8 immortal swords in his hand gradually reached its peak. Within the sword chi, there seemed to be a human figure. Ling Xiao knew that it should be the 8 immortal patriarchs. 8 immortal swords technique, eliminating traitors. Ling Xiao had never heard of this technique before. But he could clearly feel that its power was on par with the 5th style of the Dark Shadow martial arts, destroying Ghost King. It was a martial art technique that he had never used before. Although he had cultivated it to the transcendent state, he had never used it because his opponents were not strong enough. But today, Lin Kuan used a martial art technique that was on par with it. When Lin Kuan used this move, Purge the Traitor, endless sighs came from the crowd. They knew that Ling Xiao had lost. Completely lost. There was no way he could turn the tables. Even if he didn't die, he couldn't fight anymore. After all, the onlookers were all martial artists. So they could clearly feel that Lin Kuan's technique, coupled with the domineering power of the demon dragon, was so powerful that it was suffocating. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? Lin Kuan frowned and said. He wanted to see Ling Xiao kneel and beg for mercy. He wanted to see Ling Xiao panic. I'm laughing at you for being a frog at the bottom of a well. I'm laughing at you like an idiot. Who told you that the martial arts of the 8 major families could only be cultivated to the top tier of jade grade? Who told you that I can't cultivate a powerful martial art technique in a short time? Do you think I'm you? You're a martial arts cripple. Ling Xiao's voice echoed throughout the battlefield. This caused the people who originally thought that he was dead for sure to reveal puzzled expressions. Could it be that Ling Xiao still had a chance? Could he be telling the truth? Braggart, you're bluffing again. Among the Dark Ones, the Dark Elder shook his head and said, as the Elder of the Dark Ones, I've had the Shadow Black Gourd for much longer than him. What the sect leader said is true. That kid is just bluffing. It's a pity that the sect leader won't buy it. Does that mean that he's really going to die? The Sand Tribe Elder asked. I don't know if he's going to die, but he's definitely going to lose. Sigh, he's no match for Lin Kuan. I was hoping that he could injure Lin Kuan severely before he died. The Dark Elder sighed. His beautiful dream was about to be shattered. You don't believe me? Then I'll show you what a real Dark Shadow martial art is. Ling Xiao held the 8 immortal sword tightly and pointed it at Lin Kuan. He can't be believing his nonsense too, right? Seeing this scene, the crowd was a little confused. There were indeed some people in this world who would lie to themselves in the end. They would even believe that their own lies were true. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, I didn't expect this Ling Xiao to be such an idiot. To think that I was so afraid of him. It's funny just thinking about it. On the flywheel ship, the 13th prince laughed heartily. Minute, what do you think he's doing? Chen Kanglan asked Hong Minute in the carriage. He's not bluffing. He really knows a martial art technique as powerful as Lin Kuan's. Chapter 2570. I heard that he acquired the Dark Shadow martial arts less than 2 months ago. Even in the capital city, there aren't many geniuses like him, right? Chen Kanglan said again. How can someone who is appreciated by you be weak? I bet that Ling Xiao will win. Hong Minute was sure of the result. She believed that Ling Xiao was a pleasant surprise and a person worthy of the second prince, Chen Kanglan, to befriend. Chen Kanglan smiled. He was waiting and looking forward to it. What kind of surprise would Ling Xiao give him? Just when most people thought that Ling Xiao was at his wit's end, a powerful black gas was released from Ling Xiao's sword. The black gas swirled around and gradually formed a huge demon. The demon roared and charged toward Lin Quan without fear. Eliminate the traitor? I think you're the one who should be eliminated. Dark Shadow Martial Arts, Ghost-Destroying King. As Ling Xiao spoke, the Ghost-Destroying King let out a loud roar. Its momentum was on par with Lin Quan's 8 Immortals sword technique. The Dark Tribe Elder stood up abruptly and looked at the sword technique released by Ling Xiao in horror. Ghost-Destroying King? He never knew that there was such a move in the Dark Shadow Martial Arts. The strength of this move and its connection with the previous moves proved that it was definitely a Dark Shadow Martial Arts. It was definitely a top-tier Jade grade martial arts technique. But why? Could it be that we old fellows were wrong from the start? The Dark Tribe Elder suddenly seemed to have aged a lot. He had racked his brains to let his descendants have the Dark Shadow Martial Arts. But he never thought that the Dark Shadow Martial Arts would not be fully developed in his hands. If that's the case, is there really a final move in the 8 great families' martial arts? The rest of the elders asked themselves one after another. Ling Xiao was such a genius. If they had stopped discriminating against him, perhaps the 8 great families' strength would have improved by leaps and bounds. Everyone had their own thoughts, but the more they thought about it, the more they didn't want Ling Xiao to die. Even the elders of the Sand Race and the Dark Race didn't want Ling Xiao to die. They hated him so much that they didn't want him dead. This was because they needed Ling Xiao to teach them the moves that they were unable to comprehend. At this moment, a huge commotion broke out. They hurriedly looked at the battlefield. The phantoms of the 8 Immortals and the Ghost King finally hit each other again. In that instant, everyone knew that Ling Xiao had not been defeated. Half of Lin Quan's body was almost torn apart by the Ghost King. On the other hand, Ling Xiao's situation was actually much better. Around his body, there was an energy shield that looked like a disc. These energy shields were releasing astonishing lightning. Spirit Commandeering Lightning Shield. Beginner. Although it was only at the entry level, it was still a first heaven of the immortal grade martial skill. Its strong defensive power completely blocked Lin Quan's attack. This scene caused everyone to be stupefied. The 13th prince suddenly stood up. With his eyesight, it was impossible for him not to see what kind of martial skill Ling Xiao was using. Damn it, he has only received the inheritance of the Holy Emperor Tianlei for a few days, and he has already comprehended the Spirit Commandeering Lightning Shield. He was extremely angry and shocked. No, that thing is mine, it's mine. Seeing how powerful the Spirit Commandeering Lightning Shield was, the 13th prince was even more eager to get his hands on it. This is impossible. Lin Quan revealed a shocked expression. This was because this move was the strongest martial skill that he had grasped at the moment. It couldn't break through Ling Xiao's defense. Didn't this mean that he was going to lose? No, I don't accept it. He roared, and his eyes became crazy. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you, you can't hurt me anyway. Idiot. Haven't you noticed that your recovery speed has slowed down a lot? Ling Xiao looked at Lin Quan coldly and said indifferently, "What?" At this moment, Lin Quan was stunned to discover that his originally rapid recovery had actually almost stopped at this moment. Although it was still recovering, it would take at least 10 minutes for it to fully recover. From the beginning, I didn't expect you to be killed directly, so every attack I made was infused with the terrifying undying thunder. Because it was just a little bit, you didn't notice it at all. You thought that you were immortal, so you didn't care at all. It was because of your immortal body that you lost your usual vigilance. Now, take my final attack. I'll let you see what the martial skills passed down by the 8 Immortals are really like, lest you bastards ruin them. As he spoke, Ling Xiao suddenly retreated, and the 8 Immortals' sword in his hand condensed a terrifying aura again. This time, the terrifying aura of death was thicker than before. Lin Quan could only watch as Ling Xiao condensed a move, and he couldn't recover, so he had to fight against the undying thunder in his body. It's useless. You can't kill me. Without an outstanding top-tier Jade-grade martial skill, you can't kill me at all. Even at this moment, Lin Quan was still dreaming. He thought that Ling Xiao couldn't kill him. Therefore, even if Ling Xiao attacked him again, it would be useless. As long as he cleared all the undying thunder in his body, this battle would be over. He wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. An outstanding top-tier jade grade martial skill. If you want to see it, I'll show it to you. Boom. A huge aura came out of the 8 Immortals' sword. The black sword chi intertwined to form the shape of a ghost dragon. The giant ghost dragon looked down at Lin Kuan, full of majesty and death aura. No. How can this be? In the stands, the Dark Tribe elder felt that he was going crazy. Ling Xiao was already filled with regret and despair for being able to use the Annihilate Ghost King. However, when this move was used, he almost collapsed completely. It's actually an outstanding top-tier jade grade martial skill. The King of Destruction just now wasn't the last move. This Ling Xiao is not human at all. He's a demon. A terrifying demon. The other elders were also completely dumbfounded. Ling Xiao's performance had already shattered their imagination. Even in their dreams, they didn't dare to imagine such a thing. At this moment, Chen Changsheng and the Duke of Yu, who were already very weak, were also numb. They thought that without the little devil girl's interference, they still had a chance to turn the tables. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao executed this move. They suddenly understood. In fact, this battle should have been over long ago. Ling Xiao had been playing them like children. If he had used this terrifying move earlier, who could have resisted it? This was even more terrifying than the Berserk Thunder technique. Lin Kuan, who bore the brunt of it, was naturally more frightened. Although his demonic dragon transformation was said to be immortal, there was actually a limit. As long as his opponent could use an outstanding top-tier jade grade martial skill, he would definitely die. However, almost no one in the 8 Immortals County could do this. Perhaps there was once, but definitely not now. Chapter 2571. Lin Kuan thought that his demonic dragon transformation was invincible. However, when Ling Xiao performed his move, he finally realized that he had underestimated this person. This move is called Ghost Slaying Dragon. It's your honor to die under it. Why? Why can you comprehend such a powerful move? Why? Is this the true essence of the 8 Immortals martial arts? Lin Kuan's emotions were extremely complicated. Despair. Absent-minded. Unwilling. He was also very confused. I'll let you know before you die. This move is far from the true essence of the 8 Immortals martial arts. It has 3 more moves, each stronger than the last. Ling Xiao's indifferent voice sounded in Lin Kuan's ears. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Kuan actually knelt on the ground. There were 3 more moves. Then why did he betray his savior and repay kindness with enmity to obtain the martial arts of the 8 Immortals martial arts? He turned himself into a demon, but it was a joke in the end. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. With a sorrowful and desperate voice, the huge ghost dragon swooped down and completely swallowed Lin Kuan, who was kneeling on the ground. With one move, Lin Kuan's corpse was not even left behind. It was completely turned into dust and disappeared between heaven and earth. Lin Kuan's remaining energy poured into Ling Xiao's body, helping him break through to the late stage of the 7th level of hell of the yin-yang transformation state. However, Ling Xiao hid the aura of the breakthrough. The demonic dragon beast soul in Lin Kuan's body was also absorbed by Ling Xiao and integrated into the Tyrant blood demonic dragon beast soul. At that moment, the Tyrant blood demonic dragon advanced. It advanced to the 9th level of hell of the yin-yang transformation state. In this way, the Tyrant blood demonic dragon, which was almost useless, became an important combat force for Ling Xiao again. With a wave of his hand, Ling Xiao put away the other 8 Immortals' sword. In this way, with the combination of male and female, he finally had a pair of divine-grade spiritual artifact swords. It should be easier to travel to the Chen Kingdom's imperial capital with this pair of swords. He collected the spoils of war as if no one was around, and the entire battlefield became deathly silent. A moment later, an earth-shattering shout suddenly erupted. He didn't know if he was in disbelief or happy. In short, this battle allowed them to see the most miraculous battle results. He actually did it. My God, A single bolt of lightning knocked out 2 sect leaders, killing Devil Dragon Lin Kuan with 1 sword. Just what is this guy's background? Who the hell knows where he came from? But he's too strong, really too strong. 1 against 3 sect masters, and he actually won. If this news were to spread, I'm afraid even the people of the royal capital would be alarmed. Monster. No, the Monster King. Even ordinary monsters can't reach his level. Do you still remember what he said before? Submit to me and prosper, or oppose me and perish. I thought he was joking, but I didn't expect it to become a reality. That's right. This guy killed Demon Dragon Lin Kuan. Why doesn't it seem like he's exhausted at all? Of course, they didn't know that Ling Xiao had already swallowed a blood spirit pill. His qi, blood, and inner force had completely recovered. There was no doubt that Ling Xiao's image was infinitely magnified in everyone's eyes at this moment. If there were people who still had doubts about him before, then now, everything was gone. The onlookers could be said to be happy and sad. The Duke of Yu's mansion, the Tianfeng Group, and the 8 Immortals Mountain had a love-hate relationship with Ling Xiao. They loved that Ling Xiao didn't kill Chen Changsheng and the Duke of Yu because he was merciful. Furthermore, he had even killed the demon dragon Lin Kuan. What was hateful was that after Ling Xiao's victory, the 3 quotas of the Arcana Academy would probably belong to him. Even the 8 Immortals County might become Ling Xiao's fief. None of this would benefit them at all. 13th Prince, what do you think? Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the 13th Prince on the airship. Defeating the 3 sect leaders was only the first step. What he wanted was the 3 quotas of the Arcana Academy. And the right to rule the 8 Immortals County. Chen PH, do you think you can do whatever you want just because you are strong enough? There are many people in this world who are stronger than you. Also, I have the final say on the quotas of the Arcana Academy. Who do you think you are? The 13th Prince coldly snorted. Although the fact that Ling Xiao defeated the 3 sect leaders shocked him, he had already set up an inescapable net. He wasn't afraid that Ling Xiao wouldn't die. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao here, then he wouldn't have to worry about anything. 13th Prince, you have to think carefully. The consequences of doing this will be very serious. Ling Xiao coldly looked at the airship and said, "How dare you? All the land under the heavens belongs to the king. Do you dare to become enemies with the royal family of the Chen Kingdom?" The 13th Prince angrily roared. He, all the land under the heavens does belong to the king, but can you represent the entire royal family? I'm afraid not. Fine, since you can't keep your promise, then don't blame me. Little demonis, destroy that airship. Ling Xiao coldly sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, a scorching black light had already enveloped the entire airship. Then, the airship crashed to the ground. The 13th Prince and his attendants were in a sorry state. A few of them were even burned to death. How dare you attack the royal family? The 13th Prince looked at Ling Xiao with anger and fear. He believed that his strength was at most on par with demonic dragon Lin Kuan. If demonic dragon Lin Kuan couldn't defeat Ling Xiao, then he couldn't either. Therefore, he was very wary of Ling Xiao. So what if I attacked you? It's not your first day knowing me, right? Why are you so surprised? Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Good. Very good. Kill him. Kill him." Amidst the roars, a huge light shield enveloped the entire battlefield. The 13th Prince and his attendants walked out of the light shield. Then, a group of people rushed in. These people were all 7th level of hell experts in the yin-yang realm. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, you didn't expect this, did you? This array can only be entered from the outside, but not from the inside. Of course, I know the secrets of the array, so I can enter and exit as I wish. Just stay inside and wait for your death. The 13th Prince laughed maniacally. Then, he said to Anpo, "Go and stall that little demonis. Don't fight to the death. Just don't let her enter the array to help Ling Xiao. Second Prince, isn't it time for us to make a move?" Hong Minute looked at Chen Kanglan and asked. "I told you to call me young master." Chen Kanglan sighed and said, "Forget it. It's time to reveal my identity. After all, It's better to help someone in need than to add icing on the cake. If we can save Ling Xiao now, he will owe us a favor. Yes. Hong Minute responded and suddenly flew out of the carriage. Bright light was released from her body. The entire battlefield was crimson red. She instantly became the center of attention. Chapter 2572. Ling Xiao was also observing. Although he could kill these warriors, it would take a lot of effort. There was no need to expose too much of his strength. If there were any accidents, he would welcome it. Why is it that girl? The 13th prince was shocked when he saw Hong Minor. How could he not know Hong Minor? She was the person who was inseparable from his second brother. Among the 14 princes of the king of the Chen kingdom, 2 of them had been conferred the title of prince. They were both 9-star princes. In the absence of a crown prince, these 2 were the most powerful among the 14 princes. One of them was the second prince, Chen Kanglan. The other was the 14th prince, Chen Tsangxiong. As for the 13th prince, he was not even a prince. He was just a poor county prince. Even if he had a fief, it would only be a county. He could not even lift his head in front of these 2. If the second prince really came, he would have to kneel down and welcome him. Listen up, 9-star prince, Ji Hyun of Silla of the Chen kingdom, has decreed that Ling Xiao is a genius. The Arcana Academy needs people like him. Therefore, whoever dares to touch him will be the enemy of the Arcana Academy and Ji Hyun of Silla. Since you have agreed that Ling Xiao will be the winner, the 3 spots of the Arcana Academy will be given to him. There must be no mistakes. In addition, the 8 Immortals County will be Ling Xiao's fief from today onward. It can be passed down from generation to generation. Sects will not be allowed to fight over it. Hong Minor's voice was not loud, but everyone heard it clearly. The meaning behind her words was like a clap of thunder. Many people were so shocked that they could not react for a long time. Ling Xiao is one of Ji Hyun of Silla's men. No wonder he is not afraid of the 13th prince. The 13th prince is nothing in front of Ji Hyun of Silla. That means Ling Xiao is now the lord of the 8 Immortals County. That's right, that's right. Those who offended him are in trouble now. The discussion started again. Ling Xiao frowned. There was no free lunch in this world. He did not know any Ji Hyun of Silla. There must be a reason why he helped him so much. However, he would not reject this benefit. After all, he did not intend to completely fall out with the royal family. Thank you for your appreciation, King Zhixian, but I'm afraid that our 13th prince will not be convinced. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Young hero Ling, you don't have to worry about that. This younger brother of mine is really unreliable this time. He's already angered father and the Mystic Realm Academy, so he's been ordered to return to the capital and be imprisoned. An elegant young man walked out of the carriage. Although he did not release a powerful aura like Hong Minutao's, no one dared to underestimate him. Everyone knew that he was extremely powerful. The person closest to the throne, the 13th prince, roared hysterically. How dare you? How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Ask your men to stop. Do you really want me to do it? Chen Kanglan looked at the 13th prince coldly. They were supposed to be brothers, but they were like enemies. This was a stark contrast to the relationship between Ling Xiao and Ling Yang. Ling Xiao and Ling Yang were not brothers, but they were willing to risk their lives for each other. Perhaps this was the royal family. That place was full of schemes and internal strife. It really made one feel sad. Kill him. Kill him. The 13th prince knew that even Chen Kanglan would not dare to kill him. Since he was going to be imprisoned, he did not care anymore. He would be satisfied as long as he could kill Ling Xiao before he left. As for his men of sacrifice, they actually obeyed his orders and charged towards Ling Xiao. How could Chen Kanglan not do anything in this situation? He was Ji Hyun of Silla. His words were not for show. Minute, kill, he said softly. Hong Minute released a shocking amount of internal energy and struck out with a palm. In an instant, the men of sacrifice who were loyal to the 13th prince were all killed in the flames. Ling Xiao frowned. Hong Minute was really strong. Perhaps only the little demoness would be a match for her. Chen Kanglan was even stronger. He even had a mysterious aura that Ling Xiao could not identify. This kind of person was dangerous. Working with him was like asking a tiger for its skin. However, Ling Xiao liked to be with a tiger. It was not certain who would eat who. Anyway, he had to go to King Chen. That was the next step for him to improve his strength. Although he wanted to join the 9 Supremes, he would only be courting death if he joined them with his current strength. He might as well go to King Chen and strengthen himself. When he was stronger, he could go out and explore. The 13th Prince's men of sacrifice were all killed. And Po had escaped quietly. He did not want to be imprisoned with the 13th Prince. This guy was cunning. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's name was heard all over the 8 Immortals County. Some people were quick to follow the trend. They had supported the 3 leaders before, but now they had become Ling Xiao's loyal fans. However, Ling Xiao could not be bothered with these people. They could not cause any trouble anyway. As long as he was strong enough, these people would always be on his side. As for Ling Xiao, he walked towards Ji Hyun of Silla and Chen Kanglan. No matter what, he had to thank others for helping him. However, there were some things that he had to make clear. He would not give himself to anyone. He was who he was. He preferred to be free and control his own destiny. He did not want to work for others. Thank you, Ji Hyun of Silla, for your help. Ling Xiao is very grateful. Ling Xiao cupped his fists and said to Chen Kanglan. He did not kneel down. Although he knew that Ji Hyun of Silla was much stronger than him, he had not shown his trump card. If they really fought, even if he could not win, he could still save his life. Therefore, he did not need to be afraid of Ji Hyun of Silla, nor did he need to be humble. There is no need to thank me. Ji Hyun of Silla hurriedly grabbed Ling Xiao's hands and said very intimately, I have heard of your name for a long time. Therefore, I specially asked my father and the Arcana Academy for a decree and then came to the 8 Immortals County. Your performance really did not disappoint me. From now on, we can call each other brothers. There is no need to call each other king. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. King Zhishen's behavior was a little too friendly. They had just met, and they were already calling each other brothers. He said seriously, Your Highness, I am just a commoner. I dare not call you my brother. If your Highness thinks highly of me, I will be your friend. It's okay, it's okay. I was rude. Ji Hyun of Silla was not angry at all. He laughed and said, Yes, friends. From now on, we are friends. As long as I have food to eat, I will never let you go hungry. Although Chen Kanglan felt that he was very polite. In Ling Xiao's opinion, Chen Kanglan's approach was a bit pretentious. Chapter 2573. Thank you, Your Highness, for thinking so highly of me. Ling Xiao said. All right, let's cut to the chase. This is the decree that I asked for. Take it. If anyone dares to disobey your orders, deal with them directly. There is no need to report. The 8 Immortals City will be your territory in the future. Those people will be your people. Chen Kanglan held Ling Xiao's hand all the time. That kind of affection was even closer than that of a brother. My people. Ling Xiao secretly laughed. If Chen Kanglan knew that his ambition was to control the entire mysterious world and let the human race regain control of the world, what would Ji Hyun of Silla think? Of course, he would not say this out loud. Although he did things his own way, he was definitely not stupid. Chen Kanglan was much more powerful than the 13th Prince. When dealing with such a person, he had to be a little cautious. Anyway, Chen Kanglan just wanted him to owe him a favor and then use him to do something. Then, he could use Ji Hyun of Silla's identity and status to achieve some of his own goals. Using each other, it was that simple. Ji Hyun of Silla wanted to use him, and he wanted to use Chen Kanglan. Everyone was just taking what they needed. I, Ling Xiao, am a person who does not benefit from anything. I have always been very grateful to those who have helped me. I will definitely repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring. Ling Xiao's seemingly indifferent words made Ji Hyun of Silla and Chen Kanglan happy. In Ji Hyun of Silla's view, his advisor Hong Minute was right. Ling Xiao was a person who could not be forcefully subdued. It was better to treat him as a friend, and he would naturally repay the kindness of a friend. I do not expect to be repaid for what I have done. By the way, you still have at most 5 days in the 8 Immortals city. Take care of your matters. 5 days later, follow me to the Chen Kingdom's capital. With me around, no one will dare to do anything to you. Ji Hyun of Silla thought that Chen Kanglan's recruitment method was very sincere. The reason why he didn't directly give a gift was probably because he was worried that Ling Xiao would misunderstand. However, this gift would definitely not be lacking in the future. Alright, that's not a problem. Ling Xiao nodded and said, if your highness doesn't have anything else, then I'll take my leave first. Okay, you do what you need to do. Chen Kanglan nodded and got into the carriage with a smile. He then left with Hong Minor. As for where he was going, he naturally didn't tell Ling Xiao. Chen Kanglan was not like the 13th prince who paid attention to extravagance. This kind of person was too intelligent. He paid attention to everything and always liked to scheme against others behind their backs. He was much harder to deal with than the 13th prince. Young master, Minotaur feels that Ling Xiao is ultimately someone who is difficult to control. While you treat him with respect, you should also use more methods. On the carriage, Hong Minor reminded him. Of course, I know. I've already made the arrangements. In fact, I've always had people in the 8 Immortals Mountain, the Tianfeng Group, and the Duke of Yu's mansion. Moreover, they hold important positions. It's just that they've been keeping a low profile. Chen Kanglan smiled faintly and said, the 8 Immortals city has been handed over to Ling Xiao. In fact, it's still in my hands. After all, Ling Xiao is all alone. Who can he send to manage it? Rely on those useless people in Yuhua town? Young master, you're so wise. What I just thought of, you've already predicted and made the arrangements. Hong Minor praised. Let's not talk about this anymore. How's the matter going? Chen Kanglan suddenly waved his hand and said. Hong Minor frowned and replied, not too good. Our people entered the Ox deity's maze and realized that the 9 Serenities golden crow had disappeared. Disappeared? Did those young people get it? Chen Kanglan frowned even more and said, I don't care about anything else. However, I must get the devouring demon fetus and the 9 Serenities golden crow. Otherwise, I won't be able to suppress my 14th brother. After all, the mystic world is the mystic world. No matter how smart you are, it's useless if you're not strong enough. Your Highness, don't worry. I've already sent people to interrogate those who entered the Ox deity's maze. We'll definitely find some clues. Actually, in my opinion, Ling Xiao seems to be the most suspicious. Hong Minor said. If it's Ling Xiao, it'll be easy. When we arrive at the Chen Kingdom's capital, he'll always be under my surveillance. Once I find any clues, I'll find him immediately. No matter how much I have to pay, I'll get those 2 things. If I can't, I'll kill him. Chen Kanglan could lower his status for a talent. However, he could also kill a talent for something that could increase his strength. This was a true hero. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know what happened in the carriage. He didn't know what they were talking about. However, Hong Minor was right about one thing. Not only did he get the devouring demon fetus, he also got the remnant soul of the 9 Serenities golden crow. After Ling Xiao bid farewell to Chen Kanglan, he used a special method to control Chen Changsheng and the Duke of Yu. These 2 guys were relatively strong. Once they rebelled, it would be difficult to suppress them. Therefore, he used the same method he used to deal with Ling Yuhua. If these 2 old guys didn't listen to him, they would die. Chen Changsheng and the Duke of Yu didn't want to die. Naturally, they were willing to listen to Ling Xiao. After all, it was the same whether they were the 13th prince's dog or Ling Xiao's dog. They just didn't want to accept it. After all, Ling Xiao's status was lower. He wasn't as noble as the 13th prince. However, they didn't have the confidence to refuse. As for the 8 Immortals Mountain, the Heavenly Wind Group, and the Duke of Yu's residence, they were all suppressed by the prisoners released from the ghost prison. The ones leading the prisoners were Lin Ruoxian, Moon Death, Xia Shui, and the elders of the Yu clan. Ling Xiao's method of controlling those prisoners was, of course, pills. Those fellows were all ferocious. If he wanted to subdue them in a short period of time, he could only use such methods. As long as they wanted to live, they had to listen to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao only spent a day to reform the three major powers in the Eight Immortals city. Although the Duke of Yu's residence continued to exist, it wasn't allowed to recruit soldiers. It couldn't exist as a power. It was just an idle duke's residence. The Heavenly Wind Group was changed into the City Defense Group. Xia Shuai was the group leader, and Chen Changsheng was the vice leader. The members of the group were all reselected. The first choice was loyalty. The second choice was strength and talent. The Eight Immortals Mountain still existed and became the only sect in the Eight Immortals city. However, the sect master became the elder of the Yu clan. The system of the 8 great clans was also completely abandoned. It was simply changed to the lower and upper Eight Immortals Mountain. Moreover, the disciples of the upper Eight Immortals Mountain were no longer judged by their clan. As long as they passed the test, they could enter regardless of whether they had a backer. In fact, it was similar to the inner and outer disciples of ordinary sects. Some of the elders were retained. However, Ling Xiao didn't hesitate to use pills to control them. After all, he was clear that there were many people who didn't want to accept him. The next day, a wandering cultivator came to the Eight Immortals city. It was a female. Her cultivation was at the first level of the Rebirth Realm. Chapter 2574. The wandering cultivator had not entered the cycle of reincarnation, but she was still invincible in the Eight Immortals city with her first-level Rebirth Realm cultivation. Her name was Haim Myung Ko. She was a cultivator from the Heavenly Dragon continent and was Ling Xiao's greatest enemy and most loyal companion. Haim Myung Ko was the holy son of the human race's sacred dynasty. However, when the sacred dynasty fell, she was also defeated by Ling Xiao. Later on, due to a freak combination of factors, she became friends with Ling Xiao and was now a valiant general of the Heavenly Empire. However, as of today, the gap between her and Ling Xiao was growing larger and larger. She had just advanced to the first-level Rebirth Realm, but Ling Xiao was already a cultivator at the late stage of the 7th level of Hell. She believed that this gap would only get bigger in the future. It was Ling Xiao who asked the Celestial Empire to send people over in order to stabilize the rule of the Eight Immortals County and establish a special force to guard the Eight Immortals County while eradicating spies and traitors who had infiltrated the Eight Immortals County. Haim Myung Ko brought more than 100 people. In order not to attract attention, they deliberately came from the remote place of Yuhua Town. The Eight Immortals City will depend on you in the future. It will be very helpful for your cultivation here. I hope you can enter the cycle of reincarnation as soon as possible. Only by entering the cycle of reincarnation can your cultivation continue to improve. Otherwise, you will be stuck at the first-level Rebirth Realm for the rest of your life. Ling Xiao reminded Haim Myung Ko, the stories we heard about the Rebirth Realm in the past are all wrong. If Haim Myung Ko entered the cycle of reincarnation, Ling Xiao would not worry about not having a successor. In any case, although most of the cultivators in the Heavenly Empire were not at the average level of the Black Tortoise continent, there was no problem in controlling a small place like the Eight Immortals city. I understand. You have to be careful too. From today onwards, you will be involved in the struggle for hegemony in the Black Tortoise continent. Although no one knows about your ambitions for now, they will know sooner or later. Haim Myung Ko reminded. Of course I know. Since I've chosen this path, I have no reason to fear. Ling Xiao smiled and said, starting tomorrow, the Eight Immortals City's Overlord Mansion will be built according to my blueprint. You can temporarily live in the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. I have already arranged everything. If you don't have enough manpower, you can go to Yuhua Town to look for people. The people there have already become loyal to me. All right. Ling Xiao had originally planned to catch up with Haim Myung Ko. Suddenly, someone came in to report. Ling Xiao had no choice but to let Haim Myung Ko leave first. The person who came in was Lin Yang. Boss, it's not good. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death have been captured. Kong Yu, Zhen Hai, Shi Yangran and Akira Toriyama have also been captured. When Lin Yang came in, he looked very anxious. They are all participants of the ox deity's maze. Do you know who did this? Ling Xiao asked. I'm not sure at the moment. But if senior sister Xian left a clue, maybe we can find the person who captured them. Lin Yang replied. I know. You can go and do what you need to do. You may not be able to intervene in the following matters. I will take care of it. Actually, after knowing that those people were captured, Ling Xiao already had a suspect in his heart. The most likely suspect was Ji Hyun of Silla, Chen Kanglan. That guy might be looking for something in the ox deity's maze, so he did this. Originally, the 13th prince was the biggest suspect. But the 13th prince was already imprisoned, so it was impossible. So it could only be Chen Kanglan. But speculation was speculation. No matter how confident he was, it was still speculation. In order to not wrongly accuse a good person, he planned to save them personally. Since Lin Ruoxian had left a clue, it would be easy to handle. After coming out of the Eight Immortals Mountain, Ling Xiao went straight to the place where Lin Ruoxian and the others were captured. His biggest taboo was when someone hurt his family and friends. Usually, he would not show mercy to such enemies. He would kill them directly. This time, it was no exception. He did not care how powerful the other party was or what they wanted to do. If anything happened to Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, he would definitely make them pay with their lives. Ling Xiao went at full speed. In just over 10 minutes, he had already arrived at an abandoned mine outside the Eight Immortals city. In this mine, a group of people were tied up. Not only were there disciples of the Eight Immortals Mountain, but there were also disciples of the Tianfeng group and the Duke of Yu's mansion. Of course, these people were all martial artists under Ling Xiao's city defense troop. As soon as he arrived near the mine, Ling Xiao slowed down and then sneaked into the mine in the form of a ghost wolf. He heard the conversation in the mine. Just as he expected, these people were captured because they wanted to know the whereabouts of the devouring demon fetus and the 9 nether golden crow's remnant soul. Unfortunately, among these people, even Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death did not know the whereabouts of these two things. It was useless to ask. However, there was still someone with a foul mouth. This person was Chen Bao from the Heavenly Wind Group. Don't kill me. I know that Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death have been with Ling Xiao all this time. They definitely know whether those two things were taken by Ling Xiao or not. Hearing this, Ling Xiao immediately had a strong killing intent. He was kind enough to spare Chen Bao's life. However, not only did this bastard not know how to repay his kindness, but he also betrayed Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. If he did not kill this bastard, Ling Xiao would have wasted his powerful strength. He was not in a hurry to enter because he wanted to know who else would betray Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. In the end, he waited for a long time. There were 8 people in the Heavenly Wind Group who followed Chen Bao's lead. Chen Beixian, on the other hand, was lying there quietly as if nothing had anything to do with him. There were also 4 people in the Duke of Yu's mansion. However, Xiaofeng Canyu and Xiaofeng Canyang did not take the lead. The strength that Ling Xiao had displayed that day had completely awed them, allowing the siblings to understand one thing. Ling Xiao was not someone they could mess with. Moreover, they would not be able to survive if they did not do anything. They were not that stupid. After a while, the 5 people continued to attack Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. Ling Xiao knew that it was time for him to make his move. His opponent was very strong as Chen Changsheng. However, Ling Xiao was even more powerful. After the battle with demon dragon Lin Quan, Chen Changsheng had not only achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation level, but also in his martial arts. It would not take much effort to kill such a person. Under the light of the fluorescent stones, a few heads suddenly fell to the ground. Everyone looked at the heads that rolled on the ground like watermelons and couldn't figure out what had just happened. Chen Bao was the only one who screamed in fear. Ling Xiao purposely did not kill him in the first attack so that he could experience the taste of fear before killing him. The elite fighter finally realized what was going on. He suddenly lunged at Lin Ruoxian and tried to use Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death as hostages to make Ling Xiao hesitate. However, no matter how fast he was not as fast as Ling Xiao. It was only one move. Ling Xiao used the move that he used to kill demon dragon Lin Quan. Shadow Martial Art, Ghost-Slaying Dragon. Chapter 2575. A martial artist at the peak of Yin-Yang Stage 7 transformation failed to block Ling Xiao's attack and died on the spot. Ling Xiao revealed his human form and looked at Chen Bao coldly. "Spare me. Sir Overlord, spare me. I was just muddle-headed for a moment." Chen Bao shouted in fear as he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. However, Ling Xiao did not have any sympathy or pity in his eyes. He flicked his right hand and a sword light pierced through the air. Chen Bao's throat was pierced. He was in extreme pain and suffocating as he gradually lost his vitality. "I said, those who follow me will prosper and those who oppose me will perish. However, it seems like some of you don't understand what's going on," Ling Xiao said coldly and released everyone. He then left with Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. As for the rest, it was not like they did not know the way. He did not have the responsibility of escorting them. Just as Ling Xiao entered the abandoned mine to save everyone, Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. In another secret place, An Po knelt in front of Chen Kanglan with a fearful expression. He had escaped but was caught by Chen Kanglan's subordinates and sent to this place. He was sent there while he was dizzy. He did not even know where this place was. "Your Highness Ji Hyun of Silla, An Po is willing to do anything for you." "I'll do anything for you," An Po said respectfully. He was begging for mercy. He did not want to die, so he could only pledge his loyalty to Chen Kanglan. "All right, there's something that will test your loyalty." Chen Kanglan smiled faintly. "Go to this place and stop Ling Xiao. Kill him." "Kill Ling Xiao?" An Po was stunned. Of course, he wanted Ling Xiao dead. This order was perfect for him. However, he was not confident. "You're afraid of that little demoness, right? It's all right. She's not with Ling Xiao. You don't have to worry at all. Kill him and I'll believe in your loyalty." Chen Kanglan smiled. "I don't understand. Didn't you save Ling Xiao? Why do you want to kill him? Are you really going to kill him?" An Po was a little confused. He was afraid that after killing Ling Xiao, he would offend Chen Kanglan instead. "That brat is disobedient. Is this reason enough?" Chen Kanglan asked calmly. "Enough. Enough." An Po knew that the members of the royal family had always believed that those who obeyed them would prosper and those who disobeyed them would perish. If they didn't like them or if they didn't want to submit to them, they would kill them without mercy. "Then let's go." Chen Kanglan waved his hand and handed a map to An Po. On the map was the route to intercept Ling Xiao. "Minute, follow him. I have one principle. Don't let Ling Xiao die, even if he only has one breath left. What I want is to devour the devil fetus and the 9 serenities underworld golden crow's remnant soul. If Ling Xiao really gets them, he will definitely use them in a life and death situation. An Po is perfect for this." After An Po left, Chen Kanglan said to Hong Minute. Just as Hong Minute was about to leave, Chen Kanglan suddenly changed his mind. "No, you shouldn't go. Ling Xiao knows you. If he sees you, he will think that I am the one behind this. It's better to find someone he doesn't know who is stronger than An Po." "Your Highness is indeed thoughtful. Minute will do it now. You two go first. Trouble is coming." On the way to 8 Immortal Mountain, Ling Xiao suddenly said to Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, "No. Although we are not as strong as you, we have broken through to the first transformation of Yin-Yang realm and reached the 7th level of hell. We can definitely help you." The reason why Lin Ruoxian and Yu Shong were captured was because they were too careless. Otherwise, with their current strength, even Chen Changsheng would have a hard time capturing them. Therefore, their combat strength was not that weak. Forget it. Let them stay, but don't force them. Ling Xiao stopped trying to persuade them because the enemy had arrived. "Since you are here, why are you still hiding?" Ling Xiao said coldly as he looked at a dark shadow not far away. "Ling Xiao, it's time to end the grudge between us." A figure stepped out of the darkness. Who else could it be but An Po? "You are really loyal. I only cut off one of the 13th prince's arms, and you want to kill me?" Ling Xiao laughed. "You are wrong. I am not killing you because of the 13th prince. I am killing you because you deserve to die." And Po was very unhappy. Ling Xiao actually forgot about him and didn't take him seriously at all. This was unacceptable to someone as powerful as him. Then why? Could it be that I unintentionally caused you to die without descendants? Ling Xiao said as he prepared the alchemy formation stones. He could feel that his opponent's strength had already far surpassed demon dragon Lin Quan's level. He was probably at the early stage of the 8th level of the yin-yang realm. This was not something he could fight head-on with his current strength. Using an array was probably the best choice. Bastard, have you forgotten about the spirit of the Shadow Black Gourd? This old man has stayed in the Dark Shadow Black Gourd for countless years and has also used the Dark Shadow Black Gourd to absorb the blood of many martial artists. I was almost able to condense a human form, but it was destroyed by you. Don't you deserve to die? And Po roared. So it's you? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then his face turned gloomy. If I knew you were like this, I would have killed you back then. He did not expect this guy to hide in the Shadow Black Gourd to absorb the blood of martial artists. This guy was too cunning. Ha ha ha, it's too late to regret now. With your current strength, you are no match for me without the help of that little demoness. And Po laughed out loud, feeling very comfortable. You know my relationship with Her Highness Ji Hyun of Silla. If you kill me, do you think she will let you go? Ling Xiao was trying to get information out of An Po. He wanted to know whether An Po was here purely for revenge or because of someone else's order. Do you want to know? At the moment of your death, I will tell you. An Po was really cunning. He did not want to say anything even if he was beaten to death. He just wanted to make Ling Xiao anxious. Well, in that case, I will beat you until you tell me. Ling Xiao knew An Po's true identity, so he could not let An Po continue to live. This guy seemed to have taken over old demon's body. If he continued to live, his family and friends would be in great danger. After all, not everyone had Tai Chi like him. Not everyone could see An Po's true body. Ruoxian, Moon Death, the two of you assist me. Except for the Black Demon Sword, I will give you all the magic treasures for now. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he gave all the magic treasures except for the Black Demon Sword to Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. With these magic treasures, the two girls' combat strength would increase and they would be of greater help to him. Ling Xiao knew very well that he had encountered the most terrifying opponent since he came to the Black Tortoise continent. If he could not win, he would die. Chapter 2576. Ling Xiao, be careful. Lin Ruoxian reminded him. Then, she and Moon Death came to an agreement. Each of them held a few Dharma treasures and retreated to the periphery, ready to assist Ling Xiao at any time. If the two of them directly participated in the battle, they would not be of much help to Ling Xiao. Instead, they might become a burden. However, the effect of assisting from the periphery was much better. Although Ling Xiao was wary of An Po, he was not afraid of An Po. He still had some tricks up his sleeve. Although An Po was strong, he did not have a martial soul. That was because he was a soul that occupied the body of the Earth Demon. Of course, with the body of the Earth Demon, his combat strength would still increase, but it would not be as obvious as a martial soul. The only thing I am wary of is that little devil girl. Today, she is not here. What can the three of you do to me? As he spoke, An Po took out two sharp fist blades. The fist blades were directly equipped on the wrist. During the battle, the hand blades would be there. Moreover, both hands could be used for other things. It was very convenient. After the weapons were equipped, An Po's aura suddenly became much stronger. That soaring aura seemed to scare off Ling Xiao and the rest. This guy was so strong that the three of them had to work together to deal with him. Although Ling Xiao was not willing to do so, he was not an old-fashioned person. Knowing that the opponent was strong and difficult to deal with, not asking for help was not courageous, but courting death. An Po did not waste any more time. His body suddenly moved. That fleeting figure was like a ghost. The originally strong aura was instantly restrained by him. Although he was so strong, he still used the Earth Demon's attack method. This An Po was really cautious. The more he was like this, the harder it was to deal with him. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He entered the purple lightning thunderball transformation state and held the male and female 8 immortal sword with both hands. The top lightning battle body burst out with a shocking power of lightning that circled around his body. Facing such a strong opponent, Ling Xiao was prepared to use all his means except for the heavenly tyrant martial soul. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death nervously stood at the periphery, carefully observing the battle. The two of them had already been suppressed by An Po's terrifying killing intent. Fortunately, he didn't face it directly. Otherwise, he would have been killed like a piece of wood. At this moment, they could only catch their breaths with Ling Xiao at the front. Now, they finally understood why Ling Xiao had asked them to assist in the periphery. When the two of them recovered from their shock, Ling Xiao and An Po were already engaged in battle. Ling Xiao's purple lightning ball transformation had an absolute advantage in terms of physical strength. It was as strong as a real purple lightning ball. In this regard, An Po was slightly inferior. The earth demon was good at sneak attacks, but its body wasn't strong enough. In the demon world, only the war demon had a strong body that was comparable to the demon beasts. Therefore, in the first collision between the two, although it was just a tentative contact, An Po was still pushed back 2 or 3 steps by Ling Xiao's strong body. In a battle of pure strength, An Po was definitely not Ling Xiao's opponent. This was the most terrifying thing about a beast warrior. Snake hair petrification shield, petrification ray. At this moment, Lin Ruoxian, who was assisting in the periphery, used her magic treasure and released the petrification ray. Moon Death also held the moonlight soul-controlling needle tightly, ready to use it at any time. This kind of magic treasure that could control or petrify people was the most difficult to deal with. An Po also understood. Therefore, when he was about to counterattack Ling Xiao, he had to give up. Instead, Ling Xiao followed up and punched him. The fist with purple lightning was more effective than the previous attack. An Po was pushed back 7 or 8 steps, and there were still electric arcs flashing on his body. Damn, that magic treasure is really a headache. Although the snake hair petrification shield could not completely petrify An Po, he would be at a disadvantage if he was only partially petrified for a moment. Ling Xiao was too sneaky. He would not let go of even the slightest chance to attack. It was like a sharp blade hanging over his head, making An Po unable to fight in peace. He glanced at Lin Ruoxian, wondering if he should kill Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death first so that he could focus on fighting Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao would not give him such a chance. Since he already had the upper hand, Ling Xiao would not stop attacking. Suddenly, a strange flower appeared in his palm. This flower was a terrifying black color. It seemed to be condensed from flames in the darkness, and it seemed to be calling from hell. 13 Shadow Esoteric Night Demon Flower. Ling Xiao did not intend to hold back against An Po, so he used the most powerful move he created before reincarnating. The Night Demon Flower was released and flew toward An Po at a terrifying speed. A cold and sinister aura expanded in the air, and the surrounding demon beasts roared in horror. What the hell? An Po was shocked to see the Night Demon Flower. With his cultivation, he could naturally sense how terrifying the Night Demon Flower was. The Night Demon Flower contained a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and earth. It made his hair stand on end and his hair stand on end. He tried to dodge. However, Moon Death used the moonlight soul-controlling needle at this moment. An Po lost the best chance to dodge, and he had no choice but to use his martial arts to fight back. Shadow Ghost Gate. An Po put away his fists and pushed forward with both hands. A huge and heavy gate appeared in front of him, and he kept retreating. After all, although the moonlight soul-controlling needle was effective, it was not as effective. Especially when used on An Po, it could not completely control his movements. Under An Po's gaze, the Night Devil Flower actually destroyed the huge ghost gate in an instant, and black flames spread out in all directions. The terrifying fire snakes continued to spread and pounced on An Po. An Po was horrified by this scene. The moment the Night Demon Flower exploded, he felt like he had just survived a disaster. The power was too terrifying. After all, the Shadow Ghost Gate was a top-tier Jade-grade martial arts technique, and it was destroyed so easily. This was beyond his expectations. Triple Shadow Ghost Gate. and Po did not dare to underestimate it, and he gathered his internal energy again, and 3 huge ghost gates appeared in front of him. After destroying the 3 gates of hell, the black flames finally extinguished. However, the fear and dread it brought took root in Po's heart. The ground seemed to have been burned to a crisp, and it turned into black powder. This made Po even more terrified. What kind of technique is this? Why is it so terrifying? I know you, and you can't possibly have such power. Po was shocked. Fortunately, he did not underestimate Ling Xiao and chose to retreat. Otherwise, he would have been burned to ashes if he was hit by the night demon flower. This was simply too surprising. Could the night demon flower be an immortal grade martial arts technique? Chapter 2577. Po frowned as he stared coldly at the young man in front of him. The more he thought about it, the more he realized how terrifying and talented this young man was. If he allowed this young man to continue growing, he would never be able to avenge his son. This young man's talent was unlike anyone else's. In time, even the entire Black Tortoise continent would submit to him, let alone the small Chen country. Ling Xiao frowned as well. He didn't expect Po to be able to block his night demon flower. Speaking of which, his cultivation was too weak. Otherwise, the night demon flower's power wouldn't have been limited to this. Not to mention 3 gates of hell, even 30 gates of hell would be enough to reduce him to ashes. The night demon flower consumed too much internal energy and couldn't be used too frequently. Ling Xiao could not help but sigh. But it didn't matter. He didn't expect this move to be able to kill Po. This kind of battle was more interesting, wasn't it? You must die. Otherwise, no one will be able to suppress you. Po didn't choose to retreat because of the night demon flower. Instead, he was determined to kill Ling Xiao. If he didn't kill Ling Xiao now, he would never have the chance to do so in the future. He knew this too well. This kid was too monstrous. Too terrifying. Shadow frenzy. Ling Xiao was all too familiar with this move. Most of the Dark Tribe's elders and top geniuses knew how to use it. But when it was used by Po, its power was incomparably terrifying. Ling Xiao knew that the time to test himself had come. He raised both swords. Terrifying energy gathered at the tip of the swords. Suddenly, both swords stabbed forward. Dark slash, yin-yang break. 2 top-tier jade-grade martial arts were used at the same time. The power wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It was even stronger. Shadow frenzy collided with the 2 moves. Ling Xiao was pushed back by 3 or 4 steps. Po, on the other hand, was a little abnormal. He was sent flying. In that instant, Ling Xiao saw through his opponent's scheme. Damn it! Sister Ruoxian, Moon Death, run! As he shouted, he jumped up and chased after Po. Po was too cunning. On the surface, he was attacking Ling Xiao, but in reality, he was targeting Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. At the same time that he repelled Ling Xiao, he borrowed the rebound force from Ling Xiao to increase his speed. He believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to catch up to him. As long as he killed Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, he would be able to fight Ling Xiao wholeheartedly. Otherwise, it would be too unbearable to keep being held back. Ha ha ha, you 2 little girls, you're really too annoying. I'll kill you 2 flies first, then I'll kill Ling Xiao. Amidst his maniacal laughter, Po unleashed his fist blades again. He used a move that was even more terrifying than before. It was a move from the shadow martial arts. Shattering yin-yang. Po's shattering yin-yang was more powerful than Ling Xiao's. Its speed was also faster than Ling Xiao's. Moreover, the sharp sword qi instantly enveloped Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. Originally, with Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death's abilities, they should be able to dodge this attack. After all, they still had the Space Blue Book in their hands. Unfortunately, these 2 girls weren't Ling Xiao. They were suppressed by Po's terrifying murderous aura and forgot that they still had such a treasure on them. Although they desperately used their defensive skills. In Ling Xiao's eyes, it was completely useless. Damn it, shifting forms. Shifting forms was a special skill that Ling Xiao had learned when he was in the Heavenly Dragon continent. However, he hadn't used it for a long time. He didn't expect it to come in handy today. His figure instantly switched places with Lin Ruoxian. Then, he sent Moon Death flying with a palm strike. At this moment, because he had wasted a lot of time saving Moon Death, he could only face and pose shattering yin-yang directly. He couldn't use the 1,000-mile wolf anymore. There wasn't enough time. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to circulate the power of the royal heaven-earth in his body. He hoped to use the peak lightning battle physique, the purple lightning thunderball transformation, and the mystic world physique to withstand and pose attack. And Po was really surprised that Ling Xiao could still save people in such a situation. However, after the surprise, he was ecstatic. Originally, it wasn't easy for him to find Ling Xiao's weakness. Now, the opportunity had come. Ling Xiao was right under his fist and there was absolutely no way for him to dodge. Ha ha ha, go to hell. The fist pierced through the peak lightning battle physique and easily tore through the lightning battle physique's defense. Then, it pierced through the purple lightning thunderball armor that wrapped around Ling Xiao's body and finally pierced through the mystic world physique. However, at this point, the power of shattering yin-yang had become very weak. Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and used this force to retreat. Hehe, do you think you can escape? Aren't you underestimating this old man too much? And Po's face revealed a sinister smile. He didn't pull out the fist, but it instantly erupted with an even more terrifying power. This old man has walked on more paths than you have eaten salt. You think I don't have special skills? Black Death demonic poison. The fist suddenly released a Black Death aura that instantly seeped into Ling Xiao's body and began to wreak havoc. Ha ha ha, this time, you're dead for sure. Looking at Ling Xiao's immobile body, and Po let out a wild laugh. Behind him, a tail stretched out and wrapped tightly around Ling Xiao's body. Then, the fist in his hand flashed with a terrifying cold light. There was less than a meter between the two of them. And Po was actually going to use the most powerful move he could currently use. He couldn't guarantee that he could kill Ling Xiao with other moves. Shadow martial art, ghost destroying king, ghost slaughtering dragon. After all, he was the ancestor of the Dark Tribe. The shadow martial art he cultivated was much more powerful than his descendants. He had cultivated to the level of the ghost slaughtering dragon. However, he was still inferior to Ling Xiao. Even so, at such a close distance, if he really hit Ling Xiao would definitely be dead. Even the blood spirit pill wouldn't be able to save him. This was the power of An Po's entire body. However, Ling Xiao was currently being tortured by the Black Death demonic poison. His body was stiff as a zombie, and he couldn't move at all. F***ck, if I'm going to die, I'll drag you down with me before I die. It was because of his unyielding spirit that Ling Xiao was able to survive until now. His eyes suddenly flashed with a terrifying light. His hands, which were originally stiff, actually began to move. Old dog, you've spun a cocoon around yourself. Shadow martial art, top jade grade final move, ghost fighting emperor. What? And Po was shocked when he saw Ling Xiao's move. He was the ancestor of the Dark Tribe. How could he not know that there was such a move in the shadow martial art? This terrifying power was definitely a top jade grade martial art. It was comparable to his shadow ghost gate. However, its attack power was much stronger. And Po's two moves were not as powerful as Ling Xiao's move. What should he do? At that moment, An Po thought of retreating. However, he couldn't back down now. If he retreated, he would definitely be in trouble. Therefore, he could only bite the bullet and attack. Chapter 2578. Rumble. Both of their attacks collided within a meter. The terrifying power sent both of them flying. Ling Xiao wasn't having a good time. And Po wasn't having a good time either. Although Ling Xiao was restrained and poisoned by the Black Death demonic poison, and Po's attack was more powerful. In the end, both of their conditions were basically the same. Ling Xiao's male and female 8 immortal swords were sent flying. He fell to the ground and looked like he was on the verge of death. Ling Xiao had never suffered such a serious injury since he stepped into the Black Tortoise continent. Today was really a day of suffering. The intense pain made him feel like he was suffocating. The potential in his cells was gushing out crazily from this attack, constantly attacking his body. However, He had no way to control this energy. It was really a bit depressing. Compared to Ling Xiao, An Po's situation wasn't much better. An Po was hit by Ling Xiao's most powerful attack. Both of his legs were broken and blood was flowing out of his body. However, this guy's cultivation was much higher than Ling Xiao's and he had many more tricks up his sleeve. He actually abandoned the Earth Demon's body and took out a brand new body from his storage ring. It was clearly a body that he had prepared long ago for possession. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao, you're finished. Crazy laughter came from the brand new body. However, Ling Xiao could tell that the process of Dark Soul's possession would take at least 10 minutes. Because he was hit, his soul was also affected. It was basically impossible for him to recover in a short time. And these 10 minutes were his chance. At this time, Lin Ruoxian, who was in shock, was the first to recover. He rushed to Ling Xiao's side and threw a blood spirit pill into Ling Xiao's mouth. He used his internal energy to stimulate the pill's effect. After all, Ling Xiao's injuries were so serious that he couldn't even digest the blood spirit pill. Moon Death, stop An Po. He's very weak right now, Lin Ruoxian shouted as he was treating Ling Xiao's injuries. Of course, Dark Po didn't want Ling Xiao to recover. Even if he wasn't strong enough after taking over Ling Xiao's body, he still wanted to kill Ling Xiao. But unfortunately, Yu Shong blocked in front of him. Seeing that Ling Xiao was injured like that because of his own incompetence, Moon Death was both sad and angry. She launched a frenzied attack, wanting to kill An Po. Although An Po dodged most of the attacks, he was able to stop An Po from attacking Ling Xiao. At this moment, it was basically a competition. Let's see who can recover faster and who can recover faster. Ling Xiao looked at An Po coldly. Although he was heavily injured, he was extremely calm. Sister Ruoxian, help me break through. This way, I'll recover faster. If he relied solely on the blood spirit pill, he would need at least 3 blood spirit pills to fully digest before he could recover. 1 blood spirit pill could only allow him to recover the ability to circulate his energy. But if he broke through, it would be a different story. If he broke through to the next realm, not only would his body recover quickly, his combat strength would also soar. By then, that old dog An Po wouldn't be his opponent at all. Moreover, he was constantly releasing the potential in his body. It would be a pity if he just let it go to waste. Ling Xiao, you're crazy. If you do that, you'll have to go through a lot of pain. Do you know that? Lin Ruoxian knew what Ling Xiao was trying to do. But if he did that, he would have to go through the most painful torture in the world. Because his body was broken, every time he circulated his energy, it would cause excruciating pain. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand it. I'm not crazy. I'm very calm. We don't know what other tricks An Po has. Yu Shong can stop him for a while, but it can't stop him forever. We have to hurry up. Otherwise, we'll all die. Ling Xiao endured the pain and said, all right, I'll help you. Lin Ruoxian knew Ling Xiao too well. Once Ling Xiao decided on something, it was impossible to change his mind. Instead of arguing here, he might as well help Ling Xiao break through as soon as possible. That way, he could prevent Ling Xiao from suffering even more pain. Seeing this, An Po laughed and said, idiot, you've already been poisoned by my Black Death demonic poison. You still want to break through? The Black Death demonic poison's greatest effect is its absorption of energy. Even if you don't die, you'll be stuck here for the rest of your life. Don't even think about breaking through. Ling Xiao naturally didn't care about what An Po said. The Black Death demonic poison was indeed terrifying. But Ling Xiao believed that even the Black Death demonic poison was afraid of what he had. Since he couldn't get rid of it, he would just swallow it. He would let this Black Death demonic poison become his strength. Doubt I beast, swallow this Black Death demonic poison. A pitch-black heavenly domain appeared behind Ling Xiao. It was vast and boundless, deep and mysterious. What's that? An Po was stunned for a moment. He instinctively felt a sense of fear and anxiety. Could that guy really be able to get rid of my Black Death demonic poison? No. Impossible. Although he said it was impossible, An Po was very anxious. He desperately circulated his inner strength to adapt to this new body as soon as possible. At the same time, he swallowed his precious elixirs. These elixirs were refined from the blood of countless genius disciples of the Eight Immortal Mountain. They were even better than the blood spirit elixir. Therefore, his recovery speed instantly surpassed Ling Xiao's. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and didn't pay attention to his opponent's situation. There was only one possibility that could allow him, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death to survive. That was to break through. It was very easy to break through from the late stage of the 7th hellish stage to the peak stage of the Yin-Yang First Revolution. He only used less than 5 minutes. After all, he had suffered such serious injuries. The potential released from his cells was terrifying. However, to break through from the 7th hellish stage to the 8th hellish stage was a hurdle. It was a very big hurdle. During this process, Ling Xiao felt as if he had experienced everything from the 1st hellish stage to the 7th hellish stage. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been unable to endure that kind of pain. However, to Ling Xiao, it was nothing. He had endured more painful torture than this in the past. If he could endure it in the past, he could also endure it now. In the pitch-black Tyrant universe, there was only the Broken Mountain River world. It was Ling Xiao who repaired the Broken Mountain River world bit by bit. The Heavenly Dragon continent, the Divine Phoenix continent, and the White Tiger continent. The 3 continents appeared in the Mountain River world as if they were perfect replicas of the real world. Other than living beings, everything else was the same. At this moment, the Mountain River world began to show the appearance of the Black Tortoise continent. However, it was only a small dot in the huge Black Tortoise continent. After this dot was enlarged, it was the vast land under the jurisdiction of the 8 Immortals County. When all of this appeared, Ling Xiao's cultivation seemed to be stimulated by some kind of power. Chapter 2579. When Ling Xiao broke through, the power of the royal heaven-earth continuously flowed into his limbs and bones, complementing the effects of the blood spirit pill. In addition, he recovered after breaking through. At that moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. He broke through. He also recovered. He directly advanced from the late stage of the 7th level of hell to the early stage of the 8th level of hell. The combat power of the 8th level of hell was dozens of times higher than the 7th level of hell. At that moment, Ling Xiao was like a giant beast that could swallow the sky and destroy the sea, releasing an aura that could destroy the world. He suddenly opened his eyes. 2 terrifying bolts of lightning shot out from his eyes, piercing through the clouds in the sky. Wind and lightning surged. The sky changed color. Lin Ruoxian was astonished by his strength. However, and Po was terrified. Ling Xiao benefited from the disaster. Not only did he not die, but he also refined the Black Death demonic poison. Coupled with the large amount of potential in his body, he made a huge breakthrough in his cultivation. At the same time, and Po had also regained his peak strength. However, he did not dare to fight again. Before Ling Xiao broke through, he could not suppress Ling Xiao. Instead, he was beaten to the point that he had to give up his strongest body. Now that Ling Xiao had broken through, how could he still have a chance of winning? He turned and fled in fear. He did not want to stay here for a second longer. However, Ling Xiao only looked at him indifferently. His expression was cold, and his gaze was indifferent as if there was no killing intent. However, and Po knew very well that he could not kill Ling Xiao just now. Now that Ling Xiao had recovered and broken through, he would definitely kill and Po. What was dignity? What was dignity? He had escaped from Ling Xiao once, and he did not mind escaping again today. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao would not give him the chance. I spared your life on a whim, but I did not expect you to not be grateful and want to kill me instead. If not for my strong foundation, I would have been killed by you. Do you really think I will let this happen again? The wolf travels 1,000 miles, lightning wolf. Ling Xiao's body turned into a flash of lightning and appeared behind An Po in an instant. No matter how fast An Po was, he could not outrun the wolf. Damn it, why did I provoke him? Why? This guy's cultivation speed was so fast, and his improvement was godly. So many people wanted to kill him, but they couldn't. He's naturally a person with great fortune. Going against him is simply courting death. It's too late now. And Po was annoyed. If he had not made an enemy out of Ling Xiao, he would have been the strongest person in the 8 Immortals County. In the future, he might be able to live a carefree life as an ancestor of the dark race. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. The lightning behind him had already caused his body to feel waves of piercing pain. He knew that he was finished. He could only desperately shout, "Help!" A figure descended from the sky. This person's cultivation was even stronger than Enpo's. He had reached the middle stage of the 8th level of hell. He was dressed in black and wore a black scarf. Obviously, he did not want others to recognize his face. "Young man, where it's possible to let people off, you should spare them. He didn't kill you, but helped you to break through. Why don't you spare his life?" The black-clothed man was very arrogant. He spoke to Ling Xiao in an arrogant tone. "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like this?" At this moment, even if God was standing in front of Ling Xiao, he would not be able to stop him from killing Enpo. Although the black-clothed man was strong, he was nothing in Sumo's eyes. "Young man, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Please let him go because I think highly of you. Don't force me to do it." The black-clothed man was obviously angry, but his arrogant tone was still there. However, at the moment he said those words, a cold light flashed across his eyes. He suddenly felt that his head was separated from his body. He felt cold at the bottom of his neck. He was horrified to see his body standing there shakily. "I'm dead." The black-clothed man lost his life in a daze. Even at the moment of his death, he still did not understand how Ling Xiao did it. "It's your turn, Enpo. Even if God is here, he won't be able to help you." Ling Xiao's sword cut off the black-clothed man's head and pierced Enpo's throat. The terrifying lightning pierced Enpo's spiritual sea. This time, Enpo could no longer transfer his soul to another body. "Monster." In his final struggle, Enpo yelled out these 2 words in horror. "You're right. I'm a monster. I specialize in killing bastards like you." Soul capture. The 4-leaf demonic eyes released a strange demonic light. From Enpo's spiritual sea, Ling Xiao obtained the information he wanted. Soul capture. Let your power become my power. At that moment, all of Enpo's cultivation was integrated into Ling Xiao's body. This guy was indeed a martial artist at the early stage of the 8th level of hell in yin-yang transformation. Just soul capture alone was enough to increase Ling Xiao's cultivation by 40%. What a pity. That guy died too quickly. Soul capture could only be used on the living. It had no effect on the dead. The martial artist at the middle stage of the 8th level of hell in yin-yang transformation was already dead. He could not use this move at all. However, Ling Xiao was not greedy. He could not overdo it by relying on soul capture to increase his combat power. He had to increase it by 1 stage. Then, he would train and make this combat power belong to him. Otherwise, if too many external combat powers accumulated, it would be impossible to get rid of them. The unlucky one would be Ling Xiao himself. After dealing with Enpo, Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He had gained a lot from this battle. However, the process was extremely thrilling. Ling Xiao had almost walked through the gates of hell. But fortunately, he managed to pull through. This was the life of a martial artist. It was absolutely impossible for a martial artist to never encounter danger on the road of martial arts. Only after experiencing danger again and again, and then transforming, could one truly grow. Who sent that person just now? Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death walked over and asked Ling Xiao. It doesn't matter who sent him. What matters is that he is already dead. Ling Xiao did not want to tell Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death the truth. He was worried that it would bring danger to the 2 girls. It would also bring him trouble. He found out from Enpo's spirit sea that the mastermind of this assassination was Chen Kanglan of Jihyun of Silla. As for the reason, he knew very well. However, he did not intend to expose it. He would pretend that he did not know anything for now. After all, with his current strength, he was still unable to fight against Jihyun of Silla. Sooner or later, he would take revenge. For now, he would make use of Jihyun of Silla's connections and power. This would make him safer in the Chen Kingdom. Let's go. It's time to go back. Ling Xiao hid some secrets in his heart. He brought Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death back to Eight Immortal Mountain. Chapter 2580. Ling Xiao felt that it was necessary to say goodbye to his friends and family before he left. By the way, don't tell anyone about what happened today so that they won't be worried. On the way, Ling Xiao reminded Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, also, I plan to give the other 2 places to you. So, let's go to the Arcana Academy together. Continue to become stronger. I believe that you were very unhappy just now. You had the ability, but you didn't perform well because of your lack of experience. I don't want to comfort you because this is indeed your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been injured so badly. So, if you don't want me to be injured again, fight. Go to a wider world to fight. Enrich your experience and continue to strengthen your strength. Understood. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death felt much better after being reprimanded by Ling Xiao. They swore that they would never make such a mistake again. Today's incident was their biggest lesson. In a secret place in the Eight Immortals County. And Po is dead. The people who were sent to protect him are also dead. That Ling Xiao is really surprising. He broke through again in such a short time. During this process, he didn't use the ability of the Netherworld Golden Crow, nor did he devour the demon fetus. Hong Minute let Chen Kanglan lie on her lap. She was carefully tidying up the hair of the Ji-Hyun of Silla. She was casually talking about the news she had just received. Yeah, it's amazing. I was already shocked that he could kill An Po. It's even more amazing that he could kill the people who were sent to protect An Po. Chen Kanglan closed his eyes and said with a smile, it seems that this kid has a lot of secrets. Why? Your Highness, are you tempted? Hong Minute smiled. Yeah, as long as it's a treasure, how can I not be tempted? But don't do it now. Let's use him to help me get rid of 14th brother first. Anyway, he can't escape from me. Chen Kanglan's lips curled into a proud and confident smile, as if everything was under his control. Will he know that we sent An Po over? Hong Minute suddenly asked. How could he know? An Po didn't say anything, and the person we sent was a death warrior who would never speak. This secret would forever be buried in the 2 corpses. Ling Xiao would never know about it. He will only think that I, Chen Kanglan, really treat him as a good friend. In fact, it's just a weapon of mine. It's better than an ordinary dog. Chen Kanglan sneered. Haha, Your Highness, you're so bad. Poor Ling Xiao. I reckon that he'll be kept in the dark even until his death. Hong Minute smiled happily. The Ling Xiao they were talking about had already returned to the Eight Immortals Mountain. In the Moon Clan, he met his friends. Other than Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, there was also Lin Yang, Qingwan Flower, Orange Feiying, and the others. Although these people were not strong, they had never abandoned Ling Xiao. Even when Ling Xiao's life and death were uncertain, they had never betrayed him. Therefore, he would not treat them badly. He would give them what they deserved. As for who could hold on to it, it would depend on them. In the future, the Eight Immortals County, and even the Chen Nation, would be managed by these friends. Ji-Hyun of Silla has given me 5 days to settle the matters in the Eight Immortals County. I'll be leaving tomorrow. Before I leave, I'll give you these things. As he spoke, he took out the elixirs, Dharma treasures, and martial arts manuals that he no longer needed. These things might not be worth mentioning to him, but to these people, they were priceless treasures. Each and every one of them was something that they could only dream of but could not get. Oh, you're indeed the boss. When you first joined the Eight Immortals Mountain, you were not as good as me. But now, you've grown to the point where you can defeat the leaders of the 3 major forces in the Eight Immortals County. Speaking of which, I'm really impressed. Lin Yang was a straightforward and blabbermouth fellow. However, Ling Xiao did not feel abrupt at all. Instead, he felt very happy. Friends should be like this. No matter when, they should be like this. Otherwise, they would not be friends. After I leave, don't slack off. Cultivate well and strive to reunite in the royal city. I'm going to Yuhua town. Ling Xiao stood up and left. The first place he went to when he arrived in Yuhua town was not the Ling family, but the Ling family cemetery. His father, Ling Tai, who had been reincarnated into this world, was buried there. In front of the grave, there were many foods that Ling Tianxiong loved to eat when he was alive. Ling Xiao held a wine jar in his hand and looked at the tombstone. "Father, although you're only my father in this reincarnation, you're still my father. But to me, you're my closest relative in the Black Tortoise continent. Starting tomorrow, I'll be going to the Chen nation's royal city. I know that this is still far from the goal you gave me. The most powerful place in the Black Tortoise continent, the Immortal Palace, is the most powerful place in this continent. Don't worry, I'll definitely go. Not only will I make those people in the Immortal Palace pay the price for harming you, but I'll also save you. Let's drink up this jar of wine." After speaking, Ling Xiao poured a jar of wine in front of the grave and drank another jar. Before he left, he strengthened the array formation here. The stronger he was, the better he could control the formation. Therefore, strengthening it was necessary. After paying respects to his father, he returned to the Ling family. Although he had no feelings for this family, it was still the first force that supported him in the Black Tortoise continent. It was only right to go back and take a look. Now, everyone in the 8 Immortals County had to look up to him, not to mention the small Yuhua town. The people here had long heard of the legendary story of him fighting the 3 faction leaders alone and defeating them. The storyteller would tell this story in the tavern almost every day, but there were many people listening every day. It was as if they never got tired of hearing it. Originally, Yuhua town only had the statue of the sword and saber Shen Huang. Now, there was another statue that was bigger and more majestic than the statue of the sword and saber Shen Huang. He was called Ling Xiao Shen Huang. Ling Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry about this statue. Although the carving material was excellent and the carving was very high, he felt that the name was a little out of place. However, in any case, it was the filial piety of the people of Yuhua town, so he didn't say anything. After visiting the statue, he embarked on his journey. This time, after returning to the 8 Immortals County, he would follow Ji Hyun of Silla and Chen Kanglan to the Chen Kingdom's capital. He might not return for a long time. "Goodbye, Yuhua town, the place where I reincarnated." He directly broke through the sky and left. Ling Xiao didn't like riding demonic beasts. The main reason was that he wanted to cultivate all the time. Flying for a long time and a long distance was very beneficial to his movement technique and inner strength. Others were worried about wasting inner strength, but he wasn't. Chapter 2581. The day before Ling Xiao left the 8 Immortals County, Ji Hyun of Silla and Chen Kanglan moved into the 8 Immortals County's Guardian Mansion. After Ling Xiao returned to the 8 Immortals County, he found Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. He then went to the Guardian Mansion to visit Ji Hyun of Silla and Chen Kanglan. A man and 2 women walked in the courtyard of the Guardian Mansion, attracting the envious gazes of the crowd. It was unknown if they were envious of Ling Xiao for having 2 beautiful women accompanying him, or if they were envious of Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death for being able to accompany the 8 Immortals County Lord. In short, the envious voices were incessant. As for the little devil girl, Ling Xiao had temporarily placed her in the mountain river world. The little devil girl was too strong and too eye-catching. She should be used as Ling Xiao's trump card. Moreover, the more secretive she was, the higher the success rate when carrying out secret missions. Anyway, the mountain river world was not small. It would be difficult for the little devil girl to walk around in the huge space. Halfway through, Chen Kanglan came out with Hong Minute to welcome them. Chen Kanglan was indeed a formidable person. He knew how to win people over. If Ling Xiao had not found out about Chen Kanglan's true colors from An Po, he would have been very grateful to this person. "Ha ha ha, brother Ling Xiao, you are finally here." Chen Kanglan affectionately grabbed Ling Xiao's hand and smiled. It was as if they were brothers meeting. Ji Hyun of Silla's eyes glanced at Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death and revealed a shocked expression. After all, there were not many women who were so beautiful and talented. Especially Lin Ruoxian, whose beauty and temperament were not inferior to Hong Minite's. However, Ji Hyun of Silla was Ji Hyun of Silla. After a moment of surprise, he quickly regained his composure. What did the profound world lack? The only thing it did not lack was women. In this world of experts, powerful and beautiful women could be found everywhere. Although Lin Ruoxian had a beauty that could turn the world upside down, Moon Death's appearance could also be considered peerless. But how could a man who wanted to do great things be burdened by a woman? Chen Kanglan understood this because his elder brother, the Crown Prince, had been ruined by a woman. That Crown Prince actually went to sleep with his father's woman. Wasn't that courting death? In the end, he was crippled and banished to the cold palace forever. He deserved it. Brother Ling Xiao, you're so lucky. You have so many beauties in your arms, and they're all devastatingly beautiful. Chen Kanglan smiled at Ling Xiao. Ji Hyun of Silla, that's where you're wrong. You've never seen the real peerless beauty. That's the only woman that Ling Xiao truly loves. For people like me, I'm already satisfied to be his friend. On one hand, Lin Ruoxian wanted to clarify her relationship with Ling Xiao. On the other hand, she wanted to tell Chen Kanglan not to try to win over Ling Xiao from the woman's side. Be careful not to go for wool and come home shorn. Ha ha ha, it seems that brother Ling Xiao's heart belongs to someone. Forget it, let's not talk about these things. Since we're already here, let's ride. Brother, come with me on the black tortoise carriage. Ji Hyun of Silla seemed to have realized that Ling Xiao did not like to talk about these things, so she immediately changed the topic. In the sky, a luxurious carriage was floating there. The one pulling the carriage was actually a black tortoise with the bloodline of the black tortoise. This black tortoise was extremely powerful when it was born. In the Black Tortoise continent, only the nobles were qualified to ride the black tortoise carriage. It was against the law for ordinary people to ride it. It would be very troublesome if they were discovered. Of course, if you were powerful, you would be an exception. The black tortoise carriage looked very big, enough for dozens of people to ride, so it was more than enough for the 5 of them. Thank you, Your Highness, for your kindness. Ling Xiao did not reject, nor did he have a reason to. He did not know the way to the capital of the Chen Kingdom, nor did he have a map. He could only follow His Highness Ji Hyun of Silla. In the black tortoise carriage, Chen Kanglan and Ling Xiao chatted for a while, then they went to rest. The black tortoise carriage was really big. It was so big that the distance from the front of the carriage to the back was at least a few hundred meters. Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death were resting at the back of the carriage. Chen Kanglan and Hong Minute were at the front of the carriage. There were a few doors in between. Your Highness, if you like those 2 girls, just accept them. I don't think Ling Xiao will make an enemy out of you because of those 2 girls, right? Hong Minute said with a smile. No, a little impatience will spoil great plans. Although I am a pervert, it would be foolish to spoil great plans because of lust. Chen Kanglan shook his head and said, let them follow Ling Xiao first. When Ling Xiao is no longer of any use, it won't be too late to snatch those 2 girls away. At the back of the carriage, Ling Xiao looked at the scenery outside the window with a calm gaze. Lin Ruoxian was a little worried. Ling Xiao, I'm afraid it's not good for you to go to the capital of the Chen Kingdom. The matter with the 13th prince is one of them. Although that guy is a good-for-nothing, he is still the son of the Chen Kingdom's king. If you offend him, you won't have an easy time. And that Chen Kanglan, I always feel that he is too cunning and hard to get along with. I don't know what he is thinking. It's normal that it's not good. After all, the Chen Kingdom's king has gathered all the experts of the Chen Kingdom. Don't look at how powerful I am in the 8 Immortals County, but when I go there, I'm just a low-level warrior. Danger is inevitable. Ling Xiao chuckled and said, just like the moment I stepped into the 8 Immortals County, there were many experts stronger than me, but didn't I still make it here? To me, the more experts there are, the more battles there will be, and the faster my strength will increase. To put it bluntly, the Chen Kingdom's king is just a stepping stone for me. If I don't even dare to go there, then how can I roam the Black Tortoise continent? Lin Ruoxian thought about it and agreed. Ling Xiao had many secrets, so many that she couldn't count them all. Perhaps it was just as Ling Xiao said, that she was worrying too much. Yu Shong, on the other hand, looked at Ling Xiao with admiration. In her eyes, Ling Xiao was the embodiment of a perfect warrior, an invincible existence. How could he be defeated? Ling Xiao was, of course, not as strong as Moon Death imagined. But he was also not as weak as Lin Ruoxian feared. He was a powerful beast god warrior. He also had a top-notch lightning battle body. He also had first-level and second-level immortal grade martial techniques. Even the young people in the royal city might not be able to compare with him. Not to mention his powerful tyrannical martial soul, mysterious external incarnation, the butterfly lady spirit, and Yuan Venerate. These were all his trump cards. Any one of them would be very shocking. Even if it is a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, I will still give it a try. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Suddenly, he felt a strong sense of danger. Ling Xiao grabbed Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death and jumped out of the black tortoise carriage. The moment he jumped out of the black tortoise carriage, a huge hand appeared in the sky and turned into a huge claw, smashing the black tortoise carriage into dust. Ling Xiao saw that Ji Hyun of Silla, Chen Kanglan, and Hong Minor had also escaped in advance. Chapter 2582. Ling Xiao, you guys go to the Imperial City first. These people are coming for me. Chen Kanglan's expression did not change in the face of such a powerful attack. Even Hong Minute, who was beside him, had a calm smile on her face. It was as if they did not care about these people at all. Hearing his words, before Ling Xiao could say anything, a fiery red figure suddenly stepped out of the clouds and revealed a ferocious smile. Ha ha ha, Chen Kanglan, you and the people around you will not leave today, especially that Ling Xiao. If you kill him, your trip to the 8 Immortals City will be in vain. The person who spoke did not reveal his true face, so it was difficult to determine which group he was from. After all, Chen Kanglan wanted to fight for the throne and would offend many people. It was most likely the 14th prince. The dragon cult might also be involved. It was also possible that the 13th prince's people were here to save him. This was because the moment the black turtle carriage was destroyed, the 13th prince had already been snatched away by the huge hand. However, one thing was for sure. The opponent was very powerful and wanted to kill them all. Sister Ruoxian, Moon Death, follow me. We will kill our way out. These people's main target is Chen Kanglan. In their eyes, we are just clowns. Ling Xiao lowered his voice. The moment the opponent attacked, he suddenly dashed in a direction. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death followed behind him. The two of them had already taken out their Dharma treasures and were ready to use them at any time. Just as Ling Xiao expected, there were a total of 5 people. 4 of them pounced on Chen Kanglan and Hong Minute. Only one of them pounced on Ling Xiao and the other 2. Petrification Ray. Moonlight Control. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death used their Dharma treasures at the same time, causing the person to be in a trance for a moment. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to pull out the 8 Immortals sword and stabbed out. It was the same move that destroyed An Po's body, the Ghost War Emperor. Now that his cultivation was much stronger than before, it was reasonable to say that the power of this move should be even more terrifying. However, at the moment when he stabbed the other party, he only managed to scratch the other party's skin. This made Ling Xiao turn pale with fright. He immediately released the Night Demon Flower. Only the Night Demon Flower could instill fear in his opponents. The Night Demon Flower exploded in the sky. Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death were nowhere to be seen. Of course, that powerhouse didn't die. He immediately chose to dodge when he sensed danger. However, he still lost an arm because of this. They also lost sight of Ling Xiao and the others. Damn it! How dare you make an enemy of the dragon cult? You must die. He actually endured the intense pain and chased after the place where Ling Xiao and the others had fallen. At this time, Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death had already landed on the ground. For a Yin-Yang Realm martial artist, especially a Yin-Yang Realm First Transformation martial artist, flying through the void was not a rare thing. Therefore, even if they fell from a high altitude, there wouldn't be any problems. Big brother Ling Xiao, what should we do next? Moon Death asked. Ambush, kill. Ling Xiao sneered. That person's arm was destroyed by me. He'll definitely be angry and chase after us. Let's set up an ambush here and beat him up. That's a dragon cult expert. He's at least a Yin-Yang Realm First Transformation level 9 of hell. Can the 3 of us fight him? Lin Ruoxian asked worriedly. Have you forgotten about the little demoness? Ling Xiao smiled strangely. Since the opponent was a target that he couldn't defeat no matter what, it was simple. Naturally, his avatar could play a crucial role in this. Who would know if he secretly killed that guy? Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death also looked enlightened. Then, the three of them hid in the dark. Ling Xiao released the little demoness. He also threw out a formation refining stone. He couldn't let that guy escape. Therefore, the formation released by the formation refining stone was the Plague Bone formation that Ling Xiao was most proficient in. The Plague Bone formation came from the Plague Demon King's formation. Ling Xiao improved it. Not only could it weaken the opponent due to the plague poison, but it could also absorb the opponent's inner strength. It could also form a large plague barrier to prevent the enemy from escaping. The dragon cult member didn't know that there was danger. He didn't expect that 3 mere ants would dare to ambush him here. When he fell from the sky, he didn't even have the slightest bit of vigilance. He lifted his leg and rushed toward the trap that Ling Xiao deliberately set up. That was because he left his aura in that direction. However, the moment the dragon cult expert lifted his leg, the plague bone formation was activated. The formless plague poison gas instantly entered the dragon cult expert's body. That guy reacted quickly and noticed that something was wrong. He wanted to escape, but the green plague barrier had already formed around him. His inner strength was constantly being drained, which made him extremely surprised and terrified. Who is it? Who is this expert? Why is he making an enemy of my dragon cult? Until now, the dragon cult expert still didn't know that he had fallen into Ling Xiao's hands. He released his martial soul. It was a devil dragon that was several times stronger than Lin Quan's devil dragon. It began to devour the plague poison gas. Little demoness, go. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't give the dragon cult expert a chance to escape. He immediately ordered the little demoness to attack. The little demoness' strength was not weaker than the dragon cult expert. In addition, she had the terrifying light of the netherworld and the plague bone formation. This made the dragon cult expert fall to the ground in an instant. It was impossible for him to escape even if he wanted to. Ling Xiao immediately used Soul Snatch and Soul Snatch while the other party still had a bit of breath left. The information obtained by Soul Catcher was very simple. This person was a disciple of the dragon cult, and he was just an ordinary disciple. The dragon cult was divided into 4 grades: core disciple, elite disciple, ordinary disciple, and servant disciple. This guy was just an ordinary disciple. This time, he was ordered to kidnap the 13th prince. In fact, killing Chen Kanglan was secondary. The benefits of Soul Catcher were many. Ling Xiao's cultivation instantly increased by 7 energy points. He instantly reached the early stage of the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm with 100% energy. As long as he experienced an evenly matched battle, he would be able to break through. This guy is just an ordinary disciple of the demonic dragon cult, but he has a lot of good things in his storage ring. He even has a top-tier Jade grade martial skill. It's really infuriating to compare with others. Ling Xiao rummaged through the dragon cult expert storage ring. In addition to a large number of spiritual stones and elixirs, there were also top-tier Jade grade martial skills. Thinking back to the 8 Immortals City, low-grade top-tier Jade grade martial skills were enough to incite endless killing between martial artists. This really made people sigh with emotion. It seems like we made the right choice to go to the royal capital. Whether it's the resources or the environment, it's much better than the 8 Immortals City. Lin Ruoxian said. Chapter 2583. I don't need these pills. You can split them among yourselves. Ling Xiao suddenly said. Rather than saying that he didn't need them, it was more accurate to say that he didn't care about them at all. The pills that he refined himself were much better than these lousy ones. However, to him, they were lousy. To Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, they were treasures. However, the 2 girls knew that Ling Xiao knew how to refine pills, so they didn't decline and accepted them directly. Let's go. We don't need to meet up with Chen Kanglan. We'll go directly to the Chen Kingdom's capital. After the previous incident, Ling Xiao realized that following Chen Kanglan was not only not safe, but also very dangerous. They might be intercepted and killed again. It was better to go to the Chen Kingdom's capital alone. It was more secretive and less likely to be attacked. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death had no reason to object. Therefore, the three of them kept a low profile and didn't fly. Instead, they hurried through the forest. They had obtained a map from Chen Kanglan, so they wouldn't get lost. The three of them hurried on. When night fell, Ling Xiao ordered them to set up camp by the roadside. It was very dangerous to travel at night. Even a warrior's vision would be greatly affected. Moreover, the journey to the Chen Kingdom's capital was very dangerous. They had to pass through the terrifying western mountain range. There were some places in the mountain range that even a yin-yang realm warrior at the 18th level of hell didn't dare to enter easily. Ling Xiao naturally didn't dare to take the risk. The three of them sat in a tent by the roadside and cultivated. Around dawn, a jade thumb ring in Ling Xiao's storage ring suddenly shook violently. This jade thumb ring was given to him by Ling Yang. He said that it was proof of their brotherhood. Ling Xiao had always thought so too. However, the jade thumb ring suddenly shook violently tonight. Ling Xiao suddenly felt that things might not be so simple. He didn't disturb Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. He left a letter in the tent and then released the jade thumb ring. The jade thumb ring pierced through the air, heading in a certain direction at high speed. Ling Xiao believed that Ling Yang would not harm him, so he also believed that this jade ring would not lead him into a ditch. Therefore, he also chased after them. After about half an hour, he found a cave behind a waterfall. The cave was very hidden, and there were obvious signs of man-made construction. After entering the cave, the jade ring continued to move forward and brought Ling Xiao to a stone house. Inside the stone house, there was a corpse that had already withered to the point that only bones remained. There was also a jade thumb ring on the finger of the corpse, which was almost identical to the one in Ling Xiao's hand. The word Ling was also engraved on it, but the color was different. The one in Ling Xiao's hand was carved from suet white jade. However, this jade thumb ring was made of the finest golden jadeite. The moment the two jade thumb rings came into contact with each other, the environment in the stone house underwent a huge change. Originally, there was nothing but spider webs, dust, and a corpse. Now, there was a large number of neatly stacked spirit stones, various magic treasures, pills, and martial arts manuals. Yang you're finally back. The moment those treasures appeared, an illusory figure also appeared at the same time. However, this should be a recorded image, so it didn't recognize Ling Xiao. Instead, it was narrating something. When the two jade thumb rings come together, it means that you have successfully cultivated and returned to the Chen Kingdom's capital. Our Ling family's blood feud cannot be forgotten. However, you must not be reckless. Otherwise, I won't be at ease even if I become a ghost in the underworld. The things here are enough for you to have the same starting point as those royal nobles. With your talent, you will soon surpass them. When the time is ripe, I only have one request. Punish the people who framed the Ling family back then and avenge the Ling family. At this point, the speech ended. Ling Xiao looked at this scene and suddenly understood. This should be the Ling family patriarch who was wrongfully killed by the Chen Kingdom's royal family. Of the Ling family, only Ling Yang was left to drag out an ignoble existence. Before the Ling family patriarch died, he left this stone house for his son, Ling Yang, to inherit. This way, Ling Yang wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources. After thinking about it, Ling Xiao put away the two jade thumb rings and everything else in a storage ring. This was his good brother's stuff. No matter how jealous he was, he couldn't touch it. Of course, if Ling Yang gave it to him, he wouldn't be polite. After all, spirit stones contained pure heaven and earth spirit chi. Martial artists could absorb spirit tools from spirit stones to increase their cultivation speed and efficiency. Low-grade spirit stones were the main currency in the mystic world. For this kind of thing, no matter how much you had, it would never be too much. After putting away the things, Ling Xiao didn't go back the way he came. Instead, his curiosity drove him to continue forward. This was because he discovered that there was a passage in the other direction of the stone house. Perhaps it was the Ling family's escape route. He really hoped that the Ling family wasn't completely dead. If that was the case, Ling Yang still had relatives. Who is it? After walking forward for about an hour, a white shadow suddenly flashed in front of him. Ling Xiao's mood became extremely nervous, but he was also a little excited. He gritted his teeth and sped up to chase after it. Perhaps there really was someone from the Ling family who survived. After chasing for more than 3 hours, he finally finished the long tunnel. His eyes suddenly opened up, as if he had arrived at another world. The bright moonlight covered the earth. The jungle was quiet and cold. Everything was so quiet, so beautiful, and so refreshing. Under the moonlight, a beautiful figure stood on the treetops. She clearly existed, but it was like a dream, so unreal. Looking at that peerless beauty, Ling Xiao's heart completely collapsed in an instant. As a man, his tears gushed out like a flood. Not because of beauty, but because of that face. Wasn't that the love of his life that he thought about day and night? Wasn't that his sister, the Moon Lady? The beautiful figure was wearing a layer of soft white gauze. Under the cold moonlight, she seemed to merge perfectly with the moon. However, it gave off a pitiful and lonely feeling. One couldn't help but want to hug her delicate body and take care of her. But one wouldn't have a blasphemous heart. Is she the Moon Lady? Isn't she? Ling Xiao felt that his brain was a little muddled. He couldn't wrap his head around it. According to the clues that he had obtained, the Moon Lady should be in the Eternal Palace. However, the woman in front of him had the appearance and aura of a Moon Lady. Ling Xiao believed that he wasn't mistaken. It was just that the Moon Lady now looked much younger. She originally looked like she was in her 20s, but now she looked like she was only 16 or 17 years old. She was less mature, but more sweet. Who are you? Why are you here in the middle of the night? The pitilessly beautiful woman opened her mouth to speak. Chapter 2584. The woman's voice was like the sound of nature. It was fascinating. However, Ling Xiao suddenly felt sad and helpless. Yes, the woman he loved had no choice but to reincarnate because of him. Reincarnation was different from entering the mortal world. One would temporarily lose the memories of their previous life. Only after 10 lives of reincarnation would one's memories be completely restored. However, while feeling sad and helpless, Ling Xiao was also filled with happiness. It didn't matter if the Moon Lady still recognized him. As long as he recognized the woman he loved, that was enough. He believed that this was the Moon Lady because the feeling of being together day and night couldn't be fake. She was the love of his life. However, he obviously couldn't appear too intimate at this moment. Otherwise, he would really scare this girl. I'm Ling Xiao. I was chasing a white figure and accidentally entered this place. Please forgive me if I disturbed you. Ling Xiao tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart and said as calmly as possible, "May I know where this place is? Why are you here alone?" He had countless questions in his heart. The person in front of him was definitely the Moon Lady. However, why was the Moon Lady here? Why was she alone in the wilderness in the middle of the night? One had to know that this place was filled with monsters. Even powerful cultivators wouldn't dare to wander around at night. Moreover, she was a woman. Could it be that the Moon Lady's cultivation had recovered? Ling Xiao? Why is this name so familiar? Confusion flashed across the Moon Lady's eyes. This name was so familiar and intimate. She couldn't understand it. Because she didn't know the man in front of her at all. Sighing softly, the Moon Lady said calmly, "This isn't my home. You don't have to apologize. However, this place is very dangerous. Go back to where you came from." Ling Xiao wanted to leave, but since he had already met the Moon Lady, how could he leave so easily? He cultivated so hard not only to avenge his father, but also to reach the Immortal Palace and find the Moon Lady. "Aren't you leaving?" The Moon Lady looked at Ling Xiao calmly. Perhaps it was this name that made her feel a little closer to this young man. However, her innate coldness still made her feel a little distant. Ling Xiao was about to answer. The Moon Maiden said again, "You don't want to leave, but I want to leave." I don't know how to get out of here. Can you help me? Of course. Ling Xiao agreed without hesitation. This was the woman he loved. How could he not help her? I was originally the most outstanding disciple of the Eternal Life Palace, but after eating a meal and waking up, I found myself here. For nearly a year, I've been cultivating and growing in this desolate mountain range, all for the sake of returning to the Eternal Palace one day. The white shadow you saw just now was me. I was very surprised. That tunnel was clearly blocked by a formation. How did you get here? The Moon Maiden inadvertently mentioned her own experience. He must have been framed. If he hadn't been framed, Ling Xiao wouldn't have been able to see his beloved woman so quickly. Of course I know the way out. If you trust me, then come with me. Ling Xiao turned around and walked into the deep tunnel. The formation that was considered brilliant by others was not worth mentioning in his eyes. Before leaving, I have something to do. Wait for me. The Moon Maiden glanced at the dense forest in the distance. I was once indebted to someone. Now that I'm leaving, I have to say goodbye. I'll go with you. Ling Xiao said. The Moon Maiden frowned. She seemed to think that Ling Xiao was a little too enthusiastic. However, her brows immediately relaxed. Let's go. Perhaps in the Moon Maiden's heart, because of the name Ling Xiao, she already had some trust in Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded and followed her into the dense forest. How could he let the Moon Maiden take the risk alone? Even if this trip was very dangerous, he had to protect the Moon Maiden. This was his lifelong promise. In the quiet valley, the wild beasts were already asleep. Only a few insects in the middle of the night were making loud chirping sounds. In the darkness, hundreds of figures were moving in the dense forest. It was the wee hours of the morning. Although it was already 3 or 4 in the morning, the sky was still dark. Even martial artists would not come out at this time. However, these people were moving in the same direction. It was a hidden valley. In the valley, there were a few straw huts. The weeds in front of the huts were very clean. Clearly, someone had lived here before. Boss, we've searched for so many years and finally found the place where the surviving members of the Ling family lived. Shouldn't we inform the royal family? I heard that there are experts in the Ling family. A man who looked like a strategist said to the leader beside him. What's there to be afraid of? I've already investigated. The experts of the Ling family were almost completely wiped out in that encirclement. Those who survived were the elderly, the weak, the women, and the children. Don't forget that the royal family has a huge bounty on them. So many years have passed, and it hasn't changed. If we inform the royal family, we won't be able to get the bounty. The person who was called the boss had a ferocious expression. He was muscular and had a powerful aura. He was the famous Blackwind Stockade's stockade master. He was lucky. One of his subordinates accidentally fell into the valley a few days ago and was saved by the Ling family members. When the other party was not paying attention, he sent the news to the stockade and attracted close to 100 people. They had already figured out the situation inside. Although there were martial artists, they were not very powerful. He was a martial artist at the peak of the 8th level of hell. He alone could wipe out the surviving members of the Ling family. Every head could be exchanged for true glory and wealth. Who would be willing to live the life of a bandit in the deep mountains? Boss, you're so wise. The Ling family members are all cowards. They stayed in the deep mountains for so many years and did not dare to take revenge. Killing these guys will be as easy as chopping vegetables. The strategist smiled flatteringly. Of course. However, I heard that they saved a woman recently. She's as beautiful as a fairy and is not weak. Be careful later. If you encounter this woman, capture her alive and make her my wife. The Blackwind Stockade master laughed. Boss, you're so wise. That woman seems to be called Yu Fanghua. She looks like a fairy from a painting. Boss, you're so lucky. Ha 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 ha, that's right. That woman is probably a disciple of a large sect. She fell into a difficult situation here. Let's have a taste and see what this noble woman tastes like. The Blackwind Stockade master laughed crazily. However, he did not know that 2 figures in the dark had already sneaked into their group. His words were clearly heard by the 2 of them. In this world, there are some people that you can't touch. You can't even speak vulgarities. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Chapter 2585. The sudden voice made the Blackwind Stockade's chief tremble in fear. He quickly looked in the direction of the voice. At the same time, he was ready to defend himself. He turned his head and saw two figures under the moonlight. A man and a woman. However, he quickly ignored the man. His gaze was fixed on the beautiful figure in white. The woman was just standing there casually, but she looked so beautiful. The beautiful scenery in the valley and even the moon in the sky paled in comparison to her. She was like an otherworldly fairy. Every frown and smile of hers was enough to captivate all living beings. The Blackwind Stockade's chief had never expected to see such a beautiful woman. For a moment, he forgot that he was still in danger. His breathing became rapid. His eyes seemed to be attracted by something. He could not take his eyes off the beautiful figure. Ling Xiao stood beside the Moon Lady and looked coldly at the Blackwind Stockade's chief. In his eyes, this person's words were the greatest blasphemy to the Moon Lady. The Moon Lady's name in this life was Yu Fanghua. She was the woman that the Blackwind Stockade's chief was talking about. According to Ling Xiao's temper, he would kill such a person without mercy. Have you seen enough? Ling Xiao's murderous intent spread from the bottom of his heart. His voice became extremely cold. Yu Fanghua was a little surprised. She found it strange that this was the first time they had met. However, there was a special sense of intimacy between them. More importantly, he cared about her so much. That kind of care was definitely not a simple act of protecting her. It was a love and tenderness that came from the bottom of his heart. Does he know me? What does that have to do with me? Yu Fanghua had more questions in her mind. Kid, it's none of your business that I'm looking at a woman. Although I don't know how you got into my team, I can spare your life since you sent such a beautiful woman over. Scram. The Blackwind Stockade's chief was in a good mood. Even his usual murderous personality had changed. He was actually going to let Ling Xiao go. Boss, this is Yu Fanghua. She's even prettier and more elegant than the person in the portrait. She's simply perfect for the valiant boss. Only a beauty like her is worthy of you. The bandits beside him did not take Ling Xiao seriously at all. They were actually trying their best to suck up to the Blackwind Stockade's chief. Ha ha ha, well said. Brat, why aren't you scramming? Could it be that you want to see your father make love to this woman? The expression of the leader of the Blackwind stronghold turned dark. He had finally decided to be merciful and let the kid go, but he did not expect the kid to refuse to leave. Perhaps you don't know, but the words you just said are enough for me to cut off your tongue. Ling Xiao's voice grew colder and colder. Yu Fanghua glanced at him and retracted her aura. She was about to attack, but now she decided to wait and see. Ioyo, I'm so scared. Even if this beauty is your wife, you have to get out of my way today. Otherwise, you won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. The Blackwind Stockade's chief was filled with disdain and arrogance. His killing intent was gradually released. If Ling Xiao did not listen, he would immediately take action and crush the kid's head. She's not my wife, but if you want to hurt her, I won't let you off easily. Now, before I change my mind, all of you scram. Otherwise, if I see you in the next moment, I'll kill you without mercy. My temper is not that good. The mystic world was a world of martial arts. In this world, martial strength was the greatest law. It was above the law. It was above the morals. Powerful strength could turn a great villain into a hero revered by everyone. It could also make a true hero become a villain that people despised. Calling a deer a horse was a common thing in this world. So if one hoped that the villains would be punished by the heavens, they had to give up early because they would be disappointed. If one wanted the villains to die, the only way was to become stronger. Ling Xiao was walking on this path now. All these years, the Blackwind Stockade had committed all kinds of crimes. None of the nearby villages had not been harmed by them. The merchants passing by were also in awe of them and did not dare to offend them. They would give them large amounts of spirit stones as payment for passage. But even so, as long as the Blackwind Stockade's chief was unhappy, he would still destroy the entire caravan. Logic did not work in this world. Ling Xiao understood, so he did not expect to be able to persuade the chief to leave. Only strength could make the other party fear him. Kid, you're just a piece of trash. How dare you talk about protecting this beauty? Aren't you afraid that others will laugh their heads off? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. He suddenly waved the large saber in his hand and charged at Ling Xiao. Saber chi swept out with a majestic aura. One revolution yin-yang realm level 8 of hell might not be much in King Chen's eyes, but in this deep forest, it was definitely powerful. He had enough confidence that he would be able to destroy this ignorant brat. Peak yin-yang realm level 8 of hell. How dare you try to kill me? Ling Xiao looked coldly at the long saber coming at him. It was as if he was looking at a hemp stick that could break at any time. He gently raised his hand and pointed with a finger. Terrifying sword chi burst out from between them. At that moment, a terrifying killing intent was released from the sword chi. The Black Wind Stockade's chief's face turned from black to pale instantly. It's an insult to martial arts for a person like you to practice martial art. Ling Xiao didn't even pull out the Ling Xiao sword. He just casually pointed his finger. In the next moment, the Black Wind Stockade's chief knelt more than 10 meters in front of him. There was a red dot between his eyebrows. His eyes were filled with fear and regret. Plop! His corpse finally fell to the ground. There was no longer any life in him. At that moment, everyone in the Black Wind Stockade felt the threat of death. Their expressions changed drastically, and they all kept quiet out of fear. This young man was too powerful. One move. No, it could not even be called one move. He had killed the Stockade Master, whom they thought to be incomparably powerful. It seemed like it was an understatement. The difference in strength between them was like heaven and earth. Resist? No, they did not even have the courage to resist. That terrifying killing intent made them feel as if a saber was placed on their necks. If they moved slightly, they would be beheaded. You said that you wanted to eliminate the remaining members of the Ling family. What's going on? Ling Xiao asked coldly. He did not retract his terrifying killing intent. Only then would these people answer his question honestly. Young hero, you must be from outside. The Wang Dueling family plotted a rebellion and was exterminated by the royal family. However, there were still some who escaped in the process. Therefore, the royal family offered a huge reward. One head of the Ling family is worth 100 million low-grade spiritual stones. It also comes with a good top-grade jade martial technique. Young hero, if you want the reward, we dare not compete with you. We will leave obediently. Chapter 2586. A bunch of beast. The killing intent in Ling Xiao's heart could no longer be contained. These people didn't even spare the old, the weak, the women, and the children. For the so-called reward, they were willing to become inhumane things. What was the point of keeping such trash alive? A burst of furious sword chi suddenly exploded in the void. It was so sharp that it seemed to be able to tear everyone's body in an instant. More than 10 people of the Black Wind Stockade were beheaded on the spot. They didn't even have the chance to scream before they died. He had originally planned to let the others go after killing the chief of the Black Wind Stockade and eradicating the chief evil. However, after hearing the dog-headed advisor's words, these people wanted to kill the old, the weak, the women, and the children. Then they would exchange them for their own glory and wealth. What was the point of keeping such things alive? Seeing this scene, the rest of the people all knelt on the ground and trembled in fear. They were terrified by Ling Xiao's terrifying sword chi. The rest of you, destroy your own cultivation and get out of here. Ling Xiao didn't kill all of them. He only killed a dozen of the leaders. The rest of them could be spared from death, but they couldn't be spared from punishment. Destroy their cultivation? The remaining dozens of people looked a little frightened. They relied on their martial arts to abuse their power. If their cultivation was destroyed, wouldn't they become ordinary people? How could they continue to make a living as bandits? I'll only give you 3 breaths of time. After that, you'll be killed without mercy. Every word of Ling Xiao was filled with biting cold killing intent. It was like a bone-piercing cold wind that made everyone tremble in fear. However, There were still some who were not afraid of death. Everyone, let's fight it out with him. There are so many of us. Are we afraid of him? We'd rather die than destroy our cultivation. In the crowd, a person stood up and shouted loudly. Ling Xiao looked coldly at him shouting there, but did nothing. He wanted to see who else was going to court death. That person thought that he could incite the crowd, but he found that no one responded to him. It seems that your fanning the flames is meaningless. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Ling Xiao did not give this guy a chance to beg for mercy. He punched out across the air, and the horrifying power of lightning directly turned that guy into jerky. This was the so-called killing the chicken to warn the monkey. The others didn't dare to hesitate any longer. They all crippled their cultivation and left the valley. Let's go, Miss Fanghua. Ling Xiao said to Yu Fanghua as he looked calmly at the fleeing bandits. He really wanted to call her big sister Moon Maiden again, but he knew that now wasn't the time. Therefore, he decided to endure it. Why do you care so much about me? Is it because of my appearance? Yu Fanghua suddenly asked. If I told you that you look exactly like the woman I once loved, would you believe me? Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying what he wanted to say. He felt very uncomfortable holding these words in his heart. Yu Fanghua paused for a moment, then said, if it was someone else who said that, he would already be dead. But you, I believe you. And I will allow you to call me Fanghua in the future. But what's the name of your true love? Moon Maiden. When Ling Xiao said these two words, his eyes were filled with tenderness and love. What a familiar name. Yu Fanghua frowned. This was the second name that she found extremely familiar. She sighed softly and said, I envy her very much. I can see that your love for her is sincere. Hearing Yu Fanghua's words, Ling Xiao opened his mouth and almost said, you are my true love a few times. But in the end, he held back. It was because he loved her. So he was afraid of scaring her away. The valley is on fire. Ling Xiao looked into the distance. A thatched hut was on fire, and he could even hear the sound of crying. It seems that there is more than one force that has found the descendants of the Wang dueling family. Ling Xiao suddenly became anxious. These people were the relatives of his good brother, Ling Yang. Although Ling Yang was not here, he still planned to save these people. He suddenly sped up a lot. Yu Fanghua also sped up. It could be seen that Yu Fanghua had been saved by these people before. So she also did not want to see the people of this village get caught. Ling Family Village. In the village square, the old, the weak, the women, and the children were all chained up with heavy shackles. The Chen Kingdom's royal family had issued a generous reward, 100 million low-grade spiritual stones for each head, plus a good top-tier jade-grade martial art technique. But if the person was captured alive, the spiritual stones reward would be doubled, and the martial art technique would be upgraded to a top-tier jade-grade martial art technique. So if they could capture the person alive, they would definitely choose to do so. Judging from their attire, they were definitely not the bandits from the Black Wind Stockade. They were actually wearing the formal uniforms of the Arcana Academy's disciples. But their status should be relatively low, because their cultivation levels did not seem to be very high. Even so, the weakest among them was at the early stage of the 7th level of Hell in the Yin-Yang realm. In the 8 Immortals County, this kind of cultivation level was definitely a top master. The difference in strength between the Imperial City and the 8 Immortals County was too big. Furthermore, the Mystic Realm Academy didn't even bother to hide their actions. They openly wore their own disciples' attire and came to arrest people. It seemed like the royal family of the capital's Ling family was deeply afraid of them. Ling Xiao did not have a good impression of the Arcana Academy before he joined it. It seemed that they were just the dogs of the Chen Kingdom's royal family. Fortunately, he only went there to cultivate. Otherwise, he would be disgusted to see these people every day. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect the Ling village to be in such a secretive place. If not for our people in the Black Wind Stockade, it would have been difficult to find them. In the crowd, a well-dressed young man laughed loudly. He was not old. He looked less than 20 years old, but his cultivation level was at the early stage of the 8th level of Hell in the Yin-Yang realm. His arrogant laughter showed his cruelty and indifference. Under his feet lay a corpse that was not completely cold. It was a little girl less than 7 years old. He had actually stomped her to death. The reason was that this little girl was not a member of the Ling family. She was an orphan taken in from outside and could not be exchanged for the bounty. He was not the only one. The other warriors of the Arcana Academy were doing the same thing. Most of these people were relatively young. Basically, they were between 17 and 26 years old. Only a few of them were slightly older, and their strength was relatively stronger. Logically speaking, they were well dressed and should not be short of money. But they still did not care about the lives of others for the bounty. After all, these people were the people that the Wang Dueling family had risked their lives to protect back then. The Wang Dueling family, which was Ling Yang's family, had risked their lives to defend the Chen Kingdom against the Volcano Kingdom. If not for them, the Chen Kingdom's defense line would have fallen and these people would have died. Unfortunately, even the Ling family did not know that they had saved a bunch of dogs who were worse than beasts. Chapter 2587. Two silhouettes suddenly appeared in the village. One of them was a handsome young man with a gloomy face. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The other person was as beautiful as a fairy. His face was as cold as frost, and his eyes were cold. Both of them were filled with anger and strong killing intent. Fanghua, don't move. Leave it to me to get your hands dirty. Ling Xiao knew that Yu Fanghua was going to make a move, but he didn't think it was necessary. He let the little devil girl out. Today, he was going to kill. Yu Fanghua was stunned for a moment. She immediately said, I don't want to see anyone get hurt. If you can't do it, I'll do it. She was indebted to the people of the Ling village. Naturally, she couldn't just watch them get hurt. Of course. After saying that, Ling Xiao's figure flashed. Like a giant wolf, he pounced on the Arcana Academy disciple closest to him. In order to be safer in the capital, he put on a ferocious mask. The mask was like a demon. Anyone who saw it would tremble. It had an evil aura. Yu Fanghua also put on a black veil and a bamboo hat to seal her beautiful face. She seemed to know that her peerless Fanghua would cause a lot of trouble. In the village, the Arcana Academy disciple who was laughing crazily suddenly felt a dangerous aura. Ling Xiao didn't hide his aura at all. The little devil girl was looking for a target in the sky, ready to make a move at any time. While he pounced on the enemy on the ground. Kid, who are you? How dare you steal business from the Arcana Academy? The Arcana Academy disciple saw Ling Xiao who turned into a wolf. However, they seemed to have misunderstood. They believed that no madman would come to save the village that offended the Chen Kingdom's royal family. In their opinion, Ling Xiao was just an idiot who stole business from them. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. A white jade flying dragon sword appeared in his hand. The sword light was released, and a white dragon broke through the sky. In an instant, the Arcana Academy disciple, who was at the early phase of the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm, was killed on the spot. The corpse fell beside the little girl he had killed. Kid, don't go too far. How dare you kill someone from the Arcana Academy? Do you want to die? Ling Xiao's actions had obviously angered the people of Arcana Academy. One of them was already thrusting his sword over. His speed was extremely fast, and the tip of his sword was also extremely sharp. Unfortunately, his opponent was Ling Xiao. He was a true expert in using the sword. You don't deserve to use a sword. Ling Xiao's cold voice rang out. Beneath his ferocious mask, his eyes were cold and merciless. He thrust out his sword. The whistling sword light pierced through the man's throat. Arcana Academy? So what? Even if you are from the Chen Kingdom's royal family, I will still kill you. Ling Xiao's voice was filled with desolation, grief, and indignation. Although these people didn't kill his family members, neither did they deal with his family members. He couldn't tolerate this kind of behavior. Moreover, the people of the Ling family village were the family of his good friend and the saviors of his woman. If he couldn't even save these people, then what was the point of him cultivating martial arts? Anger stimulated the infinite power in his body. The cultivation that was about to break through finally opened the door for him. The cultivation of the 8th level of hell in Yin-Yang realm. At this level, No one below the 8th level of hell could be his match. He could even fight a warrior at the early stage of the 9th level of hell in Yin-Yang realm. If he performed well, he could even defeat him. As Ling Xiao spoke, he stepped forward like a wolf. Another life was buried under the cold sword light. The sword rose. People died. He didn't waste any more words. These people in front of him all deserved to die. He would kill all of them. No one would be wronged. This guy is crazy. Does he want to kill everyone from the Arcana Academy? Who is he? How dare he make an enemy of the Arcana Academy? The disciples of the Arcana Academy finally panicked. They were only the lowest level disciples of the Arcana Academy. Although their cultivation was high, they didn't have much combat experience. It was fun to kill the weak and weak. However, they didn't know how to do anything when facing a truly terrifying opponent. The answer to these people was a sword light. Following that, another person was killed. Who are you? Do you really want to make an enemy of the Arcana Academy? 3 disciples of the Arcana Academy blocked Ling Xiao at the same time. However, the answer to them was still a sword light. Without any explanation, the 3 people were beheaded at the same time. Ling Xiao's sword didn't stop. He was still killing. The disciples of the Arcana Academy gradually felt that something was wrong. They stopped what they were doing and gathered around Ling Xiao. They were ready to surround and kill Ling Xiao. Everyone, let's work together to kill this monster. I want to see who he is and how dare he be so arrogant. Ling Xiao's face was still indifferent. At this moment, the little devil still didn't make a move. Because it was unnecessary. Ling Xiao, who had just broken through, was like a beast that had just stepped into a flock of sheep. His sword was like the scythe of the god of death, crazily harvesting the lives of these beasts. None of the beasts that were hit by his sword light were seriously injured. Because they were all dead. Kill. The disciples of the Arcana Academy finally attacked together. They knew that their opponent was very strong. If they continued to watch, they would only be defeated one by one. Therefore, they had no choice but to join forces. However, what greeted them was an even more powerful attack. The 7th profound meaning of light, light sword realm. The 7th profound meaning of darkness, dark sword realm. Even if he was furious, Ling Xiao calmly chose to use his previous moves to deal with these beasts. This was because once he used the martial arts cultivated in the Black Tortoise continent, he would be recognized very quickly when he arrived in the Imperial City. Moreover, the power of the light and shadow profound meaning was definitely not weaker than his current strongest move. The 2 sword realms were activated. The black sword light and the white sword light intertwined and blasted into the crowd like a storm. However, these sword lights seemed to have eyes and just happened to avoid the people of the Ling family village. They only attacked the warriors of the Arcana Academy. In just a moment, a group of warriors of the Arcana Academy who were rushing towards Ling Xiao were all frozen in place. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and fear. Their throats, heads, and hearts were almost all pierced. Everyone could feel that death was approaching them faster and faster. Devil. We don't want these people. We'll give them all to you. Please, spare us. So what if they were disciples of the Arcana Academy? Just a moment ago, they were high and mighty. Now, in order to survive, they had to beg Ling Xiao for mercy. This was the reality. The reality brought about by great strength. Who is so bold to attack the disciples of the Arcana Academy? A few people suddenly came out from a thatched house. Chapter 2588. Ling Xiao looked at the man whose clothes were disheveled. He looked handsome and elegant, and his clothes were bright. However, such a handsome man actually did such a beastly thing. Ling Xiao felt even more disgusted by him. Bastard, what are you doing? The beast was filled with anger and killing intent as it shouted at Ling Xiao. Jiyu Mingyu, quick, come and save us. This person is crazy. There were still a few people alive under the sword domain. They shouted at the beast for help. Jiyu Mingyu smiled and said, "Don't worry. Since I'm here, I won't let anything happen to you. Kid, listen carefully. I'm Jiyu Mingyu, a disciple of the Arcana Academy. I'm at the peak of the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm. My father is Marquis Gu Tianba. He was the one who exposed the traitor Ling's rebellion. He abandoned the darkness for the light and severed all ties with the traitor Ling. Now, he's favored by the king and is the commander of the imperial capital's city defense camp. If you dare to attack me, you can forget about living in the Chen nation. Gu Tianba. Ling Xiao had heard this name from Lin Ruoxian. This person was the sworn brother of Ling Yang's father, Marquis Ling. Later, he betrayed his friend for glory. He colluded with the 13th prince and others to frame Marquis Ling's family. His entire family was almost executed. He was clearly a shameless person blinded by greed. Marquis Ling was Ling Xiao's good brother and Ling Yang's father. Even if he was nothing, such a loyal person was harmed by a despicable person. With Ling Xiao's temper, he would definitely not let this despicable person go. Since the despicable person's son had appeared, and he was clearly the son of a beast, it was clear what he should do. Jiyu Mingyu looked to be only 18 or 19 years old, but his talent was quite good. Coupled with his father's status, his strength was naturally not too weak. It was already very impressive for him to reach the peak of the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Unfortunately for him, he had encountered Ling Xiao. Although he had never been to the capital city, he was much stronger than the lowest-ranked geniuses there. Jiyu Mingyu, Gu Tianba's son. How impressive. Is this how your beastly father taught you to behave? Ling Xiao looked at Jiyu Mingyu coldly, thinking about how to make this beast die a more painful death. This kind of person liked to build their happiness on the pain of others the most. If he wanted to kill such a person, he would have to let him taste pain. What? You dare to scold me? The smile on Jiyu Mingyu's face suddenly turned dark. The joy of tasting the tender meat just now had already been burned by Ling Xiao's offensive tone. So what if I scold you? I still want to kill you. Ling Xiao suddenly raised his hand, and the remaining beasts were killed on the spot by Ling Xiao. Moreover, he did it in front of Jiyu Mingyu. Didn't you say that as long as you were around, they would be fine? Now that they are dead, you will follow in their footstep. Ling Xiao raised his foot and walked in the direction of Jiyu Mingyu. Was he going to let such a beast continue to harm others? Others might be afraid of dirtying their hands, but Ling Xiao was not. You. Who are you? Are you Thief Ling's old subordinate? Jiyu Mingyu sensed the terrifying killing intent from Ling Xiao and trembled in fear. That terrifying killing intent was definitely not something that a playboy like him could withstand. It was too terrifying. It was as if countless steel needles were piercing his body, making him feel the stinging pain and the approach of death. Jiyu Tianba is a beast. You are also a beast. Don't worry, after killing you, I will kill your beastly father as well. In the past, your beastly father betrayed his friends for glory. He should have known that one day, someone would cut off his head to worship his loyal soul. No, who are you? Don't kill me. I can let you enjoy endless glory and wealth. Jiyu Mingyu was scared. He was really scared. Of course, his arrogance just now was gone. He looked at Ling Xiao's ferocious mask in fear, feeling as if the Ling family had walked out of hell to take his life. Let you go. When you insulted that pitiful and innocent girl just now, did you think about letting her go first? What did she do to be tarnished by a beast like you? Ling Xiao continued to walk forward. His terrifying killing intent completely enveloped Jiyu Mingyu and the two people beside him. The three of them were all warriors of level 8 of hell in Yin-Yang realm. But now, facing Ling Xiao, they did not even have the courage to resist. It was not that they did not want to resist, but that they could not. Ling Xiao's killing intent made them shiver like pitiful birds in the cold wind. No, I don't want to die. However, Jiyu Mingyu's words could not affect Ling Xiao's decision. He raised his sword and the sword essence spat out. The sword light flashed, as dazzling as the punishment from heaven. Ah! Shrill screams resounded in the night sky. The three of them did not die, but there was a piercing cold pain in their crotch. That kind of pain made them wish they were dead. The three of them fell to the ground, screaming crazily and rolling around. Ling Xiao did not kill them immediately. Instead, he castrated them. Since they had done that kind of thing, they deserved to suffer this little pain. But after a while, The three of them stopped breathing. What a bunch of trash. They died so easily. How dare they be so tyrannical? Ling Xiao had no sympathy for the three of them. They deserved to die, and they had to die. Otherwise, how could those who died unjustly rest in peace? The Ling family village was quiet again. All the Arcana Academy disciples who came to capture the Ling family members were killed by Ling Xiao. From the beginning to the end, the little demoness did not make a move. Ling Xiao killed dozens of Arcana Academy disciples by himself. Although these people were the most useless ones in the Arcana Academy, this scene shocked the people of the Ling family village. Countless young men and women looked at him with eyes full of worship and respect. They also wanted to be as strong as Ling Xiao. Only then could they protect themselves and their families. Otherwise, even if they did not want to take revenge, there would be people who would find trouble with them and take their heads. This was the cruel law of the mysterious world. The weak were bullied and oppressed. They could die at any time, and they could not even choose how they died. The strong were fearless between heaven and earth. Once they were angry, they could make rivers of blood flow and destroy cities. No one dared to bully them. They wanted to be stronger. Ling Xiao also wanted to be stronger. Today, he had to wear this ugly mask because he was not strong enough and did not dare to reveal his identity. He did not dare to use his Sky Tyrant martial spirit. He did not even dare to be too ostentatious in the royal city. He had to keep a low profile. He had to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, but this was not what he wanted. Why would a good person pretend to be a pig? In the end, it was because he was not strong enough. If he was strong enough, he could get whatever he wanted to eat. Phew. Phew. Chapter 2589. The sky was turning white, and the Ling family village was gradually brightening up under the sunlight. Suddenly, a terrifying whistling sound came from the sky. And the sound was getting louder and louder. Ling Xiao's brows furrowed tightly. He looked at the sky and saw a large group of war eagles flying towards them from afar. On top of the war eagle, there were soldiers in armor. The Chen Kingdom's war eagle army? Ling Xiao had heard about the war eagle army. Ever since Marquis Ling died in battle, the Chen Kingdom had been invaded by the Volcano Kingdom and lost a large part of its territory. Until a person appeared out of nowhere. This person was the Chen Kingdom's 7th prince, Chen Kangmang. He was known as the War Eagle Divine General. He had forcefully taken back the territory that the Volcano Nation had taken away piece by piece, establishing an unparalleled military merit. However, although Chen Kangmang was powerful, he was too straightforward and had a very close relationship with Marquis Ling. It was said that when he was young, Marquis Ling had saved his life. He and Ling Yang had been through life and death together. Therefore, he had written many petitions, hoping that the King of Chen would reopen the Ling family's rebellion case. Because of this, he was hated by the King of Chen. Although he had made great contributions, he was still an unfavored prince. He was not even a one-star prince. Could it be Chen Kangmang? Ling Xiao looked at Yu Fanghua and said, "Fanghua, you and the villagers should hide behind me. If it's an enemy, you should leave first. I will hold them back. If it's a friend, that would be best." Yu Fanghua wanted to say, "What right do you have to order me around?" But when the words reached her mouth, they turned into an She did not know why she was so obedient to this young man. It was not like her at all. That's ridiculous. Yu Fanghua shook her head but still did as Ling Xiao said. The war eagles finally landed. On the majestic war eagles, there were soldiers in black armor. They looked very valiant. The leader was a golden war eagle. On top of the war eagle was a handsome young man who looked to be less than 20 years old. However, the aura he released made even Ling Xiao feel fear. This bastard is probably even stronger than Chen Kangmang. This was Ling Xiao's first thought. The man jumped off the warhawk and looked at the mess on the ground. He suddenly asked, "Did you kill him?" His voice was indifferent and emotionless. No one could guess why he asked this. "That's right," Ling Xiao replied calmly. "Well done. You're a beast in human clothing. Everyone has the right to punish you." The young man suddenly said loudly, "My name is Chen Kangmang. Fellow villagers, do not panic. Marquis Ling had saved this king's life in the past. This king will definitely not watch as his descendant dies tragically. It was indeed Chen Kangmang. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. If there was anyone in the Chen royal family who dared to sympathize with the Ling family, or even openly help them, it would be Chen Kangmang. Hearing Chen Kangmang's name, everyone in the Ling family village seemed to be overjoyed. That was a true sense of relief. Although they had spent many years in this valley, they were not completely unaware of what had happened outside. They knew what Chen Kangmang had done, and they were very grateful. For their sake, this prince had gone against the king of Chen. He had repeatedly performed meritorious deeds, but had never received a single reward. He could not even return to the capital, and could only constantly fight outside. When he was injured, he did not receive a word of concern from the king of Chen. Even his own mother had been neglected by the king of Chen because of him. She had originally been a noble consort, but had been demoted to a virtuous consort, and then a concubine. The eunuchs and maids in the palace would not even look at his mother properly. Even so, the mother and son had not forgotten the kindness the Ling family had shown them. They were still the only royal family in the Chen kingdom who dared to trust the Ling family. If you're here to protect them, you're too late, Ling Xiao said coldly. If he had not accidentally met the Moon Maiden and come here, all the villagers would have been taken away by the Arcana Academy. Thus, he was still somewhat dissatisfied with this Chen Kangmang. Yes, I'm too late. He looked at the corpses of the villagers on the ground, and at the tragic appearance of the humiliated woman after committing suicide. True sorrow appeared in Chen Kangmang's eyes. He knelt on one knee and hugged the pitiful woman, unable to calm down for a long time. Behind him, the hundreds of soldiers of the War Eagle army turned over and knelt on one knee behind him, grieving for their prince. They grieved for the people of the Ling family. This Chen Kangmang is indeed very good at commanding an army. These people look at him not only with loyalty, but also with brotherly love. No wonder he's called the Warhawk Divine General. No wonder he's invincible. Although Ling Xiao was a little resentful of Chen Kangmang, he had to admit that he was an outstanding person. In particular, his desire to repay the Ling family's kindness shocked him. Ordinary people simply couldn't do this to this extent. Even if they sympathized with the Ling family, they would bury it in their hearts and not show it. But this person was different. Not only did he show it, he showed it very clearly. Rather break than bend. Perhaps this kind of hero was best described. Pass down my orders. Bury the souls of the deceased and throw the corpses into the forest to feed the wild beast. Chen Kangmang gently placed the girl's body on the ground and covered her body with his cloak. If this action had been done by Ji Hyun of Silla or Chen Kanglan, it would have been full of hypocrisy and pretentiousness. But Chen Kangmang's action was so natural, without the slightest hint of pretense or hypocrisy. Because he was that kind of person. He had always done that. This person really was not scheming. Yes, sir. The Warhawk army obeyed orders and was strictly disciplined. It would not be an exaggeration to call them an iron army. They all began to move. Chen Kangmang looked back at Ling Xiao and said, "Young hero, I'm afraid this place is no longer a secret. I reckon that there will be people coming to encircle and annihilate them soon. So, young hero, you should leave first. I will arrange for the people of the Ling family to go to a safe place." To where? Although Ling Xiao admired Chen Kangmang, it did not mean that he trusted him. Ling Xiao would always be suspicious of anyone. After all, this was the first time they had met. He did not want the people of the Ling family to enter the tiger's den because of his carelessness. I have a fief. It's a county city. They should be able to live well there. Chen Kangmang was stunned. Although he felt that there was no need to tell Ling Xiao about this, he still said it. Perhaps it was out of gratitude to Ling Xiao for saving the Ling family. Your Highness is on good terms with the Ling family. There must be countless eyes watching you. If they follow you, I'm afraid that not only will they die, but your Highness will also be implicated. I do have a good place to go, Ling Xiao said. Chen Kangmang also knew that Ling Xiao was not lying. But because there was no better place to go, he had to do this. Chapter 2590. Where? Chen Kangmang asked. Where is the safest place to send those people? The 8 Immortals County, Ling Xiao said indifferently. No. That used to be 13th brother's territory. I heard that second brother took it over and even supported a young genius to become the lord. Wouldn't we be sending ourselves to our deaths there? Chen Kangmang shook his head. Ling Xiao took off the ferocious mask on his face and looked calmly at Chen Kangmang. I am that overlord, Ling Xiao. He decided to take a gamble. Chen Kangmang would not betray him. All signs showed that Chen Kangmang was a loyal person who would not easily betray a friend. Or a friend's benefactor. Ling Xiao had saved the Ling family village. How could he repay kindness with enmity? Of course, Ling Xiao was not completely confident, so he said he was taking a gamble. Chen Kangmang was somewhat surprised and shocked. It was rare for such a young lord to have such great courage. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Or hand you over to second brother? Chen Kangmang asked. Of course not. Ling Xiao shook his head. First, you won't do that. Second, even if you do, you won't succeed. I don't have any good points, but I'm still very confident. Indeed, I won't do that. Chen Kangmang shook his head. But what I don't understand is, as second brother's man, why are you helping these people? Who told you that I'm Chen Kanglan's man? That's what the outside world says. Is what the outside world says the truth? Ling Xiao looked at Chen Kangmang, a faint smile on his face. If I had to choose a prince to support, it would not be Chen Kanglan of Jihyun of Silla, but you, Warhawk god Chen Kangmang. Me. I'm just a prefectural king with no power in the court. Even my mother can only see her once a month. You support me. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. Moreover, I have no intention of participating in the court's struggles for power. Chen Kangmang shook his head. Then are you willing to let the Ling family's injustice never be avenged? Aren't you afraid that once Chen Kanglan or Chen Tsungxiong takes the throne, you and your mother will be killed? Don't say that it's impossible. You Kangmang. You know this. Ling Xiao looked at Chen Kangmang indifferently and said, Enough. Whether you fight for the throne or not, what does that have to do with me? He shrugged and said nonchalantly, You're only at the late stage of the 8th level of hell in the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm. There are plenty of people like you in the royal capital. Why would you help me fight for the throne? Because I will soon become the strongest person in the royal city. Ling Xiao smiled. Are you dreaming? Chen Kangmang felt that the young man in front of him was crazy. If you can raise your cultivation to the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm within a year, I will believe you. I don't need you to be the strongest. At that time, I'll do whatever you want me to do, even if you treat me like a puppet. I only want the Ling family's injustice to be avenged. I only want my mother and son to be safe. Chen Kangmang said. 1 year. Okay, then it's decided. Ling Xiao nodded. Since that's the case, let's begin the migration. This king will personally escort these people to the 8 Immortals city. Chen Kangmang changed the topic. Ling Xiao nodded. I don't know when the enemy will come, so I'll stay here to help. Although your War Eagle army is powerful, it's too conspicuous. When you escort these people, it's best if you don't bring them with you. Just bring a few elites with you. As long as you're not discovered, you'll be safe. And I'll stay here to buy time for you. Let the War Eagle army accompany you. Chen Kangmang completely agreed with Ling Xiao's point of view. The two didn't delay and went to prepare for the migration. The people of the Ling family village didn't want to stay in the mountains forever. Especially after seeing Ling Xiao kill the disciples of the Arcana Academy, those young children wanted to become stronger. Even if they couldn't take revenge, they wanted to be able to protect themselves and their families. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying roar came from not far away, and the whole ground shook. This sound shocked Ling Xiao and the War Eagle army. But strangely, the local villagers didn't have any reaction. According to the villagers, it was the sound of the volcano. About 1 mile away from here, such sounds were often heard, and there was lava spewing out. But it wasn't too serious. So, they were used to it. Could it be the demon beasts? Ling Xiao looked into the distance and seemed to see a demon aura. Your Highness, you go ahead. I'll go take a look at the volcano over there. After leaving the 8 Immortals city, Ling Xiao was very satisfied with many things, but he still couldn't upgrade his lava battle body to the highest level. This made him feel very troubled. If there were any treasures or demon beasts in the volcano, there might be a chance for a change. He didn't want to miss the opportunity. Okay. Chen Kangmang nodded and said, be careful. The demon beasts here are not to be trifled with. Anyway, it was just dawn, and there was no danger. A wave of enemies had just been destroyed. If there was an attack on the Ling family village, it wouldn't have been so fast. So, it didn't matter if Ling Xiao left for a while. Ling Xiao went towards the volcano, and Yu Fanghua followed behind him. It's dangerous there, Ling Xiao said with a frown. It's precisely because it's dangerous that I want to follow. You're a good person. It's a pity if you die, Yu Fanghua said lightly. Okay, up to you. It felt good to be cared for by someone, especially by the person who cared for him deeply. Ling Xiao didn't know how strong Yu Fanghua was, but she shouldn't be too weak. After all, she was thrown into the western mountain range, where demon beasts roamed. She was only injured and not killed. It was unrealistic if she wasn't strong enough. The two of them arrived at the peak of the volcano. Within the volcano, there was boiling magma flowing unceasingly. There was a strange aura coming from the volcano. They didn't know if it was a demon beast or some kind of treasure. Fanghua, wait outside. I'll go down and take a look. Ling Xiao had the lava battle body, and it was a high-level one at that. He believed that the lava wouldn't be able to harm him. Therefore, it shouldn't be a problem for him to go down and explore. Don't die, Yu Fanghua said lightly. Although her words were cold, it was obvious that she cared about him. He didn't expect Yu Fanghua to be so arrogant even after reincarnating. Don't worry, I won't die. Ling Xiao smiled and plunged into the boiling lava. What he didn't say was, if I die, who will protect you forever? The temperature of the lava here was very high. Ling Xiao could still feel his body heating up even with his advanced lava battle body. But fortunately, it was just heat and he wouldn't get hurt. Chapter 2591. It was a pity that the strengthening effect of the lava energy on Ling Xiao was only quantitative. If he wanted a qualitative change and a breakthrough in his lava battle body, he would need something else. If a top-level lightning battle body required thunder chalcedony, would a top-level lava battle body require lava chalcedony as well? The lava flowed from the top of the mountain to the bottom. It was a few hundred meters deep. An ordinary person would have suffocated to death by now. Only Ling Xiao, this fellow, who had many body refinement techniques, could live well. The bottom of the volcano was extremely wide. There was a river of lava. A huge dog-type beast was sleeping in the river of lava. It was at least 7 to 8 meters tall and more than 10 meters long. The surface of its body seemed to be formed by lava, and it even had 3 heads. Each head was spitting out boiling lava. The lava dripped onto the ground and melted it immediately. What a powerful beast. It must be a 1-star yin-yang realm level 9 hell. I'm no match for it. Ling Xiao didn't attack rashly because he found the 3-headed lava hound sleeping in the lava. There was indeed a piece of fiery red jade near the huge 3-headed lava hound. Ling Xiao had seen thunder chalcedony before, so he knew it must be lava chalcedony. Although Ling Xiao wasn't a match for the 3-headed lava hound, he had to get the lava chalcedony. Ghost wolf. Ling Xiao turned into a ghost wolf and quietly approached the 3-headed lava hound. Since he couldn't defeat it, he might as well steal it. The 3-headed lava hound shouldn't be able to detect him in his ghost wolf form. The danger would come when he snatched the lava chalcedony. That was because he had to return to his physical form. If the 3-headed lava hound sensed him at such a close distance, he would be in deep trouble. However, Ling Xiao liked to take risks. He didn't want to give up the opportunity in front of him. He went to the lava chalcedony in his ghost wolf form and turned into a lava wolf in an instant. He swallowed the lava chalcedony into his stomach. At this moment, the terrifying 3-headed lava hound opened its huge eyes. It looked at him coldly. At that moment, Ling Xiao was already prepared to have a big fight with this guy. He was extremely nervous. It was definitely an accident that he was discovered. But since he was discovered, he had to be prepared to fight. He couldn't do anything about the sudden increase in pressure. But what made him feel strange was that the three-headed lava hound merely glanced at him before closing its eyes and falling asleep again. Ling Xiao didn't know why. He only knew that he was lucky enough to survive. He immediately transformed into his ghost wolf form and distanced himself from the terrifying lava Cerberus. Could it be that my lava wolf form made it mistake me for one of its kind, so it didn't attack? When he reached the outside of the volcano, he suddenly understood Chalcedony. Although it was unbelievable. It Chalcedony, Chalcedony, Chalcedony. A fragrant wind drifted over. Yu Fanghua wrapped one of her satin ribbons around Ling Xiao's body and pulled Ling Xiao over. Thank you. I might have indigestion. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. He swallowed the lava Chalcedony just now in order to get it. That terrifying energy had exploded within his body, which was why that scene had occurred. He still felt piercing pain all over his body, as if his insides were being burned. Without thinking much, Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. He had to absorb the energy of the lava Chalcedony as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would really be burned to death. If he was burned to death, that would be hilarious. A martial artist who cultivated the lava combat body was burned to death by lava. If word got out, people would laugh their heads off. Yu Fanghua could have ignored him and left. But she didn't. She stood there, facing the morning glow, watching the rising sun, quietly waiting for Ling Xiao. With the Moon Maiden by his side, Ling Xiao was completely at ease. He closed his eyes and cultivated. With the experience of fusing with the Sky Thunder Chalcedony, this lava Chalcedony wasn't that difficult. It was just following the prescribed order. About an hour later, the sun had completely risen. Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. A layer of perfect lava armor formed all over his body. The fiery armor was very similar to the shell of the lava Cerberus, but it was even more beautiful. Top-level lava combat body. It's finally realize. And I'm lucky enough to have a breakthrough in my cultivation. I'm now a martial artist at the peak of level 8 of the Yin-Yang realm. Ling Xiao was in a good mood. An increase in cultivation and strength was better than anything else. You've been accompanying me all this time? Ling Xiao looked at Yu Fanghua, who was still standing at the side. He was a little surprised. Don't flatter yourself. I'm just admiring the scenery. Yu Fanghua said lightly. Hehe, yes, yes, yes. You're admiring the scenery. But I'm going back. What do you plan to do? Ling Xiao smiled. Yu Fanghua didn't smile much and was very similar to the Moon Maiden in the past. But Ling Xiao felt that this was more real. This was his woman. If you can go back, so can I, Yu Fanghua said. Then let's go together. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then he headed towards the Ling family village. When he arrived at the village, the villagers had already set off. These people didn't have much fighting power. They would be a burden if they stayed. So even though many of them wanted to stay and fight, they were mercilessly scolded away by Ling Xiao. Actually, you don't have to make it sound so bad. Chen Kangmang smiled bitterly and said, you should know that they have good intentions. Of course I know. It's precisely because I know that I don't want them to die for no reason. Ling Xiao sighed and said, Seventh Highness, although it's theoretically safe to go to the Eight Immortals City, it's not guaranteed. But once you enter the Eight Immortals City, there will be someone to receive you. An hour ago, I had the puppet carrier pigeon send a message. I'll be careful. You must take care. I hope we can meet again in the royal capital. Chen Kangmang said. You take care as well. Ling Xiao nodded. The two smiled at each other and then went their separate ways. But with Chen Kangmang's departure, the remaining War Eagle army encountered some trouble. Chen Kangmang ordered the War Eagle army to listen to Ling Xiao's orders. In truth, the majority of them were unconvinced. Some were unconvinced, but they understood that military orders were like mountains. They were willing to bury their dissatisfaction and listen to Ling Xiao's orders. But there were also some who were unwilling. One of them was the centurion of the War Eagle army, Lai Huang. This time, Chen Kangmang had brought with him 2 deputies, 1 centurion, and 10 decarches. The 2 deputies were escorting the villagers of the Ling family village. Chapter 2592. You can't fight. You're not as strong as me, so you have to listen to me. Lai Huang's cultivation was indeed stronger than Ling Xiao's. He was at the early stage of 9th level of hell. This guy was only a centurion, but he was already so strong. What kind of monsters were in Chen Kangmang's army? No wonder they were always victorious. Is that so? But your highness asked you to listen to me. Ling Xiao looked at Lai Huang and said, you should know the consequences of not following orders, right? Don't scare me. I only listen to his highness. Who do you think you are? Lai Huang didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. As for the military order that Ling Xiao gave him, he found it laughable. I'll tell you now. Who do I think I am? Little devil girl. He suddenly waved his hand. Little devil girl suddenly jumped out from behind Ling Xiao and attacked Lai Huang. Lai Huang originally thought that little devil girl was just a little girl and didn't want to be ruthless. So he went easy on her. But after 2 or 3 moves, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. His opponent was ridiculously strong. If he were to show mercy, he would probably lose his life in the end. Therefore, the following attacks suddenly became ferocious. But even though Lai Huang used all his strength, he was still stepped on by little devil girl in the 10th move. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't stand up. Being stepped on by a 7 or 8-year-old girl was like being pressed down by a mountain. Do you admit defeat? Ling Xiao asked coldly. I admit defeat. Lai Huang was a simple guy. He only worshipped the strong. Back when the 7th prince, Chen Kangmang, had subdued him, he had defeated him and made him pledge his loyalty. Of course, once this guy swore loyalty to someone, his loyalty was very high. It's good that you admit defeat. According to the military rules, you should be killed. But we still need you to lead the War Eagle army to delay the enemy. You should atone for your mistakes. Ling Xiao said coldly. Yes, sir. Little devil girl jumped away. Lai Huang finally crawled up and knelt on one knee. All right, let's start preparing the fortifications. I can feel killing intent coming from afar. Ling Xiao looked into the distance. The army that came to attack the Ling family village was actually the Eagle army that was as famous as the War Eagle army. The Eagle troop was under the 14th prince's command. The 14th prince was also a talented general. However, his reputation in the army was the flying eagle killing god. He would never leave a single one of the armies he defeated alive. The 14th prince's contributions were not as great as Chen Kangmang's, but he was now the only 9-star prince who could be mentioned in the same breath as Ji Hyun of Silla and Chen Kanglan. Of course, in Ling Xiao's Taiji eyes, not many people had come from the Eagle army. There were about 100 of them. It was under the command of a deputy general. In addition to the 100-man Eagle army, there were also the 1,000-man Imperial City Garrison army. The strength of the Garrison army was much weaker than the Eagle army and the War Eagle army. The strongest was only at the peak of Yin-Yang Realm's 8th level of hell. The weaker ones were more chaotic. There were transition martial artists and a large number of ordinary martial artists. However, they won in numbers. Moreover, an army was an army. They were much more powerful than the bandits from the Black Wind Stockade. If the War Eagle army was not there, Ling Xiao alone would not be able to stop them. Soon, there were whistling sounds in the sky. The rumbling sounds in the forest were getting closer. The demonic beasts in the vicinity had already fled to other places because of the dangerous aura. Get ready to fight the enemy. Don't let them find out that the villagers have left. Therefore, the enemy must not enter the village. Ling Xiao said loudly. If the enemy did not enter the village, they would not find out that the villagers had left 2 hours ago. At this time, they were probably very far away. Yes. After witnessing the little demoness easily subduing Lai Huang, the soldiers of the War Eagle army were obviously more obedient to Ling Xiao. However, Lai Huang was actually not convinced in his heart. Although he said he was convinced, he thought that Ling Xiao was only relying on the strength of the little demoness. Although he could not disobey Ling Xiao's orders, He planned to compete with Ling Xiao in this battle to see who could kill more enemies. However, he did not dare to say this out loud. If Ling Xiao really wanted to kill him, he would not be able to do anything. After all, he was no match for the little demoness. They are close. Hundreds of soldiers from the War Eagle army looked forward without any fear. The War Eagle army had always been successful. Why would they be afraid of the Eagle army? However, there were many enemies. It would be difficult to prevent them from entering the village. The Eagle army in the sky was already close to the village, but they did not rush in. The thousands of people on the ground surrounded the village. From this, it could be seen that these people had discovered the War Eagle army. Therefore, they did not act rashly. Even so, the Eagle army was still very arrogant. Flying in such an obvious place, they were simply living targets. Their arrogance was not without reason. The martial artists in the War Eagle army that Chen Kangmang had brought were generally at the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Only 10 sergeants had reached the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm. However, everyone in the Eagle army was at least at the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm. The deputy was at the middle stage of the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm. The centurion was at the same level as him, but slightly weaker. It could be said that the Eagle army's overall strength was absolutely superior to the War Eagle army. Although the War Eagle army was not afraid, the truth was the truth. The difference was the difference. In the Eagle army, the deputy general stood on a gigantic eagle and shouted, "People of the village, listen up. Surrender quickly and you can still leave behind a complete corpse. Otherwise, all of you will be killed and torn apart by 5 horses. People of the War Eagle army, you better not resist. The king has ordered that the remnants of the Ling family must be eradicated. Do you dare to rebel? Nonsense, the Ling family village is empty. The 7th prince is resting here. Do you dare to harm him?" Lai Huang scolded loudly. "The 7th prince? Ha, if the 7th prince wants to work with those traitors, so what if we kill him? He is just a commandery prince. Even if he dies, the king will not feel sorry." The deputy sneered. "You are courting death." Lai Huang roared. "Although I want to kill you, you are not worthy with your strength. I have other matters to attend to, so I will not accompany you." The deputy Ling Xiao said and then headed towards the volcano with the centurion. Before leaving, he gave an order to a martial artist at the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm, "Kill without mercy." It seems that those two came for the lava chalcedony. But what will their expressions be when they see that the lava chalcedony is gone? Chapter 2593. Ling Xiao suddenly leaped into the air and floated in midair. Lava flowed all over his body and flames surged. His hands formed a strange seal as the terrifying lava power gathered between his hands. Then, with a roar, he threw out the lava power. Lava storm. This was the first time he used lava storm after reaching the peak of the lava battle body. He didn't know how powerful it was, but he felt that it wouldn't be any weaker than a top-tier Jade grade martial skill. The terrifying lava storm began to wreak havoc around the village. The people surrounding the village began to let out mournful screams. In an instant, hundreds of people died. This was strength. This was lethality. Not only that, but a protective wall formed by lava rose around the village, preventing the people surrounding the village from entering. F***CK. Seeing this scene, Lai Huang was shocked. Ling Xiao was just testing his skills, but he had already caused such terrifying destruction. After killing so many people, he still wanted to compete with Ling Xiao to see who killed more people. What a joke. Let's do it, Lai Huang. Let me see how strong the War Eagle army is. Ling Xiao laughed loudly. At the same time, he didn't hesitate to use his ability. Holy King's Eye Berserk War Song. A loud war song sounded in the valley. At that moment, all the War Eagle army martial artists were wrapped in a layer of blood-red light. At this moment, not only were their blood boiling, but their battle strength also soared. They were originally worried that they wouldn't be a match for the War Eagle army, but now they were confident. Holy King's Eye Recovery War Song. As their battle strength soared, another war song sounded. The War Eagle army martial artists found that their internal energy was recovering at an accelerated rate. They found that their injuries were also healing at an accelerated rate. They didn't know what kind of power this was, but they knew that it came from Ling Xiao, that strange and terrifying youth. Good, really good. Lai Huang found that his battle strength had soared by at least 2 or 3 times. This was simply too satisfying. She had doubted that gigolo before. No, it should be the young hero. Now, she was simply admiring him to the point of prostrating herself in admiration. The chaotic battle had begun. Lai Huang had also found his opponent. It was a first transition yin-yang realm 9th level hell early stage expert. Little Demonis was left by Ling Xiao beside Yu Fanghua and did not participate in the charge. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, charged into the enemy ranks alone. Although the 100 Eagle army no longer had a cultivator at the first transformation 9th level of hell. However, there were still more than 10 peak yin-yang realm martial artists at the 8th level of hell. Ling Xiao planned to stall these 10 people by himself. Brothers, there's something strange about this guy. He must be the one who released that annoying war song. Let's work together and kill him, otherwise, it will be very troublesome. No one in the Eagle troop was weak. Thus, they quickly found the crux of the problem. They wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Each of their cultivations was comparable to Ling Xiao's. Although there was a large difference in their combat strength, there were still 10 of them. Moreover, there were 10 soldiers. They had the most combat experience and joint attack skills, so naturally, they wouldn't let Ling Xiao have an easy time. Do you need my help? Yu Fenghua's voice suddenly rang in Ling Xiao's ears. No need. You just need to help guard the line of defense. Don't let those people enter the village. Ling Xiao didn't want Yu Fanghua to take the risk. He had just met Yu Fanghua and didn't know how strong his woman was. If he rashly let her attack and something happened, he wouldn't be able to bear the pain. What an arrogant boy. You dare to face 10 of us alone. Do you really think we're useless? The 10 people quickly surrounded Ling Xiao. 3 of them stood in the distance and aimed their bows and arrows at Ling Xiao. 3 others stood in the middle and used spears. 3 others stood in the second row and used swords. The last person stood in the front and held a huge shield. He had no other weapons. It seemed that he was mainly responsible for defense. Such cooperation could be said to be perfect. If they encountered any enemy, they could easily kill them. However, they just had to meet Ling Xiao. He was a terrifying enemy that couldn't be estimated. Ling Xiao completely entered the purple lightning ball martial soul transformation state. Then he directly released the special skill Earthquake. Not only could this move cause the earth to tremble and the mountains to sway, it could also distort the air. It could also stun the enemy. Although it was only a moment of dizziness. But it gave Ling Xiao the best opportunity to attack. Wolf travels 1,000 miles, lone wolf travels. He instantly passed through the enemies in front of him and reached the outermost circle. Facing the surprised archers, he smiled coldly and stabbed out with the white jade flying dragon sword in his hand. /Xianming. Ling Xiao didn't use his most powerful move. Because the more powerful the move, the more inner strength it consumed. And it took a longer time to accumulate energy. There was no time at all. /Xianming could be used almost instantly in Ling Xiao's hands. In just an instant, it pierced through the throat of one of the archers. This archer was a martial artist at the 8th level of the yin-yang realm. Facing Ling Xiao's attack, he actually didn't react at all. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but because he had just recovered from the dizziness and was already about to accept the fate of death. Ling Xiao dared to use the martial skill that he had used in the 8 Immortals County City here because he didn't plan to let anyone live. He wanted to kill every single one of the enemies who had come to attack him today. Anyway, even if these people died 10 times, none of them would be innocent. How could a person who would attack the old, weak, women, and children have a good character? Moreover, there was no need for sympathy or mercy on the battlefield. If he showed mercy, he would be the unlucky one. Wolf travels 1,000 miles, lightning wolf. After killing one of the archers, Ling Xiao didn't stop. His figure turned into a bolt of lightning and pounced on the second archer. This second person even made a defensive move. Unfortunately, His body was paralyzed by the lightning and his wrist was stiff. He couldn't block Ling Xiao's attack at all. He became the second victim. In mid-air, Ling Xiao changed his form. Overlord Blood Demon Dragon Martial Soul Transformation, Demonic Dragon Blood Curse. After killing the second archer, Ling Xiao completed his transformation and attack. The demonic dragon blood curse targeted everyone around him. At this moment, 3 spearmen were stabbing at him from behind. The third archer fled into the distance. It was obvious that he wanted to increase the distance between them to attack him. Therefore, Ling Xiao used the demonic dragon blood curse. Today's demonic dragon blood curse was even more powerful because of the tyrannical blood demonic dragon's advancement. The 4 people around him felt their chi and blood churn, and they almost fell from the sky. The eagle under them had already lost consciousness. Shadow cone. When they were relatively far away, Ling Xiao shot out a shadow cone from his left hand and pierced the last archer's throat. At this point, in just a few breaths' time, 3 of the 10 peak Yin-Yang realm experts at the 8th level of the hell had died. Chapter 2594. Ling Xiao took care of the 3 most troublesome archers in a few breaths. The enemy's original formation was completely disrupted. Whether it was the Eagle Army or the War Eagle Army, they were all shocked by this scene. They knew that Ling Xiao was not weak, but they never expected Ling Xiao to be so powerful. Was he really not a disciple of the Royal Capital's Arcana Academy? Was he just a nobody from the 8 Immortals County? The one who felt this the most was Lai Huang. He originally wanted to help Ling Xiao after killing his opponents. In his heart, Ling Xiao was inferior to him and would be in danger. But now, he was unable to take down his opponents, and Ling Xiao had already killed 3 of them in the blink of an eye. It was infuriating to compare oneself to others. No wonder His Highness thinks so highly of this person and let him lead the War Eagle Army. Now I understand. I am ashamed. Lai Huang smiled bitterly in his heart. He was like a frog at the bottom of a well. He thought that because his cultivation was higher than others, he was stronger than others. But he had forgotten that there were some people in this world who could kill opponents above their cultivation level. Just as he was thinking, another scream came from the other side. Ling Xiao did not stop attacking just because he killed 3 archers. On the battlefield, he displayed the qualities of a soldier. That was to not relax as long as the battle did not stop. Kill Xianming. Destroy Yin Yang. Destroy Ghost King. Kill Ghost Dragon. After 4 consecutive moves by Ling Xiao, the spearmen and short-ranged soldiers were all killed because the archers were no longer holding them back. In the end, only one person with a huge shield was left of the 10 people. This guy's defense was very strong, so he was able to block several of Ling Xiao's attacks. I'll show you something ruthless. Ling Xiao sneered. Lightning began to jump all over his body. He formed a seal with his hands, and a ball of lightning was blasted out by him. Violent thunder technique. This secret technique did not care if your defense was strong or not. The terrifying lightning struck the huge shield and penetrated it, hitting the last Yin-Yang realm martial artist at the peak of the 8th level of hell. The giant shield in his hand fell to the ground, and even the eagle was charred black by the electricity. The man and the eagle died on the spot. Lai Huang, you have to hurry up. As a centurion, don't fall behind me. After killing these 10 First Revolution Yin-Yang realm martial artists at the peak of the 8th level of hell, Ling Xiao suddenly transformed into the terrifying purple lightning thunderball. The terrifying beasts crashed into the crowd. It was a pity that the Eagle Legion was originally quite strong and disciplined. When fighting with the War Eagle Legion, they were able to gain the upper hand. However, with the addition of the giant beast Ling Xiao, the situation of the battle was immediately reversed. Every time the terrifying beasts collided, more than a dozen people would be killed or injured. The flying eagle was so frightened that it lost control and flew everywhere. You guys deal with those guys on the ground. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. Leave the ones in the sky to me. The people on the ground, seeing that the situation was unfavorable, were actually preparing to flee. However, Ling Xiao would not give them the chance. This was a group of beasts that would not even spare the weak, women, and children. Not to mention that this was a battlefield, Even if he encountered them on a normal day, he would not feel guilty killing them. Other than Lai Huang, the rest of the War Eagle Legion charged towards the ground. Together with the War Eagle's suppression from the sky, they began to massacre the people on the ground. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao was wreaking havoc in the sky. Without using martial techniques, just the terrifying beast soul transformation was enough to terrify the enemy. However, the Eagle Legion was also quite strong. Facing a powerful enemy, they did not retreat at all. Therefore, Ling Xiao gave them the treatment they deserved. At the very least, these people's corpses were left intact. However, their corpses were charred by the lightning. At this moment, Lai Huang finally destroyed his opponent with the help of the 2 battle songs. However, there was nothing for him to be happy about. Speaking of which, if not for Ling Xiao's battle songs, he might not have been this guy's match. It would have been a fierce battle. But now, although the battle lasted a little longer, it was a crushing victory. A complete victory. Not only did he respect Ling Xiao, but he also feared him. Looking at the charred corpses on the ground, he felt his heart tremble a little. Lai Huang was a centurion who had experienced many battles. However, he felt that compared to Ling Xiao's terrifying killing intent, it was like comparing a grain of light to the sun. The difference was too great. What shocked him even more was that the little demoness, who could easily defeat him, did not even make a move. What kind of monster was Ling Xiao? Clean up the battlefield. Ling Xiao's voice rang out again. The fierce enemies who had come had basically turned into corpses. Only the Eagle Legion's deputy general and centurion had not died because they had gone to the volcano. Lai Huang, I'll leave the village to you. I believe you have experience in handling this. I'll be back soon. Although Ling Xiao had obtained the lava chalcedony, he was actually very interested in the 3-headed lava hound. His Black Wolf General Beast Soul was no longer of a high grade and needed a more powerful Beast Soul to replace it. The 3-headed lava hound was not bad. It was just right for him. If he could turn this guy into his Beast Soul, his combat strength would increase again. Especially after the 3-headed lava hound Beast Soul transformation, the power of the lava battle constitution would definitely increase. Just like how the purple lightning thunder bull beast soul could increase the power of the lightning battle constitution. I'll go with you. Yu Fanghua suddenly said. No, you stay here. I'll be at ease with the little demoness protecting you. Ling Xiao shook his head and rejected her directly. No, if you die, I'll owe you a favor. So I'll go with you. Oh yes, you're very strong and your temper is to my liking. However, you're still not as strong as me. Yu Fanghua shook her head and rejected Ling Xiao's good intentions. She could feel the care and concern this man had for her. Although she didn't know why, she knew it was sincere. Since the moment she was born, no one had treated her this well except for her parents. Almost everyone had other motives. But this man was different. So she didn't want this man to die. She had a strong feeling that if this man died, she would regret it. All right. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. He knew the Moon Lady's temper too well. She was as stubborn as he was. Once a decision was made, it was impossible to change it. Since that was the case, there was no need to force her. Let's go. Ling Xiao headed towards the volcano. Just as he rose into the air, there was a sudden roar from the volcano. 2 human figures and a huge beast figure shot out of the volcano at the same time. Hee. Looks like those 2 guys didn't get the lava chalcedony and provoked the 3-headed lava hound instead. Maybe we don't have to fight today. Ling Xiao smiled. This was a good opportunity to reap the benefits of a third party. Fanghua, don't expose yourself later. Let them fight. We'll wait for an opportunity to reap the benefits. Chapter 2595. Yu Fanghua wanted to say, why should I listen to you? But when the words were about to come out of his mouth, they changed into a single word, even she did not know what was wrong with her. Why did she have an innate sense of identity with this man and was willing to listen to him? Seeing Ling Xiao, the little demoness, and Yu Fanghua leave, one of the War Eagle Army's sergeants couldn't help but ask, Centurion, could this person be the genius young master of some large family? How can he be so powerful? Nonsense, don't you know that he is Ling Xiao? The young man who walked step by step from Yuhua Town and defeated the 3 sect leaders of the 8 Immortals County with his own hands and finally became the 8 Immortals County's lord. Lai Huang's view of Ling Xiao had completely changed. Previously, he thought that the rumors outside had overestimated Ling Xiao, but now he understood that it was not overestimating, but underestimating. Seriously underestimating. Didn't they say that his lord position was given to him by Ji Hyun of Silla? The sergeant asked curiously. You don't believe me when I say you are stupid. Ji Hyun of Silla is called buying people's hearts. Do you think someone who is favored by him will be bad? Lai Huang laughed. I understand now. The sergeant was enlightened. All right, you guys clean up the battlefield. I will go help. Those 2 guys from the Eagle Army are at the middle stage of the 9th level of hell after all. There is also that terrifying 3-headed lava hound. Maybe I can help. Lai Huang waved his hand and headed in the direction of the volcano. In the hidden forest, Ling Xiao, the little devil girl, and Yu Fanghua were hiding quietly. They were waiting for the right time to attack. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. They were the oriole. The 3-headed lava hound was roaring crazily and fighting with 2 people from the Eagle Army. The 2 people were not willing to fight with this guy at first, but they were chased by it when they wanted to escape. They could not escape at all. They had no choice but to turn back and fight. Otherwise, if they left their backs to the giant beast, they would not be far from death. The 3-headed lava hound's body was huge, and each of its attacks was extremely powerful. Just a simple hit was enough to make people tremble in fear. However, the Deputy General and Centurion of the Eagle Troop were not to be trifled with either. They were actually able to meet force with force in the face of such a colossus. It was just a slight loss. Suddenly, the Centurion took out a talisman. In an instant, the terrifying water vapor between heaven and earth condensed together, forming a water ball that was even larger than the 3-headed lava hound. The water ball smashed onto the 3-headed lava hound. This time, the demonic beast was seriously injured. 2 of the 3 heads of the 3-headed lava hound had been destroyed, and many parts of its body had cracked open. Lava was flowing out of its body, and it was in an extremely miserable state. Ha ha ha, a demonic beast will always be a demonic beast. How can you be compared to us cultivators? Since I can't obtain the lava chalcedony, killing you and bringing you back is the same. The Centurion revealed a ferocious expression. The Deputy General beside him also had a proud look on his face. It was as if the 3-headed lava hound was already in their hands. However, Ling Xiao, who was not far away, frowned. This was because he could vaguely sense that the lava in the volcano seemed to be flowing into the 3-headed lava hound's body in large amounts. The severed heads of the 3-headed lava hound were rapidly growing back. This was nothing. He could clearly feel a terrifying energy gathering in the monster's mouth. Oh no, this bastard is going to release a large-scale attack. I have to stop it. Originally, Ling Xiao had planned to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, then reap the benefits from the battle. However, he could no longer sit by and do nothing. Once this monster released a terrifying skill, the entire valley would probably become a world of lava. When that happened, the Eagle Troop would be in trouble. After all, they were comrades who had fought together. Ling Xiao did not want to see that happen. Moreover, these Eagle Troop soldiers did not hesitate to become enemies with the royal family for the Ling family. Just this spirit alone was worthy of his respect. How could he let them die without knowing the reason behind it? Thinking of this, he suddenly dashed out. In midair, he transformed into the purple lightning ball and released his lava battle body at the same time. He charged towards the 3-headed lava hound. He wanted to interrupt the 3-headed lava hound's secret technique. However, Ling Xiao's sudden appearance shocked the Centurion and Deputy General of the Eagle Troop. What kind of monster is that? Who cares what kind of monster it is? If it wants to steal our prey, we'll kill it together. The Centurion did not know that this huge purple lightning ball was Ling Xiao's transformation. He thought that it was a monster that came out of the forest to steal the 3-headed lava hound's corpse. He immediately jumped up and attacked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could not be bothered with him and focused on the three-headed lava hound. Even if he was attacked by the centurion, he would not die. However, once the three-headed lava hound released its skill, it would be the end of the valley. He could not allow that to happen. Die, evil creature, the centurion roared. His most powerful attack had already condensed on the spear in his hand, and he viciously stabbed at the purple lightning ball. There was a ruthless look in his eyes. Ling Xiao definitely could not free himself to deal with the centurion at this time. Although he had the little demoness, he had ordered her to protect Yu Fanghua with her life. Therefore, the little demoness would definitely not choose to attack the centurion. However, to Ling Xiao's surprise, the centurion's body suddenly flew out. Vaguely, Ling Xiao seemed to see a flash of moonlight. Could it be her? There were not many people in the world who could use moonlight as a weapon, except for the Moon Lady. However, at this critical moment, he could not think too much. The terrifying purple lightning ball's body slammed into the three-headed lava hound's stomach. The three-headed lava hound's power that was condensing was instantly scattered, and its entire body fell into the volcano. At this time, Ling Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Not far away, Yu Fanghua also breathed a sigh of relief. What a daredevil! She actually revealed a rare smile. In the past, when she was in the Palace of Eternal Life, she had a nickname, Cold Moon Ruthless. There were two meanings. One was that she had a rare celestial martial soul, the Moon Martial Soul. The other was that she was cold and emotionless, and did not smile much. Anyway, other than her parents, no one had seen her smile again. But now, she was actually smiling again, which surprised even herself. The situation at this time was a little strange. The three-headed lava hound was seriously injured. The centurion of the Eagle Army was seriously injured. Only the Deputy General and Ling Xiao were unharmed, but they were somewhat exhausted. Of course, the little demoness hiding in the dark, Yu Fanghua, and Lai Huang, who had just arrived, were also fine. However, they did not participate in the battle for the time being. Lai Huang, help me keep an eye on the three-headed lava hound. If it does anything strange, tell me immediately. I will kill the Deputy General first. Ling Xiao sensed Lai Huang's arrival, but Lai Huang was definitely not the three-headed lava hound's opponent, so he could only help keep an eye on it. Chapter 2596. Arrogant man, don't take everything on yourself. You're no match for them alone. Yu Fanghua walked out from the shadows. The little devil girl followed closely behind. She looked at Ling Xiao and said, "The little devil girl and I will deal with the three-headed lava hound. We can at least stall it for you. Leave that heavily injured centurion to our centurion, Lai Huang. You just need to focus on dealing with that deputy general." Ling Xiao was about to speak when Yu Fanghua added, "Don't refuse. You don't have the right to refuse." After speaking, she pounced on the three-headed lava hound. Little devil girl, protect her well. Ling Xiao also knew that Yu Fenghua's method was the best. It was much better than the strategy he had come up with previously. He had ignored this strategy because he did not want Yu Fanghua to be in danger. But now, there was no other way. He could only hope that the little devil girl could protect Yu Fanghua well. Lai Huang, do as she says. No problem. After assigning the battle tasks, Ling Xiao returned to his purple lightning ox form and looked at the deputy of the Eagle Army. "Who are you? How dare you interfere with my Eagle Army's business?" The deputy of the Eagle Army frowned. Most people in this country did not dare to offend him, let alone the 14th Prince's man. In terms of cultivation alone, he was much stronger than this young man. Did this kid have a death wish? "I'm interfering with your Eagle Army's business. I've killed all your underlings. Next, it's your turn." Ling Xiao sneered. The 8 male and female immortal swords appeared in his hands. Lava was boiling all over his body. It was quite shocking. The reason why he chose the top-level lava battle body was because they were at the mouth of a volcano. The power of the lava battle body would be stronger. Of course, nothing was set in stone. He would still adapt to the next battle. After all, he had never been an old-fashioned person. Nonsense. You think you can kill so many of my Eagle Army's men? The lieutenant general didn't believe Ling Xiao's words at all. Are you an idiot? If we didn't destroy your people, why would Lai Huang and I have the time to come and cause trouble for you? Ling Xiao sneered, it's up to you to believe it or not. When you go to hell, you can ask your comrades what happened. Do you really have to kill them? The deputy general's eyes suddenly narrowed into slits. His eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. Indeed. Ling Xiao nodded. Then go to hell. The deputy general suddenly launched an attack. His weapon was a saber. It seemed to be an immortal-grade spirit weapon. Compared to Ling Xiao's 8 immortal swords, it was one level lower. Therefore, in terms of weapons, Ling Xiao had the advantage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to face this guy one-on-one. The other party's movement technique was terrifying as well. From the looks of it, it was a top-tier Jade-grade movement technique. As for Ling Xiao's 1,000-mile wolf, only the last 2 moves were top-tier Jade-grade movement techniques. The first 7 moves were actually just a top-grade high-tier Jade-grade movement technique. Even so, Ling Xiao had already mastered these 7 moves to perfection. In terms of movement techniques, he was not inferior to his opponent at all. In terms of speed and flexibility, he was even better. Perhaps, this was the so-called talent. Seeing this, the lieutenant general couldn't help but be surprised. Good boy, I didn't expect you to be able to master a top-tier Jade-grade movement technique to such a level. With such talent, are you a genius disciple of the Arcana Academy? A frog in a well. Is the Arcana Academy the only one in the world? Ling Xiao was worried about Yu Fanghua, so he didn't want to waste time talking nonsense. As he spoke, he intensified his attacks. Since his movement technique was better than his opponent's, he would use it to fight. After all, in terms of pure strength, his opponent was much stronger than him. Bang! After many probing and dodging, the two finally clashed. Then they separated quickly. That's a divine-grade spiritual weapon. Which family are you from? Ling Xiao wasn't at a disadvantage in this clash, because he used his fighting techniques to the extreme. He used his advantage to attack his opponent's weakness. So the lieutenant general was the one at a disadvantage. However, what the lieutenant general saw was not the marvelous skills of his martial arts, but the difference in the weapon. Greed appeared in his eyes. Although I don't use a long sword, if I give this weapon to the 14th prince as a gift, he will definitely like it. I'm afraid he won't be so lucky. Ling Xiao spoke fast, and his attacks were even faster. He stabbed with both swords at the same time, in different directions, with different moves. This was another advantage he had over his opponent. Double-wielding, cut Xianming, break yin and yang. You have this kind of ability. The lieutenant general was stunned for a moment. He quickly retreated and used his martial arts to defend himself. He was stronger than Ling Xiao in terms of strength, so he underestimated his opponent at the beginning. But at this moment, he didn't dare to underestimate his opponent at all. He had already treated Ling Xiao as an opponent on the same level as him. Scorching Sun Saber, the lieutenant general roared. As he retreated, he raised his saber high and slashed down fiercely. There seemed to be a red sun flashing on the saber. The light was dazzling, and the temperature instantly exploded. The martial arts technique used by this guy was also a top-tier Jade-grade martial arts technique, and it was a good one. It was more powerful than Ling Xiao's cut Xianming and break yin yang. So in an instant, the scorching sun saber defeated the 2 attacks. However, the power of the combination of the 2 attacks also collapsed the saber chi of the scorching sun saber. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sneer, as if his evil plan had succeeded. Oh no! The lieutenant general seemed to have realized that his opponent had used a less powerful and less energy-consuming move to exchange for his big one. Although his cultivation was much higher than Ling Xiao's, the scorching sun saber was his strongest martial arts technique. Now that it was offset by Ling Xiao's 2 small moves, he was at a disadvantage. I don't believe you can block it. The lieutenant general flew into a rage out of humiliation. He attacked Ling Xiao with the scorching sun saber again, but he only used the power of the profound achievement in the previous attack. This time, he used the power of the great fulfillment. Do you think you're the only one who knows martial arts techniques of this level? Ling Xiao sneered. He stabbed with both swords again. Dual wield, King of Annihilation, Ghost Dragon Slaying. He used 2 moves at the same time again. King of Annihilation was a top-tier Jade grade martial arts technique, which was of the same level as the Scorching Sun Saber. It was perfect to weaken the power of the Scorching Sun Saber. As for the Ghost Slaying Dragon, it was a martial skill of a higher grade than the Sun Battle Saber. Since it was launched later, the Deputy General had no way to react. The terrifying attack directly hit his body and sent him flying into the dense forest. Ling Xiao did not spare him and flew into the dense forest. He absolutely couldn't let anyone live. Otherwise, today's battle might be leaked out. Chapter 2597. The Deputy General naturally didn't die in the forest. After all, he was stronger than Ling Xiao. Although he had been hit directly, he had only suffered minor injuries. However, the Deputy General didn't want to continue fighting. He had started to fear his opponent. He had also started to doubt himself. He wanted to leave just like that and report the situation here to the 14th Prince. However, how could Ling Xiao give him such an opportunity? There was no one else in the forest. There was only the Deputy General and Ling Xiao, who had chased after him. Ling Xiao released his tyrannical sky martial soul without restraint. Terrifying power poured out of the pitch-black universe and fused into the 2 swords. It's been a long time since I used all my strength to deal with someone. It's an honor that you're dead. Tyrannical Sky, Ghost War Emperor. The vast universe was pitch-black. Suddenly, a huge figure walked out of the universe. It was a strange, gigantic monster. Its entire body exuded sharp sword intent and killing intent. It pounced on the Deputy General like a comet. Faced with this despairing attack, the Deputy General frantically used all sorts of abilities to block and evade it. Unfortunately, it was useless. The huge Ghost War Emperor finally landed on the ground. A large part of the dense forest had been cut off. The Deputy General had been buried by the violent sword chi along with the dense forest. After killing the Deputy General of the Eagle Troop, Ling Xiao put away his tyrannical sky martial soul and heaved a sigh of relief. The combination of a divine-grade spirit weapon and the Tyrant martial soul made him use almost all the means at his disposal except for the Butterfly Lady and Yuan Venerates. Only then had he finally killed the Deputy General. This process had been really tough. Even so, he had still gained a lot. He had finally broken through 20% of his energy at the peak of the 8th level of Hell. Next, he just needed to condense another 80% of his energy to break through to the 9th level of Hell. Only by reaching that level of cultivation would he be considered an ordinary genius martialist in the royal capital. Ling Xiao didn't have time to enjoy the joy of this victory. After killing the Deputy General, he immediately returned in the direction of the volcano because he was worried about Yu Fanghua. However, when he arrived there, he found that Yu Fanghua was still standing on top of a huge boulder without a speck of dust. As for the corpse of the 3-headed lava hound, it was lying on the ground. It was unknown when the battle had ended. Ling Xiao was a little surprised. It seemed like the Moon Lady was stronger than him both before and after reincarnating. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt relieved. The Moon Lady was born in the Eternal Palace. With the best resources in the Black Tortoise continent, the most powerful martial arts, and his own foundation, it would be strange if he was not as strong as him. It seems like my worries were unnecessary. Ling Xiao chuckled and shook his head. He wasn't jealous of Yu Fanghua at all. Instead, he felt a strong sense of security. As long as Yu Fanghua was stronger than him, he would not have to worry. Young hero Ling, come and help me. Suddenly, a loud cry for help came from Lai Huang's side. Damn, you can't even defeat a heavily injured centurion. Ling Xiao frowned and was a little dissatisfied. However, when he turned his head, he discovered that the centurion of the Eagle Army had a similar talisman as the Deputy General. It was a powerful talisman. It was just that the effects were different. This talisman had summoned a huge lava monster that was attacking Lai Huang. However, the centurion was nowhere to be seen. Oh no, that guy escaped. Ling Xiao immediately released his soul power to capture the centurion's whereabouts. That guy shouldn't have escaped too far. If he chased, He would definitely be able to catch up. As for Lai Huang being forced back, he didn't care at all. Although the lava monster was strong, it could only last for 5 minutes. Lai Huang could still hold on, so he didn't need to worry. Found him. Ling Xiao finally caught a whiff of the centurion's aura. However, his expression immediately turned ugly. This was because he discovered that Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were heading up the mountain. The two girls must have come up the mountain to search for Ling Xiao because he had left. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death's cultivation had already broken through to the peak of the 7th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. This cultivation level could be considered invincible in the 8 Immortals city. However, in front of the Centurion of the Eagle Army, it was not worth mentioning. Although the Centurion was heavily injured, his cultivation level was much higher. He could probably kill Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death within 10 moves. Ling Xiao thought of this and transformed into a wolf-shaped lightning bolt as he sped in that direction. Although Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were not his true love, they had been through life and death situations with him. He definitely couldn't allow these two women to be hurt. Originally, he wanted the corpse of the 3-headed lava hound. However, in order to save people, he couldn't even care about that. At this moment, he only wanted to kill the Centurion as soon as possible. Faster. Faster. Hey! Ling Xiao actually discovered the Centurion's corpse on the ground. There was no one around. He couldn't help but be shocked. Too heavily injured. So he died. Big brother Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. Suddenly, 2 crisp sounds could be heard from the forest. Ling Xiao suddenly discovered that Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were actually there, unharmed. Both of them had broken through at the same time. Lin Ruoxian was already at the middle stage of the 8th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. Moon Death was at the early stage of the 8th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. At this moment, Ling Xiao could feel that a lot of the power of the General of 9 Snakes and General of Lung Yu's sealed within their bodies had been released. Ling Xiao had helped them seal this power in their bodies. This way, it wouldn't continue to leak out. Ordinary warriors didn't have this ability. If they suddenly received a large amount of power, they would explode. They would either explode to death, release the power, or store it in some container. However, Ling Xiao could turn this power into his own potential and store it in his cells. He could also help others do this, but unfortunately, it wasn't as perfect as him. He could store 100% of it, but he would lose at least half of it to help others. However, even so, it could still be used for Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death for a long time. At the very least, this kind of accumulated power would exist before they reached the 18th level of Hell. Therefore, the cultivation of these two girls would increase very quickly. There was another person who had this advantage, and that was Ling Yang. He had the complete inheritance of the 8 Immortals Patriarch in his body. It was also sealed with Ling Xiao's help. Now that Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death had broken through, and it was a major breakthrough, there was only one possibility. It was because they had killed the Centurion of the Eagle Army. Did you kill him? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Yes, this person attacked us crazily and was extremely powerful. However, we didn't make the same mistake as when we dealt with Anpo last time. We calmly used our Dharma treasures to kill the heavily injured him. Lin Ruoxian explained. Hehe, looks like you've grown. Chapter 2598. The stronger Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were, the more help they would be to Ling Xiao. Naturally, he would be happy. Let's go, I'll bring you to meet a friend. Ling Xiao brought Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death to the volcano. Yu Fanghua was still there. The little devil girl was also there. Lai Huang was lying on the ground, panting heavily. The huge lava monster was already gone. What a beautiful woman. The moment they saw Yu Fanghua, Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death let out the same exclamation. They were considered stunning beauties, but compared to Yu Fanghua, they were not on the same level. This made the two girls feel helpless, but more than that, they were amazed. The person I want to introduce to you is Yu Fanghua, my new friend. Ling Xiao smiled and introduced Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, then said, Fanghua, these two are my good friends, Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. You really know how to make friends. Your luck with women is not bad. Yu Fanghua did not know why, but when she saw Ling Xiao's good relationship with Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, she actually felt jealous. Therefore, she blurted out such words. When she said it, she was stunned. She did not understand why she was like this. She could clearly maintain her indifference and absolute calmness in front of others. Why did she lose her composure after seeing this guy called Ling Xiao? Fanghua, listen to me. They are really just my friends. It's not like what you think. Ling Xiao had just found his true love. He really did not want Moon Death to misunderstand. You don't have to explain to me. We just met by chance. Yu Fanghua said lightly. After saying that, she actually put on the bamboo hat again. There was a black gauze on the bamboo hat, which covered her beautiful face. Ling Xiao sighed helplessly, but he didn't explain anything. He believed that his feelings for the Moon Lady were real. From the Heavenly Dragon continent to the Black Tortoise continent, he had met too many beautiful women. However, the one who was truly in love with him was this woman. In this life, it would never change. Fearing that the more he explained, the more confused he became, the more he targeted the corpse of the three-headed lava hound. He took out the three-headed lava hound's crystal core and gave it to her. This avatar of his had the ability to devour all heat energy. Either light or heat would do. Therefore, this three-headed lava hound's demonic beast core was definitely beneficial to her. As for Ling Xiao himself, he kept the three-headed lava hound's corpse into the mountain river world. Yu Fanghua didn't say anything about it, so it was hard to tell what she was thinking. After she devoured the three-headed lava hound's demonic beast core, she began to cultivate at the mouth of the volcano. After Ling Xiao obtained the three-headed lava hound's corpse, he sat down cross-legged and began to use the special effect of the Sky Tyrant martial soul to transform it into a beast soul. Sister Moon Lady, whether you know me or not, I, Ling Xiao, will protect you with all my heart. Forever. Therefore, I must become stronger. With that in mind, Ling Xiao had already entered a frenzied state of cultivation. In front of everyone, he ate the mid-grade spirit stones and yin and yang pills like they were fried beans. Lai Huang, who was standing at the side, was dumbfounded. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. My goodness, where did this young hero Ling come from? Isn't he an ordinary person? How could he have such an extravagant cultivation method? Those spiritual stones are as if they cost nothing. Those pills are even eaten in large quantities. Yu Fanghua was also surprised. Ordinary martial artists would never dare to do such a thing. Although the medium spiritual stones and pills were good things, there was a limit to how much a person's body could withstand. If they were too hasty, the result would be very troublesome. If things went wrong, he might even lose his life. They would directly explode from the terrifying energy. However, Ling Xiao's body was as deep as the universe. It was vast and boundless. No matter what entered his body, it seemed to be able to transform and refine it. After about 10 minutes, the three-headed lava hound's corpse had completely disappeared. A large amount of energy, stimulated by the spiritual stones and pills, surged into Ling Xiao's inner hell. This caused Ling Xiao's strength to soar from 20% to 70%. This wasn't the end. At this time, the three-headed lava hound had just been transformed into a beast soul. A portion of its strength was still stored in its soul. Ling Xiao activated the deity dog position and took out the Black Wolf General's beast soul. He merged it into his body and turned it into his own energy. Unfortunately, it was like a drop in the ocean. It couldn't cause any waves. After that, he placed the newly transformed three-headed lava hound's beast soul into the deity dog position. At that moment, the energy contained in the three-headed lava hound's beast soul exploded again. The last 30% of the energy was also filled. The door to the 9th level of hell appeared above Ling Xiao's head. It was completely open. He had broken through again, and this breakthrough gave him more confidence to protect Yu Fanghua. However, for this breakthrough, he had used up close to 10,000 medium spiritual stones. He had also used up more than 100 yin-yang pills. Ordinary people couldn't afford to be so extravagant. Even if he was a disciple of a large family, he wouldn't be able to use this kind of resource as freely as Ling Xiao. With a huge increase in his cultivation, His strength naturally soared as well. If he were to meet the Deputy General now, he would be killed in a second. There was no need to use the Sky Tyrant martial soul. He had broken through, and so did his external incarnation. After completely devouring the three-headed lava hound's beast core, Yu Fenghua's cultivation had jumped from the middle stage of the 9th level of hell to the late stage and reached the peak stage. The little devil girl's aura also became stronger. "Are you leaving?" Yu Fenghua couldn't help but ask when she saw Ling Xiao open his eyes. "Yes, I'm going to the Chen Kingdom's capital to join the Arcana Academy and cultivate at a higher level." Ling Xiao nodded and said, "What about you? Do you want to come with me?" He knew that Yu Fenghua didn't have any other friends here, but he still had to ask. "Of course. You're my only friend in the Chen Kingdom. I'll go with you, lest you get killed," Yu Fenghua said lightly. Although her voice was cold, Ling Xiao was very happy to hear her concern. It seemed like even though the Moon Lady had reincarnated, she still had feelings for Ling Xiao in her subconscious. This kind of love went deep into her bones and soul. "Then I'll have to trouble heroine Fenghua." Ling Xiao smiled and then stood up and said, "In 2 more days, the 7th prince will probably enter the 8 Immortals city. We'll set off then. Then I'll go deal with the corpses and organize the defense." Lai Huang felt like he was a huge third wheel here. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, he hurriedly said, "Then I'll have to trouble Centurion Lai Huang." Ling Xiao nodded and then said to Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, "You two can cultivate here." Chapter 2599. This place is suitable for cultivation. You two can come as well. Ling Xiao looked at Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death and said, "Okay." The two nodded, then sat down and closed their eyes. "Fenghua, I'll have to trouble you to wait for 2 more days." Ling Xiao looked at Yu Fenghua and said, "It doesn't matter." Yu Fenghua said coldly and then sat down. He couldn't see her face clearly and didn't know what she was thinking. However, Ling Xiao was already very satisfied that the person he loved was by his side. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Ling Xiao used these 2 days to consolidate his cultivation. At the same time, he started to cultivate the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard and the higher level Lightning Shield. Perhaps it was because his hard work paid off, or perhaps it was because his cultivation had broken through. The Lightning Shield allowed him to cultivate to the proficient level. The Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard had also reached the small success level. He could finally have a Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard. These 2 days didn't go to waste. Although there were a few waves of people who came, their strength wasn't very high. The War Eagle Army easily dealt with them. After bidding farewell to the War Eagle Army, Ling Xiao took Yu Fenghua, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death and embarked on the journey to the Chen Kingdom's capital. That place was like a big river, and they were only small carps. They couldn't cause any waves in the big river. Carps couldn't compare to the big river. If they didn't jump through the Dragon's Gate, there wouldn't be any real change. This was what Ling Xiao was pursuing. On the way, Ling Xiao transformed into the black-striped flying tiger and carried the beauties. They arrived at the Chen Kingdom's capital at dawn the next day. The capital city was named Thunder City. This was because the Chen Kingdom's royal family basically all had lightning martial spirits. Although there were many variants, they were all related to lightning. This was also the key reason why the 13th prince wanted to obtain the inheritance of the Heavenly Thunder Divine Emperor. Lightning City occupied a large area. Looking at the area, it was at least 10 times larger than the 8 Immortals city. It was extremely vast. No matter how large the black-striped flying tiger was, it was nothing more than a mosquito in front of the enormous Thunder capital. Riding a demonic beast was nothing much to martial artists. However, Ling Xiao did not want to be too conspicuous. When he was about 1,000 meters away from Lei Du, he transformed back into his original form. He was traveling on foot with a few beauties. With their speed, it would only take them a few minutes to cover this distance. Let's stick to the original plan and use Ji Hyun of Silla's name to gain a foothold in the royal city. Ling Xiao had gotten acquainted with the 7th prince, Chen Kangmang, and decided to support him to become the king of the Chen Kingdom. But now was not the time to reveal it. After all, Chen Kangmang's foundation was too shallow. Not only would he not be of any help to him in the capital, he would even be detrimental to him. But Ji-hyun of Silla was different. After entering the royal city, there were two people that one could not afford to offend. One was Ji-hyun of Silla, and the other was the flying eagle killing god, 14th Prince Chen Tsungseong. Even the king of the Chen kingdom was not as dangerous as these two. Therefore, if one became a subordinate of Ji-hyun of Silla, one would at least be safer. As the saying goes, all roads lead to Lei-do. Although Lei-do had 4 city gates, each gate only had one main road. However, after a few hundred meters, there would be many branching roads, like tributaries flowing into a large river. Every branching road was filled with people. It made people feel more lively than they had ever felt before. This Black Tortoise continent is indeed more powerful than the previous 3 continents. Just the small Chen kingdom is already more lively than the most prosperous cities of the previous 3 continents. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart as he arrived at the city gate with the others. Since Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death all had the admission certificate of the Arcana Academy, the guards at the city gate were very polite to them. And since Yu Fanghua was with them, it was naturally easy for them to pass through. Originally, ordinary people were not allowed to enter the city with their faces covered. Yu Fanghua could be considered to have enjoyed special treatment. As soon as they stepped into the imperial city, a group of people appeared in front of them. "Sir, are you Lord Ling Xiao and his group?" The leader of the group cupped his hands and asked. "That's right. You are?" Ling Xiao asked in confusion. "Oh, we are the soldiers of Ji-hyun of Silla's residence." Ji-hyun of Silla was worried that young hero and the others would not be familiar with the situation, so he specially ordered us to welcome you. The leader of the group said very politely. "So that's how it is. Ji-hyun of Silla is really well informed. He actually knew that I would arrive in the royal city today. Well, it just so happens that I am not familiar with the royal city. Lead the way." Ling Xiao glanced at the leader and smiled. "This way, please." The leader and Ling Xiao's group walked in the middle. The rest of the group opened up a path in front, while the rest protected them from behind. They were quite cautious. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death's attention was completely focused on the majestic Thunder City. In the center of Thunder City was an inner city. A wide and tall gate stood tall, blocking everyone from entering. That was where the royal palace was located, the inner city. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter easily. Outside the inner city was the responsibility of the City Defense Battalion, which was Jiyu Mingyu's father, Jiyu Tianba. He was the commander of the City Defense Battalion and a first-grade marquis. He had a high position and authority. The inner city was under the responsibility of the Imperial Army. The Imperial Army had more than 50,000 soldiers, and they were all carefully selected. Each of them was very powerful. They were only responsible for protecting the royal authority and not the commoners. From time to time, there would be soldiers of the City Defense Battalion patrolling the outer city. When they saw Ling Xiao's group, they actually stopped and made way. This made Ling Xiao somewhat surprised. Ji-hyun of Silla was really powerful in Thunder City. Even the City Defense Battalion had to make way when they saw his people. This could be said to be monstrous power. There were many people on the road, all kinds of people. Ling Xiao was one of the most inconspicuous among these people. Therefore, no one would notice him. This young man who walked lightly on the streets of Thunder City with his brows slightly furrowed, as if he was thinking about something, would actually become the person who would change the world of Chen country. His existence would change the direction of the wheel of history. The future of Chen country would also change because of him. "I'm suddenly a little hungry. Why don't we eat something before leaving?" Ling Xiao suddenly looked at the guard captain and said. "That's not very good, young hero Ling. We're just following orders. It wouldn't be good if something went wrong." The guard captain frowned and said. "It's fine. We won't go too far. Isn't there a restaurant? Looking at the size, it's pretty high-end. You guys just wait outside. What can happen?" Ling Xiao smiled and walked toward the restaurant. The other 3 girls followed closely behind. The guard captain seemed a little angry and helpless. He could only order his subordinates to surround the restaurant and then personally accompany Ling Xiao to the restaurant. The restaurant was very big, but there were also many guests. Therefore, it wasn't easy to find a seat. However, Ling Xiao's group was lucky. They happened to find a clean table, ordered a few dishes, and waited. The captain of the guards stood at the side like a wooden pillar. "I say, can you stand a little further away? You're making me lose my appetite. In any case, I'm your prince's guest. You don't have to look at me like I'm a prisoner, right?" Chapter 2600. It's my duty. Please forgive me. The guard captain still refused to leave. Ling Xiao's face suddenly darkened. "I told you to get out, so get out. Don't be so long-winded. You really think I don't know that you're not Ji Hyun of Silla's man, but the 14th prince is?" "Ah." The guard captain obviously didn't expect Ling Xiao to see through his identity. But even if he was seen through, he still had to pretend. "Young hero, you must be joking. We've all followed Prince Ji Hyun of Silla for many years. How could we be the 14th prince's men?" Ling Xiao sneered. "As far as I know, Jiyu Tianba and Marquis Yixiang of the city defense camp are both the 14th prince's men. How could his men be so polite to Ji Hyun of Silla's men? But I'm afraid you can't be sure based on this. This is the royal city. It's normal to be polite to Prince Ji Hyun of Silla's men." The guard captain was still stubbornly pretending. "Then what's with this waist tag?" Ling Xiao suddenly flashed a waist tag. On it were the words Prince of War. The 14th prince was the Prince of War. This was his title. "Ah!" the guard captain exclaimed again. He was shocked. "That waist tag was in my storage ring. How could it be?" At this time, he had nothing to pretend anymore. Ling Xiao had already found out. There was no point in pretending. "Who told you that you can't steal things from the storage ring?" Ling Xiao sneered and suddenly threw the waist tag at the guard captain. The guard captain hurriedly took out his weapon to block, but was directly blasted out of the restaurant. "Go back and tell your 14th prince that he'd better not play this trick on me. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning him. Get out." His "get lost" was extremely loud and clear, like a clap of thunder. Unrelated people didn't feel anything when they heard it. It was just that it was loud. However, when the 14th prince and the others heard this, it was as if they had been struck by lightning. They were so scared that they fled in panic. Who would have thought that the dignified 14th prince would play such lowly tricks? I thought that he was a 9-star prince and a flying eagle killing god. Who would have thought that he would be so despicable and shameless? Lin Ruoxian obviously didn't realize that the guard captain was faking it. He couldn't help but curse in his shock. This restaurant was not a place where one could hide their voices. This scene was naturally seen by others. "Miss, be careful with your words. If you dare to talk about the 14th prince behind his back again, you might lose your life." A voice rang out. A girl walked down from the attic. She was about 16 or 17 years old. Her appearance was not bad, and her strength was not bad either. She looked at Lin Ruoxian coldly, her eyes filled with jealousy and viciousness. "We are guests of Her Highness Ji Hyun of Silla. The 14th prince dares to treat us like this. Can't I even say a word?" Moon Death could not help but ask. "That's right, you can't." A cold glint flashed in the girl's eyes, and a murderous aura rose on her face. "Other than the king, whoever doesn't listen to the 14th prince's words will die. You are the example." At this point, she suddenly waved her hand, and a black snake all flew through the air. It whistled through the air and shot directly towards Moon Death's forehead. She clearly wanted to take Moon Death's life. Her methods were extremely vicious. Her actions also showed that she was in the same boat as the 14th prince. She didn't even put Ji Hyun of Silla in her eyes. When Ling Xiao was sizing up this girl, he could feel her dense murderous aura, so he had been very careful. Seeing her trembling wrist and wanting to kill without saying a word, he couldn't help but be filled with boundless murderous intent. He had seen such a vicious person before, and that person's ending was death. He coldly raised his hand, and the chopsticks in his hand accurately caught the snake awl. The snake awl was not big, only the size of an adult's pinky, but it flickered with a green glow. It was obviously smeared with poison. With such a strong poison, even a small scratch would cause great harm to one's skin. "Miss, Your thoughts are a bit too vicious. They were just speaking the truth. Even if they offended the 14th prince, it's pardonable. There's no need to kill them, right? Ling Xiao's voice was cold and murderous. He was really angry. He had just arrived at the imperial city, so he didn't want to cause any trouble. But who would have thought that the 14th prince would send someone to pick him up as soon as he entered the city? His motive was obvious. In the storage ring of the guard captain, there was not only a waste token, but also a secret order lure Ling Xiao and the others to a secret place. If they refused to submit, kill them. Just based on this, Ling Xiao was not done with the 14th prince. He had seen through the other party's scheme, but only chased them away. He didn't kill them because he didn't want to make a big deal out of it. After all, he had just arrived and felt that he should keep a low profile. But with such a vicious and crazy woman suddenly popping out, he really couldn't hold back his anger. Haven't you heard that trouble comes from a loose tongue? Although I don't know where you country bumpkins came from, in the imperial city, even if the 14th prince insulted your mother, you have to accept it without the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. Moreover, they dared to insult the 14th prince, so they must pay the price in blood. At this point, the girl looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, I'll teach you today that there are rules in the imperial city. If you can't control your mouth, you'll die. Lowly people like you can pollute the imperial city with even the air you breathe, not to mention slandering His Highness the Prince. You deserve 10,000 death. As she spoke, she circulated internal energy in her hands and pinched the 2 snake awls in her hands. She clearly looked at Ling Xiao. My snake awls aren't something a lowly country bumpkin like you has the right to touch. Ling Xiao's gaze grew colder and colder. He knew that the girl in front of him was definitely not simple. According to common sense, he shouldn't provoke her. But he also knew that he, Ling Xiao, would never pretend to be a coward. When it was time to make a move, even if the other party was the Heavenly Emperor, they definitely wouldn't be able to stop him. You keep saying that others are lowly, then what do you think you are? Are you the 14th prince's dog? Or perhaps she was a bed attendant that he kept for himself? You have a beautiful face, but the things you do and the words you say are like snakes and scorpions. You're really disgusting. Ling Xiao acted as if he didn't see the other party's furious expression, and continued to speak unhurriedly. You're courting death. The girl was finally angry. The number of snake awls in her hands increased to 10, and they all shot at Ling Xiao. A cold, murderous aura spread in the restaurant, scaring the onlookers away. Even if they were just watching the show, they had to protect their lives. Otherwise, it would be tragic if they lost their lives while watching the show. Ling Xiao coldly looked at the incoming snake awls. I'm courting death. You're just at the middle stage of the 8th level of hell. I really don't know who gave you the courage to be so arrogant. Chapter 2601. Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. As he spoke, he casually raised his hand, and the snake awl between his chopsticks suddenly flew out. He didn't even bother to use a martial technique to deal with such trash. The other party's snake awl was enough. The snake awl suddenly released a powerful force in the air, completely blocking the girl's 10 snake awls, and shattering them. Then, the snake awl continued to fly out with unstoppable momentum. In that instant, the young girl was so scared that her face lost all color. At this moment, the captain of the guards who had been blasted out of the restaurant by Ling Xiao actually dashed over from the stairs. He waved his saber in an attempt to block the snake awl. You overestimate yourself. I'll spare your dog life, but you still won't leave. Don't blame me for what happens next. Ling Xiao sneered. The guard captain was not weak either, even stronger than the girl. He had reached the late stage of the 8th level of hell in Yin-Yang realm. But so what? Ling Xiao, who had made a huge breakthrough in the mysterious valley, looked at this person as if he were looking at a clown. Young miss, don't be afraid. I'm coming. He confidently rushed out just to block Ling Xiao's snake awl. However, the snake awl shattered the saber in his hand and stabbed into his body. The poison was instantly released. He fell to the ground in fright, trembling and convulsing. The girl hurriedly gave the guard captain the antidote, but unfortunately, the guard captain still died. How could a poison that had been modified by Ling Xiao be so easily cured? But the guard captain's death was not in vain. At this moment, dozens of young experts had already entered the restaurant. These people were about 17 or 18 years old, but they were all powerful. They were all at the 8th level of hell in Yin-Yang realm. If they were in the 8 Immortals County, they would be much stronger than the 3 sect masters. The imperial capital, where geniuses gathered, was indeed worthy of its reputation. These people surrounded the girl. They were clearly the girl's escorts or guards. The girl hid in the crowd, her expression ferocious. "You dare to attack me? Do you know who I am?" She roared angrily like a tigress whose food had been snatched away. "I don't care who you are." Ling Xiao suddenly stood up, and a terrifying killing intent spread throughout the restaurant. This powerful killing intent caused the expressions of many onlookers to change greatly. They thought that Ling Xiao was just making things up when he said that he was Ji Hyun of Silla's guest. But now, they believed the young man's words. His strength was truly terrifying. "I don't care who you are, ugly woman. If you can attack me, I can attack you." Although that woman's words sounded ridiculous, she could attack others, hurt others, and humiliate others. Others couldn't resist or fight back. This didn't seem to make sense. However, Ling Xiao, who had experienced a lot, understood that this was not funny at all. In fact, it was very reasonable. In the capital city, there was a group of people like this. They held high positions and had illustrious backgrounds. They could often kill, torture, and humiliate others. They could break the law at will, but they would not be punished. Because this was the law of the profound world, the law of the jungle. They might not be strong, but their relatives and their families were strong enough. Unless you had the ability to overturn all of this, otherwise, even if they bullied you, you would have to endure it. But Ling Xiao was a person who didn't believe in heresy. He couldn't be attacked and humiliated by others and still endure it. He was the heavenly emperor of the heavenly empire, a person who aspired to unify the profound world. He couldn't admit defeat in front of a vicious and ugly woman. Those people who were protecting the young girl looked at Ling Xiao very fiercely, as if Ling Xiao had committed an unforgivable crime. But at the same time, they were very cautious. Because Ling Xiao's attack just now had already displayed part of his strength, coupled with that powerful killing intent, they couldn't help but be careful. In the capital city, no one dares to call me ugly. Now, kneel in front of me, lick my shoes clean, and then swear allegiance to the 14th prince. I can give you a chance to become my slave, and let you accompany me by my side. The fear on the young girl's face gradually faded, perhaps because there were too many people. Her arrogant expression once again appeared on her cheeks. She must teach this arrogant youth a lesson. In the capital city, she had never been offended like this. This was the first time. The arrogance of a frog at the bottom of a well, that's because you haven't seen the real sky. Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully, then lifted his foot and walked towards the young girl, coldly saying, "I will also give you a chance. Kneel down, slap yourself, 10 slaps to the face, then you can get lost. I won't kill you, consider it giving face to the 14th prince, but don't go too far this afternoon." A contemptuous smile hung on his face. He believed that in this world, strength was always respected. Even if this young girl's position was very respected, without strength, she still dared to find trouble with him, a frog at the bottom of a well, ignorant and seeking death. "What did you say?" The young girl didn't seem to hear Ling Xiao's words clearly. Her body was violently trembling. No one had ever dared to speak to her like this, never. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste any more words. Using his hand as a sword, he pointed at the young girl, and a terrifying sword aura instantly soared into the sky. Even the roof of the restaurant couldn't block it. In the shadow martial arts, the weakest move, Sword Chime Yin Mountain, was used by him. This was only a high-tier Jade grade martial art, although it was the best of the high-tier Jade grade martial arts. But it was still ridiculed by the flower protectors. You dare to show off a high-tier Jade grade martial art? What a joke. A total of 8 flower protectors, in order to fight for the credit of defeating Ling Xiao, actually channeled their internal energy and attacked Ling Xiao together. Ling Xiao's face hung a disdainful smile. Lin Ruoxian, Moon Death, and Yu Fanghua didn't have any intention of helping. The onlookers in the restaurant were all surprised. What an arrogant youth, the other party insulted him, and he will fight back, never compromise, never admit defeat. HMPH, arrogant. I think he's stupid, daring to attack without knowing who the other party is, he's courting death. That's not necessarily true. Do you know where this youth came from? What if he's really a guest of Her Highness Ji-Hyun of Silla? Ji-Hyun of Silla isn't any worse than the war prince. But this youth's martial arts skills are too weak, he must be from a small place. While the crowd was discussing, Ling Xiao had already met the 8 flower protectors. Get out of my way. Suddenly, sword radiance gushed out. Yin Mountain appeared. The peak of Yin Mountain was like a terrifying sword aura, piercing through the defense of the 8 flower protectors. It was powerful and invincible. Boom. 8 figures flew out at the same time, landing on the street outside the restaurant. The 8 of them were injured by the sword aura, covered in blood, and obviously unable to continue fighting.